Chapter 2908. Hua Qin was also helpless after seeing it. He suggested that I go to Wu Meng's side to find a shaman, or go to the Three Kingdoms to find a blacksmith. However, he also made it clear that the blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod would have extremely high cultivations, and the price was something I couldn't afford. He didn't even think that there were blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod in this world. As for Wu Meng's side, I naturally wouldn't go there so easily. Elder Jilan continued, as for the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, I thought about it and couldn't make a trip there. After all, I can't even take out something to thank little friend Xiao, so I can't satisfy the blacksmith's requests. Actually, Elder Jilan should go and take a look. Ziming said regretfully, you've already collected most of the materials and you just need to forge it. I only said that I didn't go there myself. I didn't say that I didn't ask others to go. Elder Jilan said with a smile. Elder. Ziming's voice was a little long, as if she was pouting. Hee. Elder Jilan looked at Ziming, who had consulted him in the past, and smiled. Of course, I didn't give up and asked people to go to the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms many times. I even asked the shaman of the Hudistacade to ask the Shaman King for me. It was probably quite difficult, right? Xiao Huan naturally already knew the result. Ji Lan sighed and said, yes, there was no news from the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, but the Shaman King gave me a message. What message? Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Ji Lan sighed again. If there is fate, then there is. If there is no fate, then there is no need to force it. A gain is a loss, and a loss is a gain. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Therefore, I calmed down and put this matter at the back of my mind, focusing on soul spells. Now, I'm finally sitting on the seat of an elder. At this point, Elder Ji Lan sighed with emotion. Today, I finally understand the meaning of the Shaman King's words. If this old man had been focusing on this sky-leveling rod, I'm afraid that everything would have been wasted by now. Moreover, when this old man brought this material from the Jing Apple Village, I understood that this young friend is a fated person. This old man is just making a wedding dress for you. Sigh, senior. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. He withdrew his outstretched hand and smiled bitterly. This is your life's work. This junior doesn't dare to accept it. Senior, please give this junior's. Oh? Could it be that this old man's life can't compare to this storage pouch? Elder Jilan was slightly angry. Young master. Ziming hurriedly smiled and said, since it's Elder Jilan's kind intentions, young master should accept it. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting senior down? Fine. Alright. Many thanks, Elder Jilan. Xiao Hua didn't dare to decline anymore. He was afraid that if he was too polite and Elder Jilan didn't give it to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiao Hua's troubled expression, Elder Jilan felt a bit anxious. To be honest, this storage pouch was very important to him, but it had already become a demon in his heart. From time to time, he would recall his past bravery. He thought to himself, if I could refine this heaven-pacifying staff, how powerful would I be? Moreover, he also understood that refining this heaven-pacifying staff was truly difficult. When he gave this item to Xiao Hua, he glorified it as a treasured sword for a hero and powder for a beauty. In reality, it was of little value to Xiao Hua. How about this? Just as Xiao Hua's hand was about to touch the storage bag, Elder Jilan said in a low voice. Xiao Hua stared blankly, his heart cursing. This item is indeed of little value. Elder Jilan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiao Hua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Dao sect cultivator died. Elder Jilan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wu Meng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Jilan was a bit embarrassed and said, This old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Hee, Elder Jilan. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, "The important thing is Senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wu Meng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy." Good. Seeing that Xiao Hua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Jilan's heart also settled down. He said in a relaxed manner, "This old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow. If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it." Good. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "This junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time." Then, Elder Jilan followed Xiao Hua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Jilan left, only Xiao Hua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. "Let's go, young Master Xiao." Ziming looked at everyone and walked in front. "Are you all right?" Fairy Xianxia looked at Ziming's back and asked Xiao Hua softly. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. "Of course I'm all right. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short." "It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days." Fairy Xianxia said worriedly, "This concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious." "It's still all right." Xiao Hua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside, it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiaochen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiaochen and bowed. "This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao." Mo Han. Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what Ji-Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, "Don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Xiao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Xiao for his kindness." Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. "Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest." Ziming said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously." "Yes, this subordinate will go back now." Mo Han looked at Ziming, then looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. Since this subordinate can see that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Mo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ziming looked at Mo Han's back and sighed. This Mo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiao Hua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ziming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiao Hua too much. Ziming said, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Xiao will definitely have a good ending." Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. It was much clearer than what Ziming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him. Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young Miss Ziming, you've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough." This is for young Master Xiao, and at the same time, for this concubine." Ziming smiled and nodded. "This concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense." 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty. Good. I'll wait for young Miss Ziming's good news. Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Ziming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiao Hua and the rest back. Then she hurriedly left. Seeing how Ziming had separated herself from Xiao Hua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Xianxia snorted coldly in her heart. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked in the direction Ziming had left. However, Ziming had already walked far away, and her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? Do you have something to say again? Fairy Xia's tone was a little unfriendly. Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Something's. If you think about it carefully, it's really interesting. What do you mean? Fairy Xia saw how serious Xiao Hua was and asked curiously. Xiao Hua took a look and transmitted his voice. Mo Han's words just now seemed to have another meaning. Although Mo Han was slightly injured, his injuries shouldn't be so serious. Not bad. Fairy Xia savored it carefully, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Mo Han didn't even know that you and Ziming had gone to the Netherworld together. Why did he say that he was relieved that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming were safe and sound? Could it be? That's right. Perhaps that person in the Empress Earth Palace already has suspicions about Ziming. Xiao Huan nodded his head slightly and expressed his worries. Chapter 2909. Sigh, that's true. Fairy Xia also frowned. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Ziming's actions will sooner or later reach Hutz's stronghold. Darling Xiao, since you've thought of it, why didn't you tell Ziming earlier? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Didn't I just think of it? I was just about to tell her when she left in a hurry. Perhaps she already knows? Fairy Xia sighed. That should be the case. Ziming is very sensitive to such matters. Since you and I have thought of it, she must have understood as well. You and I don't have to worry too much. She should be able to protect herself. Let's hope so. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other as they slowly walked to the main hall where they were resting. After the guards had left, Xiaohua told Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao about his guess. The two of them were anxious when they heard it, but their thoughts were similar to Fairy Xia's. This Hutu stronghold was a place where millions of descendants of the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain gathered. The mysteries within it were not something cultivators like them could fathom. Even if Xiaohua wanted to send a letter to Ziming, it would not be easy. He might even alert the enemy. Naturally, Xiaohua was not at ease with the three of them going somewhere else to meditate. Thus, he set up the capital star formation in the main hall where he meditated and the four of them rested. Seeing Fairy Xia and the other two closing their eyes and meditating, Xiaohua smiled and took out the storage pouch that Elder Jilan had given him. In fact, he was itching to see what was inside the pouch when he was in the main hall. However, he held back. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look. Hiss, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the storage pouch, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The storage pouch was not big and looked very small. It was almost the same size as the low-grade storage pouch that Xiaohua had exchanged for 90 low-grade spirit stones. However, when Xiaohua saw what was inside, he knew that he was wrong. Furthermore, he could already imagine how many materials Elder Jilan had spent his entire life searching for. However, he still thought too little. Inside this small storage pouch, there were many different materials. These materials were of different shapes and colors, but without exception, they were all huge. Among these materials, there were some strange huge stone pillars. These stone pillars were iron gray in color and had thumb-sized lumps on them, giving them a heavy feeling. Some of them were huge square blocks. These square blocks were greenish-red in color, and there were some flame-like patterns on the surface. The patterns were dotted with star-shaped patterns, and they looked like little galaxies. There were also a lot of large, silvery white, irregular materials. These materials seemed to be broken into several pieces. There were some sawtooth-like cracks and some thick lines. There were also some oval-shaped, earthy yellow in color. The surface of these materials was smooth, without any bumps or bumps. Of course, other than these different materials, there were also many strange magic weapons stacked in a corner of the storage bag. What materials are these materials? Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but at the same time, he was dumbfounded. He took out the bone and inspected it with his soul sense. Then he nodded his head inwardly. This green and red color is called flame refinement. The silver color is called 10,000 rolls of snow, and the yellow color is called fire refinement. They are all extremely heavy materials that contain the 5 elements, and are unique to these millions of Meng mountains. Sai, these are the materials that Elder Jilan spent his entire life searching for. After a brief inspection, Xiao Hua sent the storage pouch into the immortal dimension, leaving only 2 of the bones in his hands. Xiao Hua took a quick look at the bone that recorded the fall of the Daoist senior, and sent it into the immortal dimension. Xiao Hua would not recklessly enter a dangerous place where even the Daoist senior had fallen. Next, Xiao Hua placed all his attention on the refining method of the heaven leveling staff. Xiao Hua's current refining level was already very high. Previously, he had fused the exquisite gold and great wisdom heavy sword into the 5 elements will heaven leveling staff. Now, with the help of the refining method, he naturally gained a lot. The more he looked at it, the more a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and stood up, keeping the capital star's array. Fairy Hongxia and the rest stood up as well. When they opened the door of the hall, some guards were already waiting for them outside. Translators thoughts lamb underscore lamb underscore lamb understhumb 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 underscussing the 2 rows of guards guarding the steps in front of the palace. Xiao Hua understood that Ziming would definitely be able to obtain the spirit treasure nether passage mirror from the Empress Earth stronghold today. Thus, the 4 of them opened the palace door and stood guard outside, quietly waiting for Ziming's arrival. Who would have thought that this wait lasted until noon? Seeing that the scarlet sun was already high above their heads, Ziming still hadn't arrived. If it wasn't for Mo Han's warning, Xiao Hua wouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Thinking that even Mo Han had sensed something, could Ziming still be safe? Xiao Hua could not help but become impatient. Big brother, don't be anxious. Let me go ask. Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua's impatience and hurriedly said. And Xiao Hua nodded gloomily. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, when Xiao Mao walked out of the palace and asked the guards, he came back with a smile on his face. Big brother, we were all wrong. Xiao Mao said, that nether passage mirror can only be used at night. At this time, the sun is high in the sky and the yang energy is abundant. How can it communicate with the netherworld? Oh, that's true. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, and his heart relaxed. Moreover, that guard also said, Miss Ziming entered the ancestral hall 3 days ago and will come out after dusk today. They are only waiting here according to the ancestors' rules. Xiao Mao pointed at those guards again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, It seems that we are somewhat like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Yes, little brother was too impatient. Xiao Mao pursed his lips and said with a smile, Little brother really can't wait to know what mother looks like. At this point, Xiao Hua unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao, who had not spoken much during this period of time. However, he saw that Li Zongbao was now similar to when he was in the great battle of Daosword. His face was as calm as water, as if what everyone said had nothing to do with him. AI, the treasured mirror of parting emotions, the treasured mirror of parting emotions. Xiao Hua sighed. It was originally a cultivation technique that made people fickle and heartless. Coupled with the backlash of the spiritual tool, senior brother Li's situation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Since they knew that nothing would happen, the 4 of them simply sat behind the door of the hall. The 4 of them all had secret techniques to comprehend, so they had to hurry. In a flash, thin clouds rose from the west, and a crescent moon that was thinner than a light eyebrow gradually hung in the sky. Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, finally arrived. Without waiting for Ziming to approach the steps of the main hall, the guards lined up on both sides of the hall put their hands on the ground and bent their bodies. A kind of fear and a kind of reverence flashed in their eyes as they looked at Ziming, who was holding a white bone bracelet. This bone bracelet was extremely strange. It looked like Ziming was holding it with both hands, but in reality, it was 2 inches away from Ziming's hands, floating in the air. Moreover, this bone bracelet really did not stop rotating, sometimes left and right, sometimes up and down. A kind of dark green brilliance was born from the bone bracelet, as if it was a dark green ball of light. At this time, Ziming's expression was solemn. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were also looking at the bone bracelet. That night, her face was painted with a dark green color, which looked somewhat strange. Behind Ziming, there were also a dozen maidservants dressed in plain clothes. Their dressing was completely different from during the day. About 10 zhang behind these maidservants, Elder Sun Yu of the Jing Apple Village was waiting there with a little girl who was not more than 6 or 7 years old. When Xiao Hua and the others sensed Ziming's arrival, they all walked out of the main hall, originally wanting to welcome him. However, when they saw the solemn ceremony of the Huda village, they hurriedly returned to the main hall, fearing that their recklessness would disrupt the ceremony and cause trouble for no reason. Sure enough, when the 4 of them just returned to the main hall, a burst of singing and footsteps sounded. Those guards and the maidservants behind Ziming actually began to dance. Strands of light green brilliance slowly appeared, covering the main hall. Then, it slowly entered the dark green ball of light. After the time it took to eat a meal, the noise outside the main hall slowly stopped as Ziming's footsteps finally stepped on the stairs. "Young Master Xiao, please come with me." Ziming walked into the main hall, his face as calm as water. Without even looking at the 4 of them, he just whispered an order and slowly walked towards the center of the main hall. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He did not understand if he was talking about himself. However, when he saw Xiao Mao hurriedly walking towards him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the reason he came to the Huda village and used the Netherlink mirror was for Li Zongbao, in terms of importance, Xiao Mao was still the most important person. He did not seem to have done anything to use the Netherlink mirror, so why did Ziming call him? Seeing that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had also followed Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua looked at the maidservants who came in. Elder Sun Yu and the little boy who were waiting at the entrance of the main hall also quickly followed. When they reached the center of the main hall, Ziming stopped and respectfully placed his hands above his head. The bone bracelet also slowly rose up. After that, Ziming's hands and feet began to tremble, and he also began to dance. At the same time, he was also muttering some strange language of Meng Mountain. As he muttered, strands of green light flashed out, gradually entangling the ball of light of the bone bracelet. A buzzing sound was gradually heard, and the dark green brilliance gradually vibrated and became brighter as the green light increased. Puff, while Ziming was chanting, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the dark green brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a cracking sound, the brilliance suddenly condensed into a single point and shot towards the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a muffled boom, as if the door of a house had been opened, 2 fist-sized holes appeared on the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a splash, like a blood waterfall, the blood of the netherworld gushed out from the holes and rushed into the middle of the bone bracelet along the brilliance. In that instant, the entire bone bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a layer of blood membrane was formed from the bone bracelet. This blood membrane did not stop, but condensed into blood on the other side of the bone bracelet and rushed into the other hole. Chapter 29:10. Ziming's face was pale. He pointed at the netherworld mirror, and the blood-red membrane slowly fell down. It was about the height of a person, and the netherworld water on the blood membrane slowly flowed. It looked very similar to a mirror. "Young Master Xiao," Ziming spoke, "come closer and think of the person you are looking for. That person's face will appear on the netherworld mirror. Even her situation in the netherworld may appear." At this point, how could Xiao Mao still be suspicious of this spirit treasure that was obviously not related to a mirror? He walked in front of the blood membrane with great sincerity and opened his eyes wide. Although Xiao Hua was not close to the blood membrane, he still stared at it closely, trying to find something from it. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the entire blood membrane flashed with a green light, and then it shone like a bright moon. It covered Xiao Mao's entire face. After half a cup of tea's time, the green light dimmed, and the blood membrane gradually revealed itself. Behind the green light, Xiao Mao had tears streaming down his face. Young Master Li, Ziming's expression did not change, and he ordered methodically, "It's your turn." But Li Zongbao replied. Although his expression was calm, his voice was obviously trembling, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xiao Mao retreated and hurriedly took out a jade scroll. He sat down cross-legged, and without caring about the others, he immersed his spirit into it. Li Zongbao walked to where Xiao Mao was, and similarly opened his eyes wide, staring at the blood membrane. After a while, the green light flashed, and Li Zongbao's face was also covered. But it only covered for a moment, and the green light disappeared again. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the blood membrane. Why is this? Li Zongbao was extremely surprised, and looked at Ziming. Ziming said indifferently, "The person young Master Li is thinking of is not in the netherworld, or rather, she is not dead." How is that possible? Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, even Xiaohua and Fairy Xianxia were shocked. Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiaohua. Her corpse was personally sent back by this Xiao. Xiaohua hastily said as he took a step forward. "That's right, I personally buried her." Fairy Xianxia said curiously, Could it be that she has already reincarnated?" "Reincarnation may not be true," Ziming replied indifferently. "Even if there is such a thing as reincarnation, the spirit treasures of my Ho-Tu stronghold can see it. Unless this person isn't dead. Let me take a look again." Li Zongbao asked in disbelief. "Young Master Li has already seen it. You can't look at it anymore." Ziming shook his head. "However, since Mr. Li did not see it, it doesn't count. Between Mr. Xiao and Fairy Xianxia, one of them can still see it. You go." Xiaohua said to Fairy Xianxia without hesitation. "All right." Fairy Xianxia also missed her elder sister immensely and hurriedly walked over. Li Zongbao hurriedly stepped aside. Under the watchful gazes of the masses, Fairy Xianxia did the same as Li Zongbao. The brilliance did not stop at all as it disappeared in a flash. "That's right. This person wasn't dead. There's no need to look anymore." Ziming became more and more certain. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Young Master Xiao, you have 2 chances. Come and take a look." "What do I have to look at?" Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Although Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei had fallen for a long time, Xiaohua had a deep impression of their voices and smiles. There was no need for him to look. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in another world in the netherworld. Xiaohua did not want to disturb them. Sigh, if only senior sister was here. Xiaohua thought and turned to look at Elder Sun Yu and the young child. He said, "Let's invite Elder Sun Yu over. After all, they have proper matters to attend to." Ziming naturally knew of Xiaohua's kindness. He nodded his head and said, "Elder Sun Yu, invite Bo Hong over." All right. Elder Sun Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly brought the young child over. Ziming was afraid that the young child did not know, so he repeated the key points again. Only then did he let the young child stand there. Although the young child named Bo Hong was young, his eyes flashed with determination. He bit his lips and looked at the blood membrane. This time, it was even easier. In a breath's time, a green light covered Bo Hong's face. After a cup of tea's time, the green light dispersed. After the green light disappeared, Bo Hong's face revealed a terrified expression. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. However, the child's small hands were tightly clenched, although they were trembling. Saw it? Elder Sun Yu's face was extremely gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Bo Hong did not answer. He only nodded his head firmly. Elder Sun Yu sighed. He raised his head and said to Ziming, "Young Miss Ziming, there should be one more chance for this netherworld mirror. Can you?" Ziming knew what he wanted to say. He shook his head and said, "It's almost past midnight. It's too late to ask her to come over." Sigh, fate makes fools of people. Elder Sun Yu held Bo Hong's hand and bowed to Ziming. He then thanked Xiao Hua and the others and stood to the side. There's still a cup of tea's worth of time left. Ziming looked around and her gaze landed on Xiao Hua. She said indifferently, "Young Master Xiao won 2 chances to use the Netherworld Mirror. Because of this, you also lost Zai. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Right now, only young Master Xiao can use the Netherworld Mirror. Come over." But who am I looking at? Xiao Hua scratched his head. He knew that this was a rare opportunity that could not be wasted. However, he really did not know who to look at. Forget it. Let's look at Master. Xiao Hua walked in front of the blood membrane and said in his heart, "When I see senior sister and second senior brother, I can explain it to them." Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the blood membrane that was flowing like water. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the blood membrane, but his mind couldn't calm down. Xiao Hongyue's and Gong Mingwei's faces kept appearing in his mind. Although the flowing blood membrane flickered with a faint green light, it didn't shine for a long time. This adult had experienced many things and thought about many things. Although he was a cultivator and paid attention to his Dao heart, he was not as pure as a child. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that he was unable to calm down. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, an unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. Why can't I think about my own life? Perhaps I can see something from it? Dream. I remember that when Hong Xia was in danger at the Sword Peak, this name suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I can find something from it. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and gradually wiped away the faces of Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei. Gradually, a faintly discernible beauty mark appeared in his mind. Ziming was also somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was about to come, the Netherworld Mirror still had not emitted a green light. Just as she was about to speak, a wing sound was heard. The entire Netherworld Mirror emitted an intense brilliance. In an instant, it covered Xiao Hua. This brilliance was so intense that it far exceeded what Ziming had seen before. Ziming was shocked. As for Xiao Hua, in the instant that beauty mark appeared in his mind, he saw the blood membrane that was originally gurgling with blood suddenly become blurry. It was as if it had entered a teleportation. All of the blood vessels were distorted and all of the green light was elongated. After a burst of light and shadow changed in front of his eyes, a huge pitch-black silhouette appeared in front of him. It was like a huge palace, but also like an unparalleled monster in the world. However, before he could see clearly what this silhouette was, an extremely strange and icy cold voice resounded by his ear, and it spoke a few words that he didn't understand at all. Immediately after, his vision became heavy as numerous enormous shadows smashed down like boulders, and the blood-red nether passage mirror appeared before his eyes once more. However, at this time, all of the blood within the Netherworld Mirror was cut off. All of the green light was scattered. Moreover, this scattering spread to the bone ring around the blood membrane in an instant. Gotcha! A few crisp sounds rang out. The entire bone ring cracked in 3 places. A mirror-like shadow flashed out at the same time as the cracks appeared. It turned into specks of light and rushed into the blood flow. Moreover, as the bone ring broke, the 2 holes pierced by the green light instantly disappeared. The large amount of blood flowing between the 2 holes immediately turned into an incomparably ferocious hell wind that soared into the sky. It was like a huge hammer smashing towards the roof of the hall. Although the roof of the main hall flashed with green light, which seemed to be the defense of the soul array, under this unparalleled netherworld wind pillar, it was easily torn apart. A hole of about 10 feet appeared on the roof of the main hall. The netherworld wind pillar rushed into the night sky and disappeared. Only faint starlight sprinkled down from the hole and fell on Ziming, who was caught off guard and did not know what to do. And on the entire main hall, all of the people who were dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? After a long while, Ziming hesitantly asked. His gaze timidly looked at the bone ring that had already broken into several pieces and fallen on the floor of the main hall. I really did not do anything. Xiao Hua was also extremely wronged. I just wanted to take a look. I did not expect it to be like this. Ziming almost wanted to cry. He asked closely, Then what did you see? What did you want to see? I also do not know what I wanted to see. And I also do not know what I saw. Xiaohua wanted to cry even more. He really did not see anything. It was just a blurry outline. Who the hell knew what it was? Young Master Xiao, you have caused this concubine to suffer. Ziming stomped his feet and bent down to pick up the bone ring. But at this time, a ghostly voice came from the hole. Ziming. This is all because of you. How did this old woman treat you? You can ask yourself. I did not expect you to do such a thing against this old woman. G-Man? Xiaohua and Ziming were both shocked. They were about to raise their heads to look at the sky. At this time, a strong turbulence rushed in from the hole. It was like a netherworld wind pillar that broke the sky and trapped Xiaohua and the other 4 people. Chapter 29:11. Xiaohua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-Man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiaohua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt, several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiaohua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar! How could Xiaohua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of half an inch. There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiaohua's golden light. Kacha-kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiaohua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiaohua's body. The golden light around Xiaohua's body was immediately extinguished. 2 sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiaohua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiaohua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiaohua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiaohua's body and meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. Xiaohua sighed. This G-Man was far too strong. Looking at Ziming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiaohua looked up to see G-Man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-Man, Xiaohua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Hutu Decade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Hutu Decade from my hands? When G-Man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the Netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-Man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Ziming also said coldly, although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-Man? If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me? With a wave of G-Man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence. What is this for? Ziming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, These are all boys' close attendants. It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Hudu stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-Man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning. But could it be G-Man wants to force the boy into harm? What do I need a reason to do? You're just a candidate for G-Man. Do I need to force you into harm? G-Man laughed bitterly. It's just that I never thought that this old woman would be so kind to you. Everything I did was for your sake. I even gave you a fair chance. But you're actually a mountain wolf that can't be tamed. Just a little bit of success and you became so arrogant. Not only did you do so many things behind my back that made my heart cold, you even killed Lu. Did you know? Lula had warned this old woman more than once, but this old woman had always believed you. I thought that a woman who vowed to revive others would not have any evil intentions. But I never thought that your revival of others was just an excuse. It was just a way for you to cover up your evil deeds. Once the time is right, you'll reveal your sharp teeth. You really made me give up. G-Man, why don't you stop talking? Facing G-Man's madness, Z-Ming replied indifferently, could it be that you didn't sleep well last night and suddenly went crazy? For no reason, you killed the boy's close attendants and even captured the boy and the others. You even took out the Hudu stockade's soul lock to deal with the guests from the country of Xi. Oh, what does your Lu-er's life have to do with the boy? Besides, the one who wants him dead is probably that Lu-er called Ziyen, right? The boy only needs to light up the soul loss lamp and he'll be G-Man. Why do you have to look for trouble and take other people's lives? Even now, you're still so stubborn. Don't think that I can't kill you just because Elder Wu isn't in the Hudu stockade. G-Man sneered, knowing that Z-Ming had nothing to fear. She clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized token, saying, of course, I won't kill you secretly. The reason I made such a big fuss is to tell the whole Hudu stockade that I have Elder Wu's token in my hands. With this token, as long as I bring you to the ancestral temple and report to the Hudu great god, I'll be able to exercise Elder Wu's responsibility. Naturally, I can also use this to kill all of you. Hearing this, Z-Ming's face turned pale, but then he smiled faintly. Boy has long thought about this situation. You want to get rid of the boy and make way for your Lu? It's not that the boy doesn't know. It's just that the boy has always been under Elder Wu's protection and didn't let you succeed. Now that Elder Wu is really on a long journey, you're using this opportunity to show off your power. The boy had long expected this when he returned to the Hudu stockade. However, the boy didn't expect you to wait until now to make your move. You're really shrewd. G-Man snorted again, her anger rising again. You're just like that bitch, always thinking that you're infallible and putting your own thoughts on others. You only think that you're the most reasonable person in the world. Don't you think that if I had the intention to get rid of you, why would I wait until now? Even if Elder Wu is in the Hudu stockade, I can still kill you. Haven't you already done it? Why didn't you wait for Elder Wu to come back? Z-Ming bit his lips so hard that some blood vessels appeared, and he reprimanded her word by word. That's because I can't wait any longer. G-Man's voice was terrifyingly cold. Wu-er has some expectations for Elder Wu's position, and I know that. But I've warned him before, Meng Mountains will always have a lot of kinship, and we can't split the Hudu stockade into two just because of some power. In the early years, the ancestors of Meng Mountains had such considerations when they set up Elder Wu and G-Man in the Shaman stockade. Lu-er is very obedient, and he's always listened to my words. He's always given in to you, and he's never fought with Zai for anything in the Hudu stockade. But this time, when the weather in Meng Mountains changed, you lit up the soul-drawing lantern, disregarding the life and death of the people of Meng Mountains. Lu-er is very obedient, and for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he worked tirelessly. I don't even know how many hardships he went through before he finally found the source of the change in the weather, and he even asked for a battle before me, saying that he's willing to lead his subordinates to wipe it out. Look at what Lu-er has done, and look at you. You've really disgusted me. I really don't know how I've tolerated you all these years. The more G-Man spoke, the more agitated she became, and her entire body was trembling. It seemed like she was really enraged by the sudden news. Of course you like your Lu? No one else can compare to him. Ziming had already thrown caution to the wind, and he didn't care about anything else. He said calmly, but do you know what your Lu did in Huda Stockade? What did he do in the vicinity of Peacock Mound? That's right, you're absolutely right. In your eyes, Lu has always been a thorn in your side. That so-called change in the weather is probably a trap that you've painstakingly set up, right? It was also you who leaked this information to Lu, or through someone else, right? You didn't dare to ask for help from Huda Stockade, so you took advantage of the cultivators you've met in Shi to ask them to help you, right? G-Man laughed angrily. My poor Lu. That day, I even told him clearly that such a change in the weather could not be caused by a single soul beast. But for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he didn't listen to my advice, and even said that he wouldn't know until he tried. If you had 10% of Lu's loyalty, how could you have thought of such a vicious plan to kill Xiao Chong? At this point, G-Man waved her hand and said coldly, kill them all. The guards in the hall responded. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jing Chong's stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, just now you said that others killed Xiao Chong, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Huda Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order, how could they deserve the death penalty? Heh, you finally admit it? G-Man laughed coldly. This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end. What did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them? Ziming denied again. Xiaohua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to G-Man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that G-Man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. Chapter 29:12. G-Man threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was sharp like an owl's. If this old one doesn't bring out the evidence, I'm afraid you'll never admit it. Your personality is exactly the same as that slut's. Following G-Man's order, a short, dark-skinned and skinny soul warrior rushed into the hall. Xiaohua stared at the soul warrior for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. In his eyes, the dark, skinny soul warriors didn't look too different from each other. If they didn't have any obvious characteristics, he might not be able to tell them apart. The soul warrior rushed into the hall and knelt in front of G-Man. He pointed at Ziming, Xiaohua, and the others and said sorrowfully, G-Man, you must seek justice for young Master Ziyan. They were the ones who worked together to kill young Master Ziyan near the Yellow Sand Ridge. I risked my life to escape from their hands. I didn't even have the time to collect young Master's corpse. Ji Qing, don't worry. Take your time and tell me all the details clearly. Not only are the elders of the Huda Stockade here, but there are also G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stockade. They will definitely seek justice for you and announce this matter to the public. G-Man's tone calmed down as he instructed. Xiaohua frowned and raised his head to look. Sure enough, the elders he saw at the back Earth Hall, as well as G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stronghold, were slowly walking into the hall. Each of them had a look of astonishment on their faces as they looked at the hall strangely. They seemed to have been summoned by G-Man from all over the place. Yes. Ji Qing took a deep breath and said, on that day, young Master Ziyan received the news. As Ji Qing explained the ins and outs of the matter, everyone's face was filled with indignation. According to Ji Qing, Ziyan was the one who fell into Ziming's trap for the sake of Meng Shan's life, and Ziming was the one who wanted to eliminate Ziyan at all costs for the sake of Ji-man's position. In the end, Ji Qing even prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Ji-man, there were dozens of brothers who came back with this little one. We rushed back to the Back Earth stronghold day and night, but we didn't expect Miss Ziming to set up an ambush along the way. Except for this little one, the other brothers were all killed by her trusted subordinates. This little one hid in Huanqi Mountain for a long time and didn't dare to show my face. If I didn't meet Elder Yen Su from the Kenji stronghold and know that young Master Zi had returned to the embrace of the great god Hutu, many Wu elders and Ji-man had gathered at the Back Earth stronghold, this little one wouldn't have dared to ask Elder Yen Su to send this little one back to the Back Earth stronghold." Sigh. Xiao Mao couldn't help but sigh when he heard Ji Qing's words. Ji Qing's ability to lie was comparable to Xiao Hua's. Therefore, everything he said was basically true. However, he would always say one or two lies at the end of the story. These few lies would distort the truth of the entire matter, causing people to think that Ziyan, who was originally an evil person, was the incomparably righteous Ziyan, while Ziming, who was killed, became the main culprit. However, Ziming didn't have anything to refute, because she really did kill him afterwards. "How is it?" Ji-man asked indifferently. "Ziming, what else do you have to say?" "Ji-man killed Ziyan. The boy doesn't deny it." Ziming finally spoke. "But why didn't you think that the boy could have dealt with Ziyan and the 9 divine guards by relying on these few cultivators from the country of Shi?" However, just as Ziming finished speaking, he sighed again. "Sure enough," Ji-man coldly said, "that drought demon was your trap." The 9 divine guards were simply no match for drought demon. You naturally didn't rely on these cultivators, but rather that drought demon. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and also smiled bitterly. Who would have known that drought demon had pledged allegiance to Xiao Mao later on? Xiao Huan naturally also thought that Ziming's maids could testify for her. However, Xiao Hua had seen a few of these maids at the very beginning. Later on, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were killed by Ziyan. How could they testify? Why wasn't it Ziyan who set up a trap to deal with the boy? Ziming couldn't help but refute. Ji-man glanced at Ziming and Xiao Hua, nodded and said, "As the first candidate for Ji-man's position, if Ziyan wanted to meddle with the Grand Witch, he could naturally deal with you. But he cares about Meng Mountain and wants to benefit the people of Meng Mountain and save them from danger. Why would he care about the position of Grand Witch? Look at you. I already know that this so-called Daoist Xiao has some seeds that can try to solve the current predicament, but for your own selfishness, you used them as the price to haggle with me and Grand Wish. You took these seeds in your own hands. You even want to use these seeds to set up another leader outside of Grand Witch and Ji-man of Hutsu's stronghold, dividing the people of Hutsu's stronghold. Ziming, oh Ziming, your intentions are terrible." "Seeds? What seeds?" Ji-man of Jingong's stronghold was puzzled. "The seeds taken from the netherworld could it be that they can't compare to these seeds? Go and ask him." Ji-man pointed at another skinny old man in the distance. When the old man saw Ji-man pointing at him, he quickly walked out from the crowd, bowed and said, "I'm Grand Witch of Weeping Fowl Stronghold. More than half a year ago, I learned from the people of Wu's stronghold that they are planting a strange seed. This seed is different from the previous ones. It's not afraid of the drought in Meng Mountain, and it grows very fast, much faster than the previous seeds." Overjoyed, I quickly asked, and only then did I know that it was Miss Ziming's doing. Of course, at that time, I guessed that it was Ji-man's grace to let Miss Ziming pick the most difficult Wu stronghold to try. She must not have much confidence, and if she had a result, she would definitely come to me and Grand Witch to discuss this matter. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive the summons of Ji-man and Grand Wish. Instead, I received the bad news of young Master Zai. I came to Huda's stronghold because I missed young Master Zai, and also because I wanted to ask Ji-man and Grand Witch about the seeds. But during the entire ceremony, Ji-man didn't mention anything about the seeds, so I didn't dare to probe further. So, I waited in the stronghold, trying to see if I could get the seeds as soon as possible. After all, Although the seeds were useful, they were too little. If G-Man could give us more seeds, the people of Weeping Fowl's stronghold wouldn't starve to death anymore. The Grand Witch continued, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anything. Thinking of those people who starved to death, I couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why I boldly asked to see Master G-Man. You can leave now. G-Man nodded. After I get the seeds, I'll give them to Weeping Fowl's stronghold first. Thank you, G-Man. The old man bowed and left. G-Man, Jingapple's stronghold needs more seeds. G-Man of Jingapple's stronghold quickly shouted. I know. G-Man took a deep breath and said, I don't even have a single seed now. What do you want me to give you? This. G-Man of Jingapple's stronghold quickly looked at Z-Ming. Z-Ming, this is also the reason why I'm extremely disappointed in you, and why I've completely given up on you. G-Man said, you clearly have the seeds that can save the people of Meng Mountains. Why don't you take them out? Do you think the position of G-Man is more important, or the people of Meng Mountains? If you want the position of G-Man, you only need to tell me. As long as you take out the seeds, even if the soul-setting lamp isn't repaired, even if you can't light up the soul-setting lamp, I can still appoint you as G-Man's successor. I can even give you the position of G-Man right now. You're so straightforward. But if the boy offers the seeds, I'm afraid you'll be the first to send the boy to meet the great godhood. Z-Ming stiffened his neck and said coldly. But what about now? G-Man's tone was also cold. You've given up your life, but didn't you still give the seeds to me? Don't you feel regret? That's right. That day, the boy had already told others. This seeds will eventually be given to the people of Meng Mountains, or when the boy lights up the soul-setting lamp, or when the boy returns to the embrace of the great godhood. Therefore, the boy has never felt regret. G-Man. Xiaohua saw that Z-Ming was already determined to die, so he quickly called out. Shut up. G-Man scolded and waved the bone staff in her hand. Xiaohua immediately couldn't speak. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Xiao Mao and the others were also the same. It's all because of you Daoist sect cultivators from the country of Xi. Z-Ming was originally a good person, but after getting to know you guys, his heart had these filthy thoughts. If you guys didn't talk to him about revenge, or his background, how could he have fallen into such a dead situation? G-Man said fiercely. Xiaohua was anxious. He finally understood why G-Man didn't care about Xiao Mao's matter. Moreover, he also understood that today, G-Man had the intention to kill, and none of them would be able to survive. Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly, trying to come up with a countermeasure. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too far away from G-Man, and his entire body was sealed by G-Man. Now, he couldn't use any of his methods, so how could he fight back? I'm afraid this is the only method left. Xiaohua quickly sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. Although that place was sealed by the soul lock, and his soul strands, primordial spirit and little white dragon couldn't come out, his mind still had a trace of connection with his primordial spirit. He urged the primordial spirit in the dark cloud to speed up the practice of the soul strands, so that he could fight back before G-Man killed him. G-Man? Z-Ming said indifferently, the boy can offer the seeds, but G-Man must agree to one condition of the boy. What condition? G-Man asked back. Young Master Xiao and the others have nothing to do with this matter. They only occasionally got involved. Moreover, these seeds were brought here by young Master Xiao from the country of Xi. As long as you let them go, the boy will immediately offer up the seeds. Z-Ming glanced at Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed, and said softly. See, hearing this, Xiaohua immediately opened his eyes. He was wrong. So, the reason why Z-Ming didn't take out the seeds was to use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to save them. Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? G-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Hutsu's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Z-Ming nodded. Ha, look, G-Man pointed with her hand. You are the descendant of Hutu great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Hutu great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu. I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. G-Man, Ziming said anxiously, they really have nothing to do with this. Ziyan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. G-Man waved her hand, stopping Ziming's explanation and said, don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Ziming's face flushed red. The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua had his eyes closed and did not know. Fairy Xianxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Ziming. Poor Fairy Xianxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiuxia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiaohua. However, Jiuxia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiuxia knew when to stop and leave. This made Fairy Xianxia feel somewhat comforted. Now that they came to Hutu's stronghold, this Ziming was actually Ziyi. Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Xianxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiaohua. How could Fairy Xianxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Xianxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by G-Man's words. How could she not be angry? Since G-Man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed. Ziming said resolutely. Since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed Lu, this old woman will definitely not let them off. G-Man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags. Why don't you try? Ziming sneered. G-Man ignored her and continued, furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used this seed on the way back to the Back Earth Stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now, it doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to hear, Ziming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you? G-Man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. In addition, this old woman has revealed this matter in front of all the elders, and recorded this matter in the Magus Code. Even if the Grand Magus returns, even if the people of Back Earth Stockade ask, this old woman has a reason to reply. Ziming, now that things have come to this old woman doesn't want to say anything more. When you return to the embrace of Back Earth Great God, you can reflect on your evil deeds. Xiao Mao didn't know what Xiaohua was doing, but his calmness was different from Li Zongbao's. His corporeal body struggled to break free, and he even opened his mouth to scream. He really wanted to tell the truth, and let Ziming take out the soul artifact that imprisoned the demon's soul. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't even say a single word. Fairy Xianxia looked at Li Zongbao, and there was helplessness in both of their eyes. They knew that the danger today was far greater than anything they had ever faced before. When the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Perhaps, These 4 Daoist sect disciples who came to Meng Mountains from thousands of miles away were really going to die in the fierce struggle for power in Back Earth Stockade. As for Xiao Hua, the only person who could create a miracle, he was trapped in the mysterious dark cloud. Countless soul strands were moving around like lightning, and strands of green light were flashing. One after another, shapeless green seal text was forming and disappearing amidst strange noises. The current situation was somewhat similar to when Xiao Hua condensed his core. His endless potential was forced out under the threat of death. Furthermore, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to think about how to consume the rejuvenation pill and how to replenish the loss of his life essence. But how could the ancient green seal text be so easy to comprehend? How could the so-called witchcraft curse be released so easily by the soul strands? Enter the ancestral hall. After G-Man finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Hua and the others with disgust, and then looked at Zi Ming, who had an unusually calm face. He waved his hand and gave an order, and then walked out of the hall. Following G-Man's orders, the guards who had just killed Zi Ming's subordinates rushed out, each of them grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest. Their hands that were still stained with blood were grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest by their necks. As for Fairy Hong Xia and Zi Ming, they were helped up by the maidservants and followed behind the guards. After coming out from the hall, G-Man's face was still pale. What happened to Zi Ming and Zi Yan was a huge blow to her. She had tried her best to maintain the balance of power in Back Earth Stockade, but things had come to a stage that she didn't want to see. The crowd was like a tide, and G-Man was standing at the tip of the tide. Everyone behind her had a panicked and shocked expression. It was as if they had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night and suddenly realized that the things that didn't happen in their dreams had actually happened. Young Miss Zi Ming had actually killed Zi Yan, and G-Man was actually going to kill Zi Ming without Elder Wu's permission. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and a smear of white appeared in the sky. Clouds the size of a fist covered the sky, and the edges of the clouds were faintly golden. When the golden light fell, it illuminated the entire Back Earth Stockade, illuminating the crowd. Following G-Man, they passed through the various halls of the Back Earth Stockade and arrived at the back of the mountain. There were also some halls behind the mountain, but these halls were different from the ones in front of the mountain. These halls were all huge. Some were built with large stones, some were supported by huge trees, and each hall was inlaid with countless white bones. Most of the palaces in the front of the mountain were red in color, but these halls were mostly dark green in color. The back of the mountain was rather barren, with rugged rocks and thick withered trees everywhere. Even in between the halls, one could vaguely see some white bones. If Xiao Hua opened his eyes right now and saw such a scene, perhaps he wouldn't be as surprised as he was when he saw the palaces in Back Earth Stockade, because this barren scene was what he had imagined the shaman's stronghold to be like. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was casually carried by a dark and skinny guard, like a hunter carrying his prey. Although Xiao Hua's forehead would occasionally flash with a green glow, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the green glow, it didn't attract the guard's attention at all. Walking along the wide mountain path, G-Man arrived in front of a huge hall in the time it took to eat a meal. This hall was obviously different from the other halls. Not only was it because the entire hall was white in color, but also because the doors and pillars were all built with white bones. On top of these white bones, countless strange beasts and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. The sound mirage beast that Xiao Hua and Zi Ming encountered in the Sea of Netherworld was actually one of these nether beasts. G-Man came to a stop in front of the door. Waving her hand, she began to mutter something under her breath. A faint green light began to emerge from the bone staff in her hand. But just as she was about to open the soul array, a scorching hot and furious soul sense swept over from afar. Ping ping ping! A series of popping noises followed. Ah! Screams of agony began to ring through the air. Umph! G-Man sensed it and snorted coldly. The green glow in her hand dissipated, and she turned around to see where the soul sense came from. In the dimly lit sky, an orange-red flame was flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, There were already many guards of Back Earth Stockade riding their soul beasts in front of this flame, but no matter if it was soul beasts or soul warriors, before they could even get close to the flame, a dark red flame flashed around their bodies, and their bodies exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they fell from the sky. Woo! A deep and furious roar came from afar, and an indescribable feeling of dryness suddenly appeared in G-Man's heart. They're finally here. G-Man's body flashed with green light as she spoke in a low voice. G. In contrast to G-Man's calmness, at the foot of the mountain furthest away from G-Man, the ground beneath the feet of the soul warriors had already begun to crack open. The originally dry soil was drying up and turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grains of yellow sand were gradually forming. The soul warriors couldn't help but begin to panic. Raising their heads to look at the massacre in the sky, they cried out in alarm despite knowing that they couldn't panic. Woo! Sensing the arrival of Hanba, Xiaomao opened his mouth and let out a whimper. He stopped struggling, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Boom! More and more soul warriors flew into the sky to stop Hanba, but they weren't a match for Hanba at all. Hanba's thick palm would raise from time to time, and every time it raised, several soul warriors would turn into a mist of blood. Every time it raised its palm, several soul warriors would scream and fall from the sky with sparks flying all over their bodies. Chapter 29:14. Keech, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the Back Earth stronghold. Like a command, the spirit warriors that were flying in the air immediately stopped and hurriedly dodged. Then, the 36 white-haired elders waved their bone staffs and flew into the air. It was clear that these 36 elders had been accumulating their power for a long time. Just as they rose into the air, streaks of dark green light were produced from their bone staffs. These streaks of light were like dots of light that constantly moved between them. In just a moment, a huge green net was born between these elders. Swoosh! The moment the green net was formed, a clear sound came from the sky. Countless ghost heads appeared along with this sound. Furthermore, the green light turned into dots, each of which was an extremely small ghost head. Oh! A mournful ghost cry came out from these ghost heads. That cold and bloodthirsty aura immediately filled the entire green net. The strange thing was that after these ghost heads howled in unison, not only did the green brilliance disappear, even the ghost heads disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had ever appeared. Hitorigami had already flown close to the elders. At this moment, Hitorigami was different from before. The red hair on Hitorigami's body had all faded away. It was similar to its face. However, Hitorigami's skin was extremely thick. It looked like the texture of a mountain rock. The phosphorescent runes had also faded away. It looked like an ordinary person. Hanba stopped. An ominous glint appeared in its crimson eyes. Sparks would occasionally appear around its body. At this moment, these sparks suddenly flourished. A somewhat hoarse and furious roar was emitted from Hanba's mouth. A hesitant expression appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it had also sensed the power of the soul formation set up by the 36 elders. However, Hanba only paused for a moment. Then, it raised its hands again. An indescribable heat suddenly appeared near the 36 elders. Swoosh! A layer of faint green light flashed and covered the elders. Several of the elders' skinny faces suddenly bulged with green veins and then disappeared. Seeing that its attack was blocked, Hanba became anxious again. Looking at the distant palace, it suddenly changed its direction and began to land on the ground as if it wanted to burrow into the ground. Unexpectedly, just as Hitorigami moved, 16 of the 36 elders also moved. They flew faster than Hitorigami, and in the blink of an eye, they landed below Hitorigami. Roar! Hitorigami saw these people blocking him, and he waved his hand again. These people's bodies emitted a green light again. Hitorigami's other hand grabbed at the air, and the green light was immediately torn apart. With a muffled bang, another elder's body exploded. The elders to the side didn't think that Hanba would be so strong that the soul formation of 30 people couldn't stop it. Their faces changed. However, the other elders didn't stop. One by one, They flew past Hanba's feet and shook their bone staffs. Wang wang, a strange buzzing sound came from the bone staffs. A huge green net appeared in front of the 15 elders and wrapped around Hanba. At the same time, the 16 elders who stopped in midair also waved their bone staffs. The green net that disappeared earlier appeared again and covered Hanba from the top to the bottom. Roar, seeing this, Hanba didn't dare to fly down anymore. Its entire body wanted to escape the range of the green net. Unfortunately, Hanba's flight was still too slow. He had only flown for about 100 feet before the green net began to close up like an inescapable net. The moment the green light came into contact with the net, a sizzling sound was immediately emitted. The brilliance of the light intensified, and the ghost head that had disappeared earlier appeared again with a ferocious expression. It pounced towards Hanba. Roar, Hanba was enraged. The red flames around its body also became brighter. Both of its hands waved continuously. The ghost heads that were pouncing towards it all flashed with a trace of fire and were completely destroyed. What was special was that the flames around Hanba's body were like golden flying swords. The ghost heads that were close to it were pierced through one by one. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the giant green net fell into the flames. Zzzlala, after a series of noises, the green net bound the flames out of thin air. At the same time, the flames that were previously revealed were covered. The flames actually became much thinner. What was special was that after the green net fell, each of the green lights started to swim. They were like thin pythons that coiled around Hanba's body. Roar, Hanba roared. Its entire body expanded. The flames also expanded as if it wanted to break free from the green light. Unfortunately, the 35 surviving elders waved their bone staffs at the same time. Countless green lights fell into the green net. As Hanba expanded, the green net also extended. There were no signs of it being destroyed. On the other hand, the flames around Hanba's body became even thinner. Although both of its hands were grabbing onto the green light and trying its best to tear it apart, every time it tore apart a green light, another green light would appear. Moreover, even more ghost heads appeared out of thin air. They were like flies that saw blood. They pounced on Hanba's body and opened their mouths, wanting to devour Hanba's essence blood. It's only a so-so. G-Man sneered from afar. He was about to wave the bone staff in his hand again. However, at this moment, two loud sounds came from the air around Hanba and G-Man. Ah? G-Man was shocked. She hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. The spirit treasure soul lock that was imprisoning his body was currently emitting an intense sound. What was special was that the bone spikes that were pressing against Xiaohua's forehead and the back of his head were currently being restrained by a layer of dense green light. Furthermore, the green light was flashing more and more, gradually covering Xiaohua's head. The loud sound came from within the green light. Green seal text? G-Man was even more shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see that the flashing green light was the green seal text that was gradually forming. Furthermore, following the formation of the green seal text, a familiar sound gradually came out. This sound was like the sound of thunder, but also like the sound of flowing water. It came from afar and came closer. It stopped in her ears and was born in her heart. Not only that, following the sound, an indescribable feeling emerged from G-Man's heart. She looked at Xiaohua's surroundings in disbelief. Furthermore, following the sound, she looked towards the sky. The formation of the green seal text actually caused a phenomenon in the sky. Strands of dark clouds came from all directions and gradually gathered above Ho-Tu's stronghold. This. G-Man couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This was a divine ability that even she didn't have before. That's right, at this moment, Xiaohua had already gradually figured out the method to pronounce the green seal text. Within the mysterious dark clouds, the tiny green seal text overlapped one another and emitted a loud sound. This sound shook the soul lock's imprisonment and wanted to break it apart. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only had the cloud summoning rain talisman. This talisman didn't have any offensive power. Furthermore, Xiaohua's green seal text wasn't completely successful. Even if he wanted to break free from the soul lock's imprisonment, He still couldn't do so. Now, it even attracted G-Man's attention. G-Man was shocked and resentment appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As she waved her bone staff, a green light appeared in her mouth. When the green light landed on the blood essence immediately exploded and turned into a ghost head. The ghost head screamed and rushed into Xiaohua's head. Following the disappearance of the ghost head, the green light around Xiaohua's head also gradually disappeared. The sound of the green seal text also gradually stopped and the dark clouds that filled the sky also slowly dispersed. Xiaohua's final struggle was also broken by G-Man. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that he was already at his wit's end. G-Man's gaze coldly swept across the dejected Xiaohua, then he looked into the distance. The other loud sound just now came from where Hanba was. Hanba's body flashed with a red brilliance, and a huge illusory figure appeared from its body. It seemed to be formed by strange red runes, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the moment that G-Man imprisoned Xiaohua again, the phantom had already grown to more than 10 feet. The green light and ghost head that were binding Hanba was blocked by the phantom. The soul power of the 35 elders seemed to be insufficient to support the green light. As the light flickered, the phantom actually showed signs of collapsing. Hanba, as expected of great god Shibai's descendant. G-Man sighed. Her body flashed with a green light again. Like a green rainbow, she shot into the sky and appeared right above Hanba's phantom in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes were focused on G-Man. They wanted to see what she would do. However, G-Man simply stretched out her hand and a green light appeared at her fingertips. The moment this green light appeared, it was as bright as a star. It was even brighter than the rising sun. With some difficulty, G-Man pointed her finger and the green light landed on the phantom. Roar! As the green light entered his body, Hidorigami let out an extremely painful roar. The shadow rapidly shrank, and the green light that bound Hidorigami's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Hidorigami returned to his original form. The green shadow was like a giant python that bound Hidorigami tightly. Sigh, Xiao Mao sighed in his heart. He was also dejected. He looked at Xiaohua and wanted to shake his head but couldn't move. He could only smile bitterly. Only Ziming's gaze was hesitant. She wanted to look at Xiaohua but was also worried about Fairy Hongxia. However, there was clearly some worry in her eyes. This was because when Xiaohua let out that loud noise, she had clearly heard the sound of the green seal text. Although she didn't know how Xiaohua activated the talisman, she was very clear in her heart that activating this mysterious talisman consumed life essence. She should give the rejuvenation pill to Xiaohua, but she couldn't move right now, so how could she take it out? However, when she saw that Xiaohua's face was still the same, she was puzzled. Could it be that she heard wrongly? Hanba was captured by G-Man. Just like Xiao Mao and the others, its burly body struggled with all its might. The flames around its body were also faintly discernible. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished as soon as they appeared. It seemed to have no effect on the green light. Hanba's hands were also waving nonstop. However, no matter what, it couldn't use the powerful bloodline power from before. Chapter 29:15. G-Man snorted coldly once again. With a point of his finger, Hidorigami immediately fell from the sky like a huge boulder. With a loud boom, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, shattering a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain. Watch this thing carefully, G-Man instructed. Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards the hall. The 35 elders did not dare to be negligent. They descended from the air and surrounded Hanba. Green light was faintly discernible on their bone staffs. Clearly, they were on high alert. G-Man's figure appeared in front of the palace door. The bone staff glowed with green light again. G-Man waved his hand and the green light streaked across the sky like a sharp sword. A green crack appeared in the air in front of the palace door. This crack slowly split open and pulled to both sides. At the same time, the green light rolled up like a rolling curtain. Roar! The green light rolled up halfway. A roar came from the green light and the two green lights turned into a beast's head. The beast head became slightly more solid, then turned around and charged toward the two deathly white bone doors at the entrance of the palace. With a loud boom, the beast's head sank into the bone doors. The two bone doors glowed with green light and blood gradually appeared. It was like the blood in the netherworld sea. It flowed along the bone doors. When the entire bone doors were covered by the blood, G-Man opened his mouth and chanted in the Huda village's witchcraft language. A flight of stairs gradually appeared in the blood. It extended from the bone doors and extended to G-Man's feet. The blood gradually turned into a ferocious beast's head. It opened its bloody mouth and waited to devour the guests on the stairs. G-Man glanced at the stairs under his feet and slowly stepped onto it. The stairs changed and brought G-Man's body into the mouth of the beast head that was formed by the palace door. As for the guards, when they saw G-Man go, they quickly grabbed Xiao Mao and the others. Especially the guard who was freed from Xiao Hua's hands by using the green seal scripture. He kicked Xiao Hua fiercely a few times before grabbing Xiao Hua's neck and jumping up the stairs. The stairs were also strange. As the guards jumped up, the stairs suddenly widened. It did not feel crowded when the few of them stood together. Naturally, the rest of the people also stepped onto the stairs after the guards. Xiao Hua's face was facing down. He could only see the stairs constantly changing, followed by a blood-red color and the smell of blood. In the end, Xiao Hua saw a ground full of bones and skeletons. Plop! Xiao Hua was casually thrown to the ground like an object. Only now did he have the chance to raise his face and see the situation of this hall clearly. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the ancestral shrine of Huda village was this huge bone hall. There were no pillars in the center of the bone hall. The roof of the hall was made of bones and skeletons, and the floor was also made of bones and skeletons. In fact, it was not clear which was the floor and which was the roof. At the top of the hall was a blood-red curtain that blocked everyone's view. What was behind the curtain couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not even soul sense or divine sense could see through it. G-Man quietly stood in front of the curtain. Her eyes stared at the blood-red curtain, and two traces of blood could be seen in her eyes. Cough cough. After everyone who could enter the ancestral shrine had entered, G-Man coughed twice, turned around, and raised her hand. It was the token of Senior Wu. With a cold voice, she said, "Everyone, you have all seen it." For the sake of G-Man's position, Ziming had schemed a lot. Not only did he use Huda village's Hanba as bait to lure Xian, then he used Hanba's bloodline power to kill Xian. Furthermore, he had also leaked the secret of Meng Mountain to the cultivators of Dao sect. As a cultivator of Dao sect, this Xiao Hua actually knows some witchcraft arts. This old woman really doesn't know how many secrets Ziming had leaked out. Ziming's evil deeds have already violated the teachings of our ancestors. Although he is the primary candidate for G-Man, this old woman has decided to send him back to the embrace of Hutu Great God, so that he can reflect on his actions. As for these cultivators of Dao sect, they are the murderers of Xian. This old woman will also exterminate them to avenge Xian. After she finished speaking, G-Man turned around and faced the blood-red curtain. She knelt down, and a voice of yin and yang came out from her mouth. It seemed like she was praying, but also seemed like she was telling something. All the soul warriors and elders behind her also knelt down, and a similar voice came out from their mouths. Following these voices, strands of green light slowly appeared, and floated towards the blood-red curtain. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the green light on the blood-red curtain increased, and gradually formed a layer of green mist. At this moment, G-Man stood up from the ground and raised the token in her hand. The token flew into the air and rushed into the mist. With a buzzing sound, all of the mist was sucked in by the token. The token trembled for a moment, then turned into a strange beast head the size of a fist. The beast head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of green light shot out, landing on the blood-red curtain. The curtain gradually opened, and a huge statue of Hutu Great God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wu, a series of strange high-pitched sounds came from the mouths of the Hutu stronghold's residents. Everyone piously knelt down again. The gigantic statue of a deity was floating in midair, and the two hands in front of it were holding two jade snakes in a hugging posture. There were many thumb-sized bone grains in front of the statue, and each bone grain was engraved with strange runes. These should be the sacrificial tablets of the Hutu stronghold's ancestors. These bone grains were densely packed, and they floated between the arms and the jade snakes, as if they had really returned to Hutu great god's embrace. Below the statue, there was a small sacrificial table. The table wasn't empty, and besides a few flickering green candles, there was a furry thing lying lazily on the table. At this moment, the furry thing seemed to have been awakened by the noise. It poked its head out from the table, and it looked like a dog's head. However, as the dog's head poked out, a faint beam of light shot out from its mouth. As the light grew more and more sinister, wisps of blood-red light appeared in the air above the ancestral hall, and mournful cries could be heard. On top of the dog's head, the two sparkling eyes on its head swept across the soul cultivators, and a kind of fear that came from the soul cultivators' souls was born. Aside from a few old soul cultivators whose bodies were flashing with green light, the rest of the soul cultivators fell to the ground and bowed with trembling bodies. When G-Man saw that the dog had been awakened, she hurriedly bowed and began to chant some strange incantations. The black dog aimlessly glanced at the people kneeling before the offering table. Suddenly, its little nose wrinkled and its entire body trembled. With a whoosh, the black dog flew up from the offering table. Like a black lightning bolt, it rushed in front of the crowd. The people kneeling on the ground were like stones in a pond. They were so scared that they rolled around on the ground. It was as if they were extremely afraid of the black dog. However, to everyone's surprise, that black dog didn't pay attention to anyone. Instead, it obediently flew in front of Xiao Hua, who was half lying on the ground. Woof 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 woof, a burst of joyful barks sounded. That black dog actually started to happily play around in the air. In the end, it actually landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This. G-Man looked at all of this in a daze. She knew that Ziming had already served this sacred beast for dozens of years. If she were to use Elder Wu's token in the ancestral hall, it would inevitably alarm the sacred beast. Perhaps, it would disrupt her plans. However, she already had a plan to deal with it. But what she never expected was that the sacred beast was indeed alarmed. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary alarm. But the one who alarmed the sacred beast wasn't Ziming, but that mysterious Xiao Hua. G-Man could clearly feel the sacred beast's ecstasy and attachment. Zhang Xiaohua? G-Man suddenly came to a realization. She once again looked at Xiao Hua with an inconceivable gaze. This is the sword practitioner that the sacred beast is looking for. Zhang Xiaohua? Daddy. When the black dog landed on Xiao Hua's shoulder, a voice emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It made Xiao Hua somewhat confused. But when the black dog's warm tongue licked his ear, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He hurriedly replied, "You are Little Black?" "Daddy," Little Black replied. It happily leaped over Xiao Hua's head and landed on his other shoulder. At this moment in the ancestral hall, everyone was stunned like clay statues. They forgot to fear and tremble. Even Ziming, who was extremely familiar with the sacred beast, was unable to react. Her thoughts were the same as G-Man's. She didn't know how Xiao Hua became the flying sword-wielding Zhang Xiaohua that the sacred beast was talking about. Wu, Little Black happily jumped a few times. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't react, it angrily whimpered a few times. It opened its mouth and with a ha sound, a white light flashed. It spat on the dark green light that was binding Xiao Hua. The moment the light touched the white light, it immediately melted. "Sacred beast," G-Man hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, she uttered some incomprehensible shaman language, as if she was asking something. Who would have thought that at this moment, Little Black completely ignored G-Man. It immediately flew up from Xiao Hua's shoulder and barked randomly. "This?" G-Man hesitated. She didn't need to communicate with the sacred beast. She also knew that the sacred beast wanted her to release Xiao Hua. But if she released Xiao Hua, Ziming would naturally be released as well. Then, How would she repay Ziyan's revenge? Woof woof, Little Black urged again. It seemed that it was already somewhat anxious. G-Man bit her lips tightly. The expression on her face changed several times. She was really somewhat unwilling. She finally made the decision. She was finally going to take revenge. But at this final stage, there was a variable that she couldn't resist. Could she let go? Kill? A trace of ominous light flashed through G-Man's eyes. Chapter 29:16. However, the ferocious glint in her eyes disappeared in a flash. G-Man did not dare to kill the Saint Beast even though she was confident. Because she wasn't confident and didn't dare to kill all the elders in the ancestral shrine. Moreover, she didn't dare to destroy the entire Hutu stronghold's foundation. Is it wrong for me to avenge Lua? Puttigad, why is she so unfair to me? G-Man clenched her fists and murmured to herself as warmth gushed out from her eyes. G-Man. A gentle voice came from the palace door in the distance. Elder Wu? G-Man sniffed and looked over, only to see a slightly dark and skinny young man walking over from there. This young man looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, like the twinkling stars of the morning. Moreover, this young man walked slowly, step by step in the air. His figure was faintly discernible, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of G-Man. Greetings, Elder Wu. G-Man didn't dare to be negligent and bowed. Everyone in the ancestral shrine also bowed with G-Man, and the respect in their eyes was even greater than when they saw Little Black. Woof 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 woof, only Little Black continued to bark in the air, not afraid of this young man. Hee hee, Elder Wu had a warm smile on his face as he reached out his hand and patted Little Black's head. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Then, Elder Wu pointed his finger, and a green light that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared from his hand and landed on Xiaohua's body. The dozens of dark green pythons immediately disappeared. Immediately after, Old Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the soul lock that bound Xiaohua also broke free from Xiaohua's body and landed in his hand. Finally, Old Wu frowned slightly, and with a flick of his right hand's middle finger, a ball of blood-red brilliance also flew out from Xiaohua's head and dissipated in the air. Xiaohua completely regained his freedom. He stood up from the ground and respectfully said, Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior. Xiaohua, you're not Zhang Xiaohua? Old Wu also seemed to be surprised as he looked at Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He was very happy. He had already landed on Xiaohua's head and messed up Xiaohua's hair. Junior's name might be Zhang Xiaohua, but Junior's name is Xiaohua now. Xiaohua looked at Elder Wu's gentle expression and didn't hide anything, carefully replying. I see. Nodding his head, Old Wu looked at Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Finally, he looked at G-Man who had yet to get up and asked, G-Man, please get up. What's going on? I beg Elder Wu to make the decision and seek justice for my dead Lu. G-Man refused to get up and said in a sorrowful voice. What's wrong? When did he return to Hutu Great God's embrace? Elder Wu was also surprised and he hurriedly asked. Of course it was Ziming's doing. G-Man said hatefully, otherwise, how could I tie her up and bring her to the ancestral hall? How could I alarm the sacred beast? Elder Wu nodded his head slightly, glancing at Ziming. He didn't instruct G-Man to release Ziming and the rest, but asked indifferently, have you investigated? Yes, I have investigated, and Ziming has admitted it himself. G-Man replied. I got it. Please get up. Elder Wu's expression didn't change. Tell me the whole story. Now that we are in the ancestral hall, I may not have the authority to punish others. If Ziming really killed Ziyan, I will give Ziyan an explanation right here. Yes, I thank Elder Wu. Hearing that, G-Man hurriedly got up and repeated the whole story. Then, she pointed her finger downwards and said, the elders and guards were all present. I was afraid that there might be a mistake, so I brought them to the ancestral hall. If Elder Wu doesn't believe me, you can ask them. All right, Elder Wu nodded his head, looked at Xiaohua and asked, what G-Man said, do you admit it? Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, replying, although most of what Ji-man said is true, she got it wrong. The one who set the trap is Ziyan, not Ziming. Furthermore, this Ziyan is definitely not the Lu, that Ji-man spoke of. He is Lu, who has been possessed by the devil. Ziming has solid evidence. Elder Wu only needs to take a look to know. Wu has been possessed? This is impossible. Not only was Elder Wu stunned, even Ji-man turned pale with fright and denied it. Sigh, the devil's methods are getting more and more brilliant. Elder Wu was clearly starting to believe Xiaohua. With a sigh, he said to Ji-man, release Ziming, this old man will question him. Ji-man asked in disbelief, Xiaohua, if Ziming has solid evidence, then previously. At this point, Ji-man couldn't ask any further. She already understood that Ziming wouldn't give this evidence to her even if he had to risk his life. That was an extreme distrust of her. Ji-man's face paled slightly, and she released Ziming, Fairy Xianxia and the rest. Ziming ignored Ji-man, bowing towards Elder Wu and said, Boy greets Elder Wu. It's been hard on you. Elder Wu waved his hand and said, Tell me everything that happened. Ziming replied, and told Elder Wu everything that happened after he left the Back Earth stronghold. He even told Elder Wu about Master Qin's death. In the end, Ziming stretched out his hand, and his index finger cut across his calf like a knife. With a flash of blood, the soul artifact that contained the devil's soul was taken out from his flesh, and he raised his hand to present it to Elder Wu. Seeing this soul artifact, Ji-man's face turned even paler. She already understood that Ziming was telling the truth. Ziyan was no longer Ziyan, the one who killed Ziyan was the devil in this soul artifact, and Ziming could even be said to have avenged Ziyan. Ji-man, do you want to see it or me? Elder Wu took the soul bead and instructed Ziming to heal his wounds, then asked Ji-man, Elder Wu, please see. Ji-man shook her head slightly. This concubine wants to avoid suspicion. All right, Elder Wu didn't decline, and his starry eyes stared at the soul bead. A strand of green crystal came out from between his eyebrows and entered the soul bead. Traces of blood red seeped out from the soul orb and entered Venerable Wu's forehead through the crystal thread. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Venerable Wu finally retrieved the crystal thread and looked at Ji-man with a complicated expression. Was this concubine wrong? Ji-man couldn't help but ask, how many devil's minions are there in the Back Earth stronghold? You were wrong, but it's good that you didn't make a big mistake. Elder Wu said lightly, and then his mouth moved a few times. Ji-man heard, and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wu's face was also gloomy. He threw the soul bead in his hand, and it landed in front of Blackie. Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and with a ha sound, a white light came out of his mouth and sprinkled on the soul bead. A pitch-black shadow let out a mournful cry and was sucked into his stomach. After Blackie ate the devil's soul, he actually did the same thing as Goldie. He stretched his waist, and his blood-red tongue touched the corner of his mouth. Then he laid on Xiaohua's shoulder and seemed to be drowsy. Xiaohua looked at Blackie and used his hand to stroke its smooth fur. He smiled and asked, Elder Wu, this is this junior's Blackie. This junior wants to take it away. Yes, although this is the sacred beast of our Back Earth stronghold, it still came from the heavens. From the day it asked this old man to look for you, this old man knew that it would leave the Back Earth stronghold. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Moreover, the sacred beast is a sacred beast because it was bestowed by the heavens. The sacred beast's whereabouts are arranged by the great God. How can we, the people, decide for the sacred beast? Many thanks, Elder Wu. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily placed Blackie in his arms. Farewell, sacred beast. Xiaohua said casually, but the elders of the Back Earth stronghold did not dare to be negligent. Everyone knelt on the ground again. Thank you, great godhood, for your grace. As if it heard everyone's kowtows, Blackie actually poked its little head out from Xiaohua's arms. With a sound, it spat out a white light, and then shrank back. I've made you suffer. Elder Wu looked at Fairy Xianxia and the rest and said kindly. Fairy Xianxia and the rest hurriedly bowed, This junior greets Elder Wu. This is nothing. As long as we can clear Miss Ziming's grievances, we are already satisfied. Sigh, it's all because this old woman was too anxious and believed in slanderous words. Ji-man also hurriedly said. Fairy Xianxia and the rest glanced at the calm Ziming and quickly bowed. This matter is too much of a coincidence, and Ji-man is also concerned about her family. This junior can understand. Ji-man looked at Ziming's expression, and her heart sank. She knew that the family she had accumulated for dozens of years had been poured down like a torrential flood in less than a day. Ziming's heart had already built a strong dam, and no matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible for her to reach the same level as before. Sure enough, Ziming glanced at everyone and said calmly, Boy knows that he is not good at expanding, but he is good at protecting what he has built. He has never put the safety of the people of Meng Mountains aside. Furthermore, I don't care how others look at Boy. Boy only does what he thinks is right. It doesn't matter if you understand or misunderstand. Once something has happened, then we can never go back to how we were before. Elder Wu smiled, and an indescribable charm immediately appeared on his ordinary-looking face. He pointed his finger and said, Ziming is right, Ji-man is also right. Everything that happened before today has turned into water. We can never go back to how we were before. A mistake is a mistake, and no amount of compensation can change what has been done wrong. Since we can admit our mistakes and never make the same mistake again, that is the right thing to do. How can we be completely right when we govern Wu Stockade? As long as we have the people in our hearts, we can handle things impartially, and we have a clear conscience. As for the mistakes that we can't go back to how we were before, let it be an eternal mistake. Let it be a lesson for us. Without the past, without the present, how can there be a future? Only when there is rain can there be a rainbow. Only then can we know the beauty of Meng Mountains. Hutu Stockade is one of the 12 great stockades of Meng Mountains. How could we have gone through such a simple storm? If we, the descendants of the great god Hutu, are defeated by such a trivial matter, wouldn't we become a joke to the original Daoist Shao of the country of Xi? Chapter 29:17. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Wu and Ji-man had mentioned his name twice in a row. That Ji-man was still fine, but she should have sensed the situation with them. Since Venerable Wu of Bai Lu Stronghold could mention the name Daoist Shao, then Ji-man could too. However, Venerable Wu was different. He had just returned from outside, and Ziming had told him that he was ordered by the Shaman King to go deep into Meng Mountains. How could he know so clearly? Thinking of Venerable Wu's situation, Xiao Huan naturally thought of Xue Mingcha of Sword Domain. Since she could also mention his name, although there was still some doubt in her tone, since she could think of it, how could the others not know? Since the sword cultivators knew, how could the cultivators of Dao sect not know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Perhaps the current nascent soul masters already know Wu Ming's origin. Looks like I'll have to seek advice from Han Zhu about my Buddhist cultivation. I'll see how I can conceal it better. Everything in Hutu Stronghold and Meng Mountains was arranged by the great hands of Hutu Great God and the other 12 great gods. It was all to temper and sharpen us, the descendants of the great gods. Only after going through the hardships of Hutu Stronghold today can we understand the value of family, trust, and selflessness. Only after going through the drought of Meng Mountains can we understand the importance of hard work and toil, and the importance of Meng Mountains to us. Venerable Wu saw Xiaohua frown and ignored him. He then said to Ziming and the others, all the disasters now have shown us that no matter if it's the demons, swordsmen, or cultivators, even the soul warriors and natives of Meng Mountains, they all have some unfathomable intentions. They always want to realize their own schemes and satisfy their own selfish desires. They treat the lives of billions of people in Meng Mountains as grass, and treat Meng Mountains as a chess piece. They even treat the world as their own slaughterhouse. This is something that we, the descendants of the 12 great gods, cannot tolerate. This destroys the tradition of our billions of people peacefully guarding Meng Mountains. Yes, we'll listen to Senior Shaman's instructions. When everyone heard this, they were all excited and cheered in unison. Even though there were still some sounds among these calls, and there were still some shaman language that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand. Obviously, Grandmaster Wu's words were meant for Xiao Hua and the others to hear. Then, Grandmaster Wu spoke again, but this time, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand the shaman language. Following Grandmaster Wu's orders, groups of guards were led out by the elders. In just a short while, only Grandmaster Wu, Ji-Man, Xiao Hua and the others were left in the ancestral hall. The current Huda stronghold is in some trouble. I believe Daoist Master Xiao has already seen it. This old man was aware of this situation long ago and has already made preparations. However, I never thought that the devil cultivator's attack would be so intense that even Ziyan's body would be possessed. It seems that this old man will be busy for a while in the coming days. Grandmaster Wu said to Xiao Hua in a very amiable manner, therefore, I would like to ask Daoist Xiao to stay in my back earth village for a few days. After this old man has finished dealing with the secular affairs, I will discuss with Daoist Xiao. No problem, Xiao Hua smiled. Although this Grandmaster Wu looked very ordinary, but since he appeared in the ancestral hall, every action and word of his attracted everyone's gaze and attention. Furthermore, Grandmaster Wu's words were neither hot nor cold, and were extremely pleasant to the ears. His fairness and strictness were self-evident, which made Xiao Hua's heart filled with admiration. Xiao Hua naturally took this kind of senior's words to heart. He bowed and said, Junior and the others will listen to Senior's arrangements. Ji-Man, follow this old man to the back earth palace. Grandmaster Wu nodded and ordered Ji-Man. Ji-Man also replied respectfully, yes, this concubine understands. Zi-Ming, now that you have repaired the soul-falling lamp, and Ziya's matter has also been settled, rest for a day and then come to the back earth palace. Grandmaster Wu looked at Zi-Ming, who was in a daze and looking straight at the ground, and said, Zi-Ming's situation seemed to be very emotional about Grandmaster Wu's words, and he actually didn't hear Grandmaster Wu's order clearly. After Grandmaster Wu finished speaking, he suddenly understood and asked curiously as if he had just woken up from a dream, Boy, why are you going to the back earth palace? Grandmaster Wu laughed and didn't say another word. He raised his feet and walked away like a shadow. Ji-Man looked at Zi-Ming apologetically, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and also walked out of the ancestral hall. Zi-Ming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. What should have happened had happened, and what should have been said had been said. It seemed that what happened before was different from before, but thinking carefully, what changed? What didn't change? Zi-Ming. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Zi-Ming's ears. Grandmaster Wu is right, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. You still have to think carefully. This concubine understands. It's easy to say, but when it comes to doing, how can it be so simple to truly understand? Zi-Ming looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter smile. Fairy Xianxia was originally dissatisfied with Zi-Ming, but at this moment, she felt pity in her heart, and said softly, Sigh, life is always unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of separation are the main taste. Miss Zi-Ming, your heart must be strong. As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia also looked at Li Zongbao. Ever since Li Zongbao used the netherworld mirror and didn't see Kai Zhuoxia's image, he hadn't said a word. Even when he was captured by Ji-Man, he didn't say a word, and didn't resist at all, as if he had lost his soul. Fairy Xia's words were meant for Li Zongbao to hear. Unfortunately, Li Zongbao still looked at the ground indifferently, and ignored her. Io Xiao Hua. At this moment, Zi-Ming suddenly cried out, and took out the rejuvenation pill, and handed it to Xiao Hua. Quickly take the rejuvenation pill. Quickly replenish your life essence. What? Fairy Xiao was also anxious, and asked curiously, Xiao Hua, when did you? However, Fairy Xiao hesitated when she saw Xiao Hua's face. She had seen Grandmaster Qin's condition after she entered the soul-refining cave, and knew what it was like to have one's life essence damaged. At this moment, Xiaohua's face was glowing, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like his life essence was damaged. Is that so? Xiaohua actually didn't feel anything. He was forced to do it and his life was almost gone, so what was the point of wanting his life essence? Moreover, he was only able to use half of the cloud summoning rain spell before it was sealed by G-Man, and the green seal text was not completely released. As for whether this spell could damage his life essence, Xiaohua didn't know. Touching his smooth cheeks, he was a little dazed. Using half of a spell, can it damage my life essence? Xiaohua thought for a while and asked. Of course, Ziming was a little anxious and urged, witchcraft is the essence of heaven and earth, how can we mortals use it? We can only rely on life essence to replenish the heaven and earth essence consumed by witchcraft. Not to mention using half of it as long as it is used, it will be damaged. But I don't feel anything. Xiaohua smacked his lips. Why don't we wait a little longer? This rejuvenation pill is also quite precious. Ziming was about to cry, and stamped her feet. Young Master Xiao, I'm not joking with you. The taboo power of my Meng Mountain's witchcraft is not something you know. That is the power of a great god, not the magic power of a cultivator, and not some spell formed by heaven and earth's spiritual energy. All right. Seeing Ziming in a hurry, Xiaohua quickly caught the rejuvenation pill, and said, how about this, I'll take the rejuvenation pill first. I'll see when the life essence starts to be damaged, and when there is something wrong, I'll immediately take the rejuvenation pill. Switch. I'll also know how powerful that witchcraft is, right? Alright. Young Master Xiao can decide for yourself. Ziming helplessly shook her head, but a moment later, she thought of something and said in a low voice, what was the witchcraft spell that young Master Xiao used just now? When did young Master cultivate it? This witchcraft spell, even my Hood Village's Elder Wu, can't use it. It's a long story. Xiaohua said with a smile. This is the spell evolved from my cloud summoning rain talisman. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Ziming was shocked, and said involuntarily, isn't this great god Xianming's rain summoning technique? I don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile, but I got it from somewhere in Meng country. This witchcraft spell can't attack, but young master risked his life to activate it. I'm afraid it's useless. Ziming sighed. Xiaohua said in all seriousness, even so, at that time, this Xiao couldn't just surrender without putting up a fight. It's all my fault for dragging young Master Xiao and the others into danger. Ziming blamed herself again. I'm afraid G-Man will think that I leaked the secret of Meng Mountain. Hearing this, Xiaohua shook his head and said, Ziming, Elder Wu's words are very good. You go back and reflect on it. I won't say anything. Xiao and the others came to Meng Mountain. According to you soul cultivators, it was Hutu Great God who sent us here. Even this witchcraft spell was instructed by Hutu Great God. If it's related to you, it was Hutu Great God who sent you to Sentry City and let you get to know me. All the cause and effect originated from Hutu Great God. I understand. Ziming smiled slightly. Daoist Zhao's trip to Meng Mountain is very important to the people of Meng Mountain. Judging from Elder Wu's expression just now, it's far from the distress when the drought just started. I'm sure you already know how powerful Daoist Xiao is. AI, that's right, this Xiao has a hard life. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders casually with a pitiful appearance. Ziming laughed. He was really happy now. Let's go. Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat, and she urged, Elder Wu has already asked Ziming to go to Hutu Palace. It's also a chance for Ziming. Let's rest early and let Ziming have some peace. Ziming lowered his head, and Xiaohua acted as if he didn't hear it. Xiao Mao said tactfully, that's right, I've been tortured by this by G-Man. Even my mother's portrait is only half done. I still have to finish it while I'm free. Chapter 29:18. Young Master Xiao, please. Ziming lowered her head. Her ears were burning as she quickly walked in front of him. Her feelings for Xiaohua were actually not that deep. It was only because no one was able to enter her eyes. Xiaohua's temperament was completely different from the millions of Meng Mountain spirit warriors, and he did not have the slightest bit of flattery. That was why he immediately entered her heart. Today's experience, which could not be considered a lingering and frightening experience, had deepened her impression of him, making it somewhat hazy. This hazy feeling had always been a secret, and she did not want Fairy Xianxia to know about it. However, G-Man had pointed it out. Now that Fairy Xianxia was on guard, she naturally felt embarrassed. "Oh right, Ziming, there is something that I feel is strange about. I would like to ask a few more questions." Xiaohua spoke again at an inappropriate time, causing Fairy Xianxia to stare at him with a bit of anger and embarrassment. "Young Master Xiao, please speak." Ziming lowered her head slightly and looked up slightly, asking in a low voice. "Regarding Ziyan, I am somewhat puzzled. I have always wanted to ask about it." Xiaohua did not care about this, and spoke out the doubts in his heart. Ziyan was possessed by a demon, so he did not fall. Perhaps his natal spirit tablet would not shatter. However, Hanba killed Ziyan, and Miss Ziming took away the demon's remnant soul. Does that mean that the natal spirit tablet would not shatter before the soul was destroyed? Why did G-Man not know about this? Why did she only make things difficult now? Oh, so this is what young Master Xiao is puzzled about. Ziming understood and smiled. That natal spirit tablet is only a magic of your Dao sect. There is nothing similar among Meng Mountain spirit cultivators. Oh? Why not? If you had this item, you and G-Man, wouldn't there be so many misunderstandings? Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Ziming's face was slightly pale. She said indifferently, "If we had this item, the incident with Ziyi would not have happened." After thinking for a moment, Ziming said, "I believe young Master Xiao already knows about the power of bloodline. It is the foundation of Meng Mountain spirit cultivators' spirit techniques." "And I know a little." Xiaohua nodded. Master Kachin had already told him about this. Simply speaking, the power of bloodline is to use the power of heaven and earth through the inheritance of blood essence. The blood essence must contain the imprint of a soul warrior. Ziming said, "Although your Dao sect's Dharma spells don't talk about this, the natal spirit tablet that can be refined with blood essence should also belong to this category. A drop of blood essence isn't much to you Dao sect cultivators, but to us soul warriors, it's incomparably important. A soul warrior can use countless methods to use blood essence to cast spells on another soul warrior, and even take the life of that soul warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for us, the soul warriors of Meng Mountains, to use our own blood essence to craft some natal spirit tablet and let others control our life and death. Actually, a simpler explanation would be that since the death of a Dao sect cultivator could cause the destruction of his natal spirit tablet, the destruction of his natal spirit tablet would definitely cause the death of a Dao sect cultivator. Your Dao sect's natal spirit tablet is the most important method that cultivation sects use to control their own disciples. It's not the concern for their own disciples that ordinary people think. Let me say something unpleasant. If my Meng Mountains were to attack your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms, we don't even need to fight to the death. As long as we can control your Jade Archive Palace, we can completely control all of your cultivators." Hiss! Hearing this, not only was Xiaohua dumbfounded, even Fairy Xianxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua even thought of the golden natal spirit tablet that he kept in the Jade Archive Palace. Dao sect cultivators are like locusts in the mortal world, desperately devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using everything in the world for their own use. Moreover, they plunder by hook or by crook, not caring about the needs and nourishment of heaven and earth. Today's abnormal weather in Meng Mountains, I'm afraid it's the result of your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms ignoring the heavenly Dao, right? Ziming sighed. It's a pity that you cultivators don't know about it at all. Moreover, you're so arrogant, thinking that you're the orthodox sect. The people of the world are also short-sighted. When they see how powerful the Dao sect spells are, they naturally follow suit. Therefore, our soul cultivators have declined, and our Confucian cultivators have died out. At this point, Ziming saw that Xiaohua and the others' expressions were not good. She smiled and said, "This is what Venerable Wu said on a normal day. I'm just listening. Now that I'm telling you, young Master Xiao, you may not necessarily take it seriously." Hee. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at Fairy Xianxia and the others who were also thinking about something, he didn't know how to answer. As they spoke, they walked out of the ancestral hall. With a glance, they saw the tall and sturdy Hitorigami standing on top of a boulder. The Hitorigami seemed to have received Venerable Wu's orders and didn't make a fuss. When it saw Xiao Mao, it roared and flew down from the boulder. The ground where its feet landed turned yellow. With a smile on his face, Xiao Mao stretched out his hand. The Hitorigami also stretched out its big hand. 2 fingers touched Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Mao whispered a few words, and the Hitorigami laughed happily. Then, its body glowed red, and it flew into the sky again. The Hitorigami is very powerful. Unfortunately, it still can't control its own strength. Xiao Mao looked regretfully at the place where the Hitorigami was standing. There were already some fine grains of sand. He said, "Otherwise, with it following us, it could have saved us a lot of trouble. It's a pity that you can't bring it out of." Xiaohua said casually, but stopped halfway. "Yes, why can't I bring it out of Million Meng Mountains?" "Yes, Million Meng Mountains is the Hitorigami's home. I won't let it leave. Moreover, if it goes to the cultivation world, who knows if it will attract the attention of nascent soul or spirit-severing stage seniors." Xiao Mao said with a smile. He then took out the jade scroll in his hand and immersed his divine sense in it. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the terrifying mountains on the left. He then looked at Fairy Xianxia and said, "This? I'm afraid this is where the earliest Huda stockade was located?" "Yes, it is." Ziming waited for a moment. Seeing that Fairy Xianxia didn't say anything, she slowly said, "According to the shaman canon, the earliest Huda stockade only had an ancestral temple. Moreover, the ancestral temple wasn't as big as it is now. Later, it slowly expanded. The palaces and other things were built around the ancestral temple. When the back mountain was full. This was another large-scale construction in my previous life. Previously, I've said that the buildings in the front mountain were heavily influenced by Confucian cultivation. It's already different from the back mountain. Confucian cultivation, what should it look like? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He thought of the turtle shell, the core, and the inscriptions on the armor. Outside the ancestral shrine, there were naturally guards standing guard. Ziming looked at the guards and gave a few orders. Then she whispered to Xiaohua and the others, "This concubine's resting place is near the ancestral shrine. This concubine won't see you off." "Yes, Miss Ziming, please have some peace." Xiaohua didn't dare to say more. "We'll also go back and meditate. When Elder Wu finishes dealing with the matters of Huda stockade, we'll meet again." "Alright." Ziming smiled and was about to turn around. Fairy Xianxia said again, "Miss Ziming, you have to pay more attention to the matters of Huda stockade. After all, you're the next G-man. The task on your shoulders is very heavy. The people of Huda stockade are all depending on you." Ziming's heart ached. She knew what Fairy Xianxia wanted to say. She smiled bitterly, "Thank you, sister. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she smiled at everyone. Then, she turned and walked along the wide mountain path towards the hall beside the ancestral temple. Her figure looked so lonely in the wind. "Sai, let's go." Xiaohua sighed. Although it's G-man and the Huda stockade is above everyone else, the hardships involved can't be compared to the freedom of being a cultivator. "But, do you want to share the burden?" Fairy Xianxia asked with a smile that didn't look like a smile. "Don't, please don't." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. "This Xiao has a lazy personality. This kind of thing should be left to the ambitious. It's just sharing the burden. Why don't you try?" Fairy Xianxia didn't give up. "I'm very eager." Xiaohua's face turned serious. "This Xiao is a cultivator. How can I get involved in the affairs of millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Besides, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I want to share the burden, It's the affairs of my myriad Thunder Valley. How can I split myself here? Hee Xiaohua. What's that talisman of yours? It looks like a soul spell, right? Fairy Xianxia laughed. Besides, didn't you lose that Dharma body of yours? When you find it, let it come to Huda Stockade. Just treat it as if you're here. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Oh right, speaking of this. Xiaohua didn't seem to hear her. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Xianxia, don't you think it's strange? Why can't we find Kai Zhuoxia's soul? I was the one who brought her corpse back with my own hands. Besides, didn't you say that you buried her? You buried her with your own hands. How could she still be alive? Fairy Xia's heart clenched. She nodded and said, that's right. Unless, the one who died was an elder sister? Hearing that he had successfully changed the topic, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, I saw Kai Zhuoxia's death with my own eyes. Besides, the corpse that I brought back was seen by the head of your Kai family. Everyone was certain that it was her. How can it not be her? Then, where did the problem go wrong? Fairy Xianxia scratched her head. Unless elder sister really isn't dead? But at that time, she was completely lifeless and suffered such heavy injuries. Until the time of the burial, this concubine had repeatedly probed but didn't find anything strange. If there was even a trace of warmth, this concubine wouldn't have. Senior brother Li, what do you think? Xiaohua turned to look at Li Zongbao and asked. Back to Liang, this Majia wants to see it with my own eyes. Li Zongbao raised his head. His eyes were red as he said word by word. Previously this Majia didn't dare to admit it and didn't dare to face it. But now that Zhuoxia is still alive, this Majia has been enlightened. Since this Majia has her in my heart, I should admit it in front of the whole world. This way, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Perhaps she is waiting for this Majia to visit her. Chapter 29:19. This. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. He was afraid that Li Zongbao had gone mad. He had seen Kai Zhuoxia's death with his own eyes. She was really dead and could not be alive. Since the Netherworld mirror could not find traces of Kai Zhuoxia's soul, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld mirror. Wasn't there a problem when he used it? It must be because Li Zongbao and Fairy Xianxia used it that something happened. Yes, I am also in a hurry to go back and see my sister's body. Who knows, a miracle might really happen. Fairy Xia's face was also filled with excitement. Li Zongbao also bit his lips and said, yes, since Ziming wants to revive Zai, if Zhuoxia is not dead, there is no reason why she can't be revived. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. He looked at Xiao Mao, who was walking with his head down and seemed to be immersing his divine sense into the jade slip. He could not say anything. It seemed that only he, the culprit who broke the Netherworld mirror, did not get anything from the Netherworld mirror. Yes, what is that huge black silhouette? What is that series of sounds? Xiaohua was puzzled. Is it the Netherworld? Or the 9 Springs? Or the 10,000 Demon Realm? The Demon Realm? Xiaohua and the others returned to the quiet room with doubts in their hearts. However, this quiet room wasn't the enormous palace from before, and it was a small and exquisite room instead. Presently, only Xiaohua was seated cross-legged in this room. Thinking about how so many things had happened in just one day and one night after leaving the quiet room, Xiaohua was almost exhausted. Most of his mental energy was on the sounds of the green seal text. If it was not a matter of life and death, even if he had started dozens of days ago or even decades ago, Xiaohua did not believe that he would have made the most crucial progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, Xiaohua sat cross-legged quietly. He did not think or do anything. He simply meditated, and in a moment, he entered a dream. Although Xiaohua was asleep, the primordial spirit in Qingshan heaven was still waving the soul strands and trying different sounds. Strands of green light were constantly produced, and strange sounds were constantly emitted. Similar to the situation in Qingshan heaven, in Xiaohua's dream, there were also green lights fluttering. The green seal script that was born in the white bone previously turned into butterflies that gracefully entered the dream. Of course, whatever you think about in the day, you will also have dreams. The emergence of the green seal script inexplicably stimulated the primordial spirit and the soul strands. From the earliest formless green seal script to the later green seal script gradually emerged in an orderly manner. It actually became a kind of faint music that reverberated throughout the entire clear spirit heaven. When it was deep into the night, the energy of the outer realm Yuan star broke free from the confinement of the sun star and shot out from the starry night, enveloping Xiaohua within it. After the appearance of the outer realm Yuan star force, about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Elder Wu flashed out of the sky like a ghost. His starry eyes were even brighter in the night, and after strands of green light flashed, he had a strange expression on his face. That expression seemed to have some understanding, but it was also astonishment. This astonishment seemed to have more confusion than understanding. Elder Wu softly muttered a few inaudible words of shaman language, then slightly shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared again. Dream. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Xiaohua suddenly woke up. Cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and all the green seal text in his dream came to an abrupt end. It was completely shattered by the inexplicable words of the pitch-black giant monster's outline. Sigh. Xiaohua looked left and right, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "Is this dream my family? Why do I care so much about it? But if it really wants to come, why is there no sign of it?" Thinking of this, Xiaohua sneered again. Since nameless identity is going to be revealed, then the person who sealed my Naiwan palace will definitely appear. My amnesia must be related to them. The day when the truth comes to light is gradually approaching. Unfortunately, my nameless is only at the early nascent soul stage. My Naiwan palace and Middle Dantian are sealed so tightly, it's definitely not the work of a nascent soul cultivator. If it's not a spirit-severing cultivator, then it's a void refinement cultivator, or even a body fusion cultivator. Damn it, this won't do. If I meet them now, I can only be a fish on the chopping block, not a knife. I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly stared blankly, as if he thought of something. He forcefully slapped his forehead with his hand and said, "Damn it, how could I forget? When Wuxia died, she died a cold death. But when I was in Liang's Kai family, didn't I use that strange willow branch to summon the soul? That broken willow branch is really strange. All the spiritual herbs in the space grow crazily, but this willow branch hasn't changed at all after so many years." Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind entered the space, and from the edge of the yin-yang pool, he took out the willow branch again. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it, and he bitterly smiled, but he saw that the willow branch was still abnormally dry, and the dried surface was dotted with yellow spots, no different from before. Especially the 9th grade willow leaf, it didn't increase or decrease, and even the withered yellow lines on the willow leaf didn't change at all. In the end, is this thing causing trouble again? Xiaohua lost confidence, but from the surface, this thing was just an ordinary willow branch. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't change in Xiaohua's space, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua spent dozens of high-grade spirit stones to buy this treasure, Xiaohua would have thrown this willow branch away long ago, right? Maybe it's useful? Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, and he secretly said, "This Ho-Tu village's Elder Wu is obviously an expert. His cultivation is simply unfathomable. Moreover, shamans have always been proficient in soul techniques. If this thing can protect Wuxia's soul, it's obviously one of the few powerful things in the world, even more powerful than the soul-falling lamp. Elder Wu should know." However, Xiaohua only had this thought, and he immediately extinguished it, and hurriedly sent the willow branch back into the space, and still stuck it in the yin-yang pool. There are many treasures in the world, and Xiaohua didn't know how many of them can protect the soul, but Xiaohua knew. Elder Wu calmly dealt with the dispute between Ji-Man and Zi-Ming, and easily cleared the Ho-Tu village of the demon invasion. That was because Elder Wu had absolute control over the Ho-Tu village. In this control, Wu wouldn't care too much about any unforeseen events. However, if this willow branch entered Elder Wu's eyes, and if it exceeded what Elder Wu could bear, would Elder Wu become greedy? Xiaohua boasted that he already had a lot of rare treasures, but when he saw an excellent magical treasure, his heart would still itch. Xiaohua himself was like this, what about others? Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Elder Wu wouldn't make other moves. Forget it, this kind of treasure is related to life and death, it's better for this young master to know. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then raised his eyes to look outside the quiet room. At this moment, the quiet room had just lit up, as if another day had come. It's already been dozens of days, right? Elder Wu still hasn't come. I'm afraid the Ho-Tu village's crisis is really serious this time. Sai, this devil dweller, is really everywhere. I don't know if these demons are related to Yin Meng and the others. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that the millions of Meng mountains blocking the northwest side of the Xiaoyu continent was really disgusting, but now, he felt that it was incomparably cute. If it weren't for the millions of Meng mountain soul cultivators, perhaps Zhang Qingxiao would have already been captured by Lord Ji Peng, right? I better hurry up and cultivate. When Xiaohua thought of Lord Ji Peng, his heart trembled again. He knew that this kind of cruel and merciless demon general would appear in front of him sooner or later. After such a long period of recovery, under the miraculous effect of the Sun Shroud art, Xiaohua's burned divine sense had recovered. Moreover, this divine sense had become even more tenacious, thick, and enormous. Although it couldn't be compared to the Buddhist sense, Xiaohua had a feeling that as long as he kept cultivating the Sun Shroud art and strengthening his mind, this divine sense would soon surpass the Buddhist sense. While sighing with emotion at the miraculous secret technique given by Jiuxia, Xiaohua once again erased Jiuxia's face from his mind and sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. At this moment, the mysterious dark cloud was different from before. In the short period of time that Xiaohua had controlled the green seal text, some strange runes had appeared outside the mysterious dark cloud. These runes were faintly floating outside the dark cloud, appearing and disappearing. Every time a rune appeared, a faint green glow would flash. This green glow would pass from one rune to another, and then disappear along with the disappearance of the rune. When another rune appeared, the green light would appear again. Slowly, this green light ran through the entire surface of the mysterious dark cloud, and those strange runes also gradually covered the entire mysterious dark cloud. Xiaohua had always been interested in runes. Seeing that it was so strange, he had already focused his mind on these runes. However, these runes either suddenly disappeared when they came into contact with his mind, or they disappeared before his mind could even approach them. Xiaohua's mind was unable to capture them. When Xiaohua coincidentally encountered a newly formed rune, a kind of boundless feeling immediately came from that rune. Compared to this boundless feeling, Xiaohua's mind was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant and undetectable. See, Xiaohua suddenly realized, this might be the heavenly pattern earth deed that protects the soul. Immediately, Xiaohua's greedy thoughts appeared again. Damn it, if I can comprehend this heavenly pattern earth deed, then how good would that be? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only encountered it for a moment, and after that, he didn't have anything else. Even if he wanted to encounter it again, it was impossible. Opportunity. Xiaohua understood that it was impossible, and regretfully entered the mysterious dark cloud. The moment Xiaohua's mind entered, the heavenly pattern earth deed suddenly flashed outside the mysterious dark cloud, as if it wanted to resist. When it lightly touched Xiaohua's mind again, that flash was extinguished, and the heavenly pattern earth deed returned to its previous state of flickering. Chapter 29-20. Wow, Xiaohua had just entered the heaven ring of Qi when the originally cold and desolate heaven ring of Qi fluttered in all directions. Sounds that seemed to shake the heavens and earth constantly resounded in the heaven ring of Qi. The outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, and traces of clouds and rain also appeared in midair. The green seal script is divine, able to steal the essence of heaven and earth, causing changes in heaven and earth. The 12 great gods are able to move heaven and earth and weep ghosts and gods, as expected. Xiaohua exclaimed in amazement. He had always thought that the Dao sect's spells could reach the heavens. Although Zi Ming, Master Qin Qin, and the others had already explained the magical powers of soul spells, Xiaohua still felt that it was impossible. After all, he had only cultivated to the second day of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, far away from becoming a shaman. Even if he could comprehend the Green Seal script, how could he have the ability to reach the heavens? But everything in front of him was telling him that soul cultivation was really different from Dao cultivation. The pure Green Seal script had nothing to do with cultivation. At this moment, he really had the possibility of reaching the heavens. After entering the clear God sky, the deafening sounds became even louder. The entire clear God sky seemed to be in a state of chaos. Not only was Xiaohua's primordial spirit busy waving the soul strands to try to comprehend more Green Seal scripts, even the soul of the little white dragon was roaring like a dragon dancing in the 9 heavens. And what made Xiaohua the happiest was that the little white dragon and his primordial spirit were already close to the peak of the clear God sky. The waves of commotion caused the gloomy sky of the clear God sky to shake open little by little. One by one, the Green Seal scripts that seemed to have spirituality rushed into the sky from time to time, and there were even soul strands that had completely penetrated into the chaotic space. Good, Xiaohua was overjoyed and thought to himself. So the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not just a method of dancing, day-night moon, and so on. Even if it's comprehending the Green Seal script, cultivating charms is also one of the methods. According to Xiaohua's knowledge, there should be 365 basic Green Seal characters. He had learned 3 when he was making sorcerer puppets, and he had acquired 36 from the Misty Clouds martial school. There were 4 on White Bone's left-hand bone. Adding the tens of Green Seal characters he had acquired earlier, he should have nearly 70 Green Seal characters. Recently, he had acquired another 100 Green Seal characters from the Sorcerer's Codex. Excluding the duplicates, he still had about 130 Green Seal characters. To use the moving clouds and summoning rain technique, only 36 characters were needed. These 36 characters were something that Xiaohua had just completely comprehended. Among these 36 characters, some were the Green Seal text of the clear spirit sky, some were the Green Seal text of the surrounding Qi sky, and some were the Green Seal text of the surrounding Qi sky. There were even a few that Xiaohua did not know which sky they were from. All of a sudden, Xiaohua had a strange feeling. The Green Seal text must be comprehended from the most basic level. Don't bite off more than you can chew, don't be greedy. The 12 great gods used these 365 Green Seal characters to pass down the teachings of heaven and earth. Just now, in the surrounding Qi sky, although I haven't fully comprehended the 50 Green Seal characters that belong to the surrounding Qi sky, the entire surrounding Qi sky already has the image of heaven and earth. What if I completely comprehend it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his ecstasy. His primordial spirit began to slowly comprehend the first Green Seal character revealed in the Sorcerer's Codex. Sure enough, following the sound of the seemingly right but actually wrong Green Seal character, Xiaohua fell into the surrounding Qi sky. An indescribable feeling entered his mind, a feeling of missing out on an opportunity. Dao is 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Dao gives birth to 2 extremes, 2 extremes give birth to 4 divisions, 4 divisions give birth to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams give birth to 10,000 things, 10,000 things form heaven and earth. Damn it, now in this place of chaos, isn't Dao giving birth? Alas, that primordial spirit has already entered the clear spirit sky. Even if it comes back, it won't be able to. I've suffered a great loss. Xiaohua suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. What should I do? Looking at some indescribable things gradually appearing in the surrounding Qi sky, Xiaohua was extremely disappointed. That's right, this young master's primordial spirit can't come back, but there are other primordial spirits in other places. Thinking about this, Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly rushed his mind out of the mysterious dark clouds and immediately returned to the space. Within the space, the nascent soul that had previously comprehended cultivation methods was now exerting all its strength to wield the Dharma seal. Streams of samadhi true fire were swimming up and down the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, similar to when Xiaohua first refined pills. Moreover, a faint medicinal fragrance had already gushed out from the pill furnace. Clearly, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could already refine the simplest Wu Tsang pill. If he had enough time, his primordial spirit could also refine high-grade pills such as the Peiyuan pill, Foundation Establishment pill, and so on. However, at this time, how could Xiaohua care about refining pills and refining tools? He hurriedly urged his primordial spirit out of the space and recklessly rushed into the mysterious dark clouds. Naturally, the heavenly pattern earth deed in the mysterious dark clouds also flashed with a green brilliance, allowing the primordial spirit to safely enter. Slowly comprehend it. Xiaohua's mind instructed. After Xiaohua's primordial spirit heard this, it very quietly sat in the heaven ring of qi. The indescribable thing in the heaven ring of qi also had a strange fluctuation that slowly spread to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit formed bit by bit in the heaven ring of qi, and a kind of déjà vu feeling was born in the heaven ring of qi. Moreover, the dancing primordial spirit in the heaven ring of qi had also changed. It was completely dancing with soul strands. Each strand of soul strand was emitting an extremely simple and completely identical rhythm. A green seal character that Xiaohua had never comprehended before flashed with this brilliance and gradually appeared in the entire heaven ring of qi. However, this first green seal character didn't seem to be less difficult to form because Xiaohua was already able to use the cloud-traveling rain-summoning talisman. Xiaohua's mind stayed in the heaven ring of qi for a long time. He only heard a rumbling sound. The entire heaven ring of qi was filled with green light, but the green seal character didn't appear smoothly. Forget it. This Tao begets one. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let my primordial spirit slowly play with you. Xiaohua understood the difficulty of this green seal character and withdrew his mind from the heaven ring of qi. Then, Xiaohua placed his attention on Master Qin Qin's soul cultivation equipment refining technique. After all, Xiaohua had broken the spirit treasure nether passage mirror of Ho Tu stronghold, which had a huge impact on Ziming. He also wanted to see if he could repair this nether passage mirror. However, the soul cultivation equipment refining technique was very different from the Daoist equipment refining technique. Before Xiaohua could see any clues, a guard came to invite Xiaohua, Fairy Hong Xia and the rest under the orders of Wu Lao. This time, the hall that Wu Lao was in was different from the one that Xiaohua had seen before. It was at the back of the mountain, beside the ancestral shrine. It was a hall that was somewhat similar to the Huai Xian pavilion that Ji-Man was in. However, this hall did not look as elegant as the Huai Xian pavilion. On the contrary, a kind of rough, simple and grand feeling was revealed through the white bones piled up and the roundwood spliced together on the four walls. At this time, the sun shone through the huge window and shone on the hall. The light pillar that was 10 feet in radius enveloped a square chair made of white bones, and on that square chair sat the young Wu Lao. In the light shadow, Wu Lao's face was unusually bright, as if there was a layer of holy light emitting from his body. Ji-Man was dressed in slightly plain clothes and sat below Wu Lao. Opposite her sat Ziming, who had a trace of joy on his face. Xiaohua and the rest entered the hall and saw such a scene. A kind of solemnity arose spontaneously. A few of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly stepped forward to greet Wu Lao and Ji-Man. A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Lao's face as he raised his hand and said, "Little friends from the Dao sect, we have met dozens of days ago. During this period of time, because my Ho Tu stronghold had some things to do, I have neglected you all. This old man apologizes." "We don't dare," Xiaohua hurriedly replied. "Wu Lao, the Ho Tu stronghold's affairs are more important. We came from afar to disturb you, and also brought some trouble to your stronghold. The ones who should apologize should be us." "No matter," Wu Lao smiled and said, "this old man already knows everything. Those are mostly some small conflicts. The other thing is my Ho-Tu stronghold's chores, it's nothing. Moreover, you all came together with Ziming to exterminate the demons and capture their souls. In these dozens of days, based on what I obtained from the souls, I cleaned up the entire Ho-Tu stronghold and Shibai stronghold. There were about 2,000 soul warriors who were taken over by the demons. This is beyond this old man's estimation. If this is counted, it's all thanks to Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and said, Wu Lao is a senior. This Xiao has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so this Xiao cannot be called Daoist Xiao. Wu Lao can just call this Xiao by his name. Hee, then this old man will call you little friend Xiao. Wu Lao smiled and said, Today, I invited little friend Xiao and the rest to come over because I want to discuss something with you. Actually, even if this old man doesn't say it, I think little friend Xiao should know about it, right? Xiao Hua understood and nodded. If there are no accidents, this junior must have obtained the seed of millet from a deserted island outside the sea. Indeed. Wu Lao also denied it. He raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunlight and said, To be honest, as Wu Lao, I can't leave Ho-Tu stronghold. But this old man has received the order of the Wu King to leave Ho-Tu stronghold and go to the Wu King stronghold in the depths of Wumeng. This old man wants to discuss with the 12 shaman strongholds, the descendants of the 12 great gods, about the drastic change of the weather in Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua was a little curious why Wu Lao suddenly talked about the trip to the Wu King stronghold, but he still smiled and listened with great interest. Wu Lao and Wu King of the 12 shaman strongholds, the 13 of us are helpless when faced with this difficult situation that Meng Mountains has not encountered for thousands of years. We don't know how to deal with it. Wu Lao continued, even when this old man arranged for his men to invade the sword domain, wanting to find a place to settle the people in the sword domain, I didn't get a good result. Some of the ideas and methods proposed by the other Wu Lao were also rejected by everyone. Of course, there are also some Wu Lao who talked about the descendant of the great god Shibai, who can affect the weather. They hoped that the Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold could use the power of his bloodline to summon clouds and summon rain. Perhaps it could alleviate the drought of Meng Mountains. Speaking up to here, Wu Lao glanced at Xiao Mao and said, But according to Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold, the art of summoning clouds and summoning rain is an ancient talisman of Meng Mountains. Only ancient shamans who know the Green Seal script can control it. However, although the Green Seal script is the foundation of the cultivation of Meng Mountain soul spells, the progress is slow, and the price to pay is huge. After so many years, very few people have touched it. Chapter 29-21. Furthermore, this change in the weather is the power of heaven and earth. Even if someone used the power of great god Shibai's bloodline to control the weather, how could it be compared to the power of heaven and earth? The best way is to adapt to it and not resist it. Yes, this is what the Daoist sect always says, it's better to let it go. Therefore, we treated the millet seed as our main focus. However, the millet seed is the food of Meng Mountain Ziming for thousands of years. How could it be made suitable for the millet seed to adapt to the weather overnight? We searched through the shaman canon and racked our brains, but we still couldn't find any ancient shaman art that could change all of this. At the very last moment, when he was at the end of his rope and had no way out, the shaman king was left with no other choice. Thus, he resorted to the mystic arts of Meng Mountains, gathered the blood essence of the descendants of the 12 great gods, and unleashed the art of divine connection. With the Shaman King's divine connection art and the prayers of the 13 of us, the Shaman King was finally able to communicate with heaven and earth and found the will of the great god. Under the will of the great god, the Shaman King gave me the Shaman King's order, ordering me to rush back to Huda's stronghold and tell him that the fate of Meng Mountain depends on my Huda's stronghold. Hiss! Hearing this, Xiao Hua gasped, and Jiuxia's face immediately appeared in his mind. Wasn't this so-called divine connection art similar to Jiuxia's divination art? It could find out what he wanted to know from nothing? Old Wu ignored Xiao Hua's astonishment and continued, At first, I was surprised, But after seeing what I heard and saw on the way back, and seeing little friend Xiao in the ancestral temple, I immediately understood what the Shaman King meant. The fate of Meng Mountain is really in little friend Zhao's hands. After saying this, old Wu touched his chest and took out a thumb-sized ring. The ring was completely transparent and had the shape of a crystal skull. The Shaman King said that this is a gift for little friend Xiao. He asked little friend Xiao to visit Wu Meng when you have time. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. The Shaman King also wants to thank little friend Xiao. After saying this, old Wu waved his hand, and the crystal skull slowly flew in front of Xiao Hua. Elder Wu, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Elder Wu, you didn't allow this junior to say anything and just went straight to the point. This junior really doesn't know how to respond. I don't mind giving you this seed. Perhaps it is really Hood, a great deity who wants to save millions of people in Meng Mountains with the help of me. I also want to do something with this seed. Of course, if the Shaman King's decree can be completed, and I want to do it, I can agree to it now. Alas. Elder Wu sighed, seeming to know what Xiao Hua wanted to say, and he shook his head. The 12 main strongholds are a branch of their own, and they don't interfere with each other. Even though the Shaman King commands the Shaman King stronghold and controls the Shaman King command token, he has never interfered with the internal affairs of the 12 main strongholds. I'm afraid that little friend Zhao's plan of borrowing the Witch King token won't work. When he spoke up to hear, Elder Wu stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Mao, "Give me the jade slip and allow me to take a look at your mother's appearance. Perhaps I'll know something." Facing the Elder Wu of Hutu's stronghold who could help him, Xiao Mao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out the jade slip and gave it to Elder Wu. Elder Wu seemed to have divine sense. He took the jade slip and gave it a look, then gave it to G-Man. Looking at Elder Wu's frowning face, Xiao Mao's heart skipped a beat. When G-Man saw the jade slip and shook her head at Elder Wu, Xiao Mao's heart turned cold. G-Man didn't give the jade slip back to Xiao Mao. Instead, she hesitated for a moment, then gave it to Ziming. Ziming had a surprised look on her face, but she still took it. But after she looked at it, she was also at a loss. "Xiao Mao," Elder Wu spoke, "I should have seen G-Man of Shi by stronghold, and those who are qualified to inherit G-Man's position. But your mother's appearance is really unfamiliar to me. I'm sure I've never seen her before. And since G-Man and Ziming have never seen her before, I think she might not be a citizen of Shi by stronghold." Elder Wu, Ziming returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao and said in confusion, "If Xiao Mao's mother isn't a citizen of Shi by stronghold, how can Xiao Mao have the bloodline of Shi by great god? If my mother doesn't have the qualifications to inherit G-Man's position, then why would Fu Man of Shi by stronghold attack Xiao Mao? What does your father look like?" G-Man suddenly asked. "This." Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. "Junior's memory of my father is even more vague, and I can't remember at all. If there's the netherworld mirror." At this point, Xiao Mao immediately stopped talking. He understood that he had touched a sore spot. "Right, Elder Wu, can the netherworld mirror be repaired? Where are its remains?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew that he had to face it, so he asked. "Compared to the lives of my Ho-Tu stronghold citizens, the netherworld mirror is nothing. Little friend Xiao, you don't have to worry about it." Elder Wu waved his hand and said. Xiao Hua said again, "If the netherworld mirror can be repaired, Junior's heart can be at ease." "I'm afraid it's not possible." Elder Wu smiled bitterly. "I've seen it. It was the backlash of the netherworld's power. It can't be repaired without a great divine ability." I see. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then said frankly, "If Meng Mountains can't be repaired, why don't you give Junior the netherworld mirror's remains and the refining method? Since it's Junior's fault, Junior will do his best to repair it." Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and glanced at G-Man. G-Man's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, then he nodded slightly. "Good." Elder Wu nodded. "Since little friend has such a heart, how can I not fulfill it?" After that, Elder Wu passed down the order, and a moment later, a guard brought in a bone. Xiao Hua took a look at it and kept it. Little did he know that when Xiao Hua took a look at it, Xiao Mao's face revealed a surprised expression, while Elder Wu and Ji-Man didn't have any strange expressions. Seeing Xiaohua keep the bone, Ziming took the opportunity and said, "Elder Wu, from what this boy saw, Xiao Mao's father looks very similar to Xiao Mao." But Elder Wu didn't say anything, but Xiao Mao felt strange. "Young Master Xiao, don't forget, you said it yourself, you were attacked by Fu Man of Shibai village. If he didn't know your father and saw that you looked very similar to your father, how could he kill you before you found Shibai village?" Ziming said indifferently. "But," Xiao Mao argued, "we are mortal enemies with Yi Yu, and we've already seen him at Flowing Cloud Lake." "Io, that's not right." At this point, Xiao Mao came to a realization and said anxiously, "Junior always thought that Yi Yu wanted to kill us because we were opponents in the Great War of Dao Sword. Moreover, he knew of Junior's actions at Bai Lu village, so he came to kill us. Junior even thought that his target was my big brother." "Yes, Xiao Mao, you don't have to say any more." Elder Wu heard and nodded. "If Yi Yu didn't know that you're your father's boy, why would he notice your actions at Bai Lu village? Why would he team up with others to kill you? He must have seen you at Flowing Cloud Lake long ago." "Senior, have you seen this Junior's father?" Xiao Mao probed. "No." Elder Wu and Ji-Man both shook their heads. However, Elder Wu smiled and said, "That's not a problem. In about 10 days, it's time for Ziming to light the soul lamp. Elder Wu from the other 10 villages won't come, but Elder Wu from Shibai village will definitely come, and I'll know when I ask him." "Yes, thank you, Elder Wu." Xiao Mao's cold heart became lively again. Beside him, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His seed was originally reserved for Xiao Mao as a trump card, but Xiao Mao was dismissed by Elder Wu with a few words, so what was the point of keeping his seed? "Forget it." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took the crystal skull's ring in his hand. "Since Elder Wu has resolved this junior's worries, this junior has nothing to say. Hee, little friend Xiao, Shibai village is Shibai village, and Huta village is Huta village. I can only be the master of Huta village, and I have no right to interfere with the matters of Shibai village." Elder Wu smiled and said, "I can only promise Xiao Mao to help him ask. As for how Elder Wu from Shibai village will answer, I can't make any decisions." "Elder Wu, you only need to do your best." Xiaohua nodded. "Your little finger is thicker than our waists, right?" "Hee." Elder Wu smiled and didn't say anything. "Elder Wu, Junior has a question." Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, said, "Speak." Elder Wu replied faintly. Although his tone sounded similar to Xiaohua and the others, Li Zongbao understood that there was a lack of friendliness in his voice. Even when compared to the conversation between Elder Wu and Xiao Mao just now, it was still very different. However, Li Zongbao didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He said respectfully, "Junior just wants to ask, if the netherworld mirror can't see the person in Junior's heart, does that mean that person is definitely still alive?" Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao and seemed to be thinking about something. He then asked, "If that's the case, are you sure that person is definitely dead?" "That's right. Junior is sure." Li Zongbao nodded. "Then, what do you think is death and what is life?" Elder Wu asked again. This time, Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. That's right, what is life and what is death? Although he had experienced the great battle of Dao Sword, experienced many life and death situations, and killed many swordsmen, if he really had to say the true meaning of life and death, how could he say it? Reporting to Elder Fairy Xianxia quickly bowed and said, "It's like this, you don't have to say more. I already know about this." Elder Wu's tone was still indifferent, but it was still unquestionable. Fairy Xianxia quickly shut her mouth. "Your Dao sect often says that the Dao of life and death is number one. Without life and death, there is no Dao." Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao, who was in a daze, and said, "Its mystery is deep in the Dao of heaven. Even among the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain, perhaps only I, the great god Hudu, can understand a thing or two about it. Not to mention you, even I, who have studied the art of souls and the Dao of souls for many years, find it difficult to explain its mystery." Chapter 29-22. However, if we simply talk about life and death, then a human can be divided into two parts. One is the 3 souls and 6 spirits cultivated by the people of Meng Mountain, and the other is the fleshly body cultivated by the Daoist or sword cultivators. The fleshly body is further divided into blood vessels, body, meridians, and so on. If a person's soul is the sky, then the fleshly body is the earth. No matter if it's the sky or the earth, neither can be missing. Without the fleshly body, the soul has no place to reside, and without the soul, the fleshly body becomes an empty shell and can't be considered a human. The soul is extremely important, and as long as one soul or spirit is damaged or lost, the person will no longer be the same person. Even if he is alive, what's the difference between that and death? But if the fleshly body is gone, and the 3 souls and 6 spirits are left in the world, then even if he dies, he can be reborn with an excellent fleshly body. What's the difference between that and being alive? Senior Wu's words were simple, and Li Zongbao might not be unaware of it, but he was still very respectful. But when he heard Senior Wu's words, he couldn't hold back the fire in his heart and said anxiously, "Then, Wuxia, she, as for her situation, this old man has never seen it, so naturally I can't jump to conclusions." Although Senior Wu didn't say anything, there was a slight dissatisfaction on his face, seemingly because he was interrupted by Li Zongbao. He said, "But according to this old man's knowledge, although the person you're talking about has fallen, because of a coincidence, her soul didn't fall into the netherworld. That's why the netherworld mirror can't use the power of her soul to communicate with the netherworld. That's why you can't see what you want to see." There's no reason why I can't see the reincarnation?" Li Zongbao was delighted and asked again. "A person leaves his name when he passes by, and a goose leaves its sound when it passes by. The netherworld mirror can also use the power of a remnant soul to reveal a trace of information about the netherworld. Your situation only means that your soul didn't enter the netherworld." Senior Wu waved his hand and didn't say anything else. "Sigh, Senior Brother Li." Xiaohua sighed at the side and said to himself, "I've seen people lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, but I've never seen someone as blind as you. The way of life and death, the leader of the 3,000 great ways. Why don't you wait for Venerable Wu to finish speaking before mentioning Wuxia? It's just a short while. Can you not be so anxious?" Xiaohua had been listening attentively to Elder Wu's analysis of the way of life and death, but who would have thought that he would be interrupted by Li Zongbao before he could even begin? How could he not sigh? However, Xiaohua understood that compared to the grand Tao of life and death, Wuxia's life and death seemed to be more important in Li Zongbao's eyes, right? Seeing that Elder Wu was no longer interested in dissecting, Xiaohua could only probe. In that case, that person's soul is either incomplete or lost. It's impossible for a soul or a spirit to flow into the netherworld. Elder Wu could not answer Xiaohua's question, but he nodded and said, "Indeed. Even if there was a soul in the netherworld, the nether passage mirror would still be able to reveal a trace of it. Therefore, the soul of the person you speak of is either wandering the world, or it was captured by someone else, and used to craft a soul armament." Li Zongbao's expression changed when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also shocked when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and smiled. The possibility of the soul being captured by someone else is not high. To tell you the truth, when that person died, this junior was beside him, and the corpse was also sent back to his hometown by this junior. No one had seen the corpse in between. Therefore, this soul could only be wandering the world. But here comes the question, why didn't this person's soul return to the netherworld? Instead, it's wandering the world? Xiaohua instantly thought of little cabbage Huang Yi. Could it be that Wuxia has a ghost cultivation technique? She also made little cabbage? How can this old man answer this? Elder Wu shook his head. After all, this is little friend Zhao's situation. I'm afraid only little friend Xiao can answer this, right? That's right, Xia. Does Wuxia know ghost cultivation techniques? Xiaohua originally wanted to transmit his voice, but after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked, "Ghost cultivation? Fairy Xianxia was stunned and shook her head slightly. Elder sister and I cultivate the same cultivation technique, but I've never heard of her having such a technique. Furthermore, my Kai family has never had such a legacy. Then that's strange. Although Xiaohua's face was bewildered, in his heart he had already linked Kai Wuxia's strangeness with the willow branch. Coincidentally, Ziming, who was at the side, opened his mouth again. Elder Wu, that day when young Master Li and elder sister Hongxia used the netherworld mirror, there was a trace of green light. Although it was very similar to the soul not being in the netherworld, but Boy felt that there was something different. As for what the difference was, Boy also did not know. This was also later when he reported to Elder Wu. Boy then realized it. The sunlight on Elder Wu's face gradually faded, and his hands were placed on his knees again. His index and middle fingers were trembling rhythmically, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he looked at Xiaohua again and said word by word, "Actually, there is still a possibility." Of course, this is only a possibility. Xiaohua's heart trembled and hurriedly asked, "Senior, please speak." The netherworld mirror receives the user's thoughts and establishes a connection with the soul in the netherworld, using the power of the soul to reveal a trace of the situation in the netherworld. The flickering green light in the netherworld is emitted by the soul treasure itself, but there should be a difference between the netherworld without a soul and the netherworld with a soul that is extremely faint. But as for what the difference is, this old man also does not know. According to Ziming, that person's soul could have just arrived in the netherworld and immediately left the netherworld. Why did it leave? Perhaps there was an almighty person who used a great divine ability to pull the soul out of the netherworld. Elder Wu said somewhat unconfidently, "Of course, this great divine ability in my Meng Mountain is impossible. Even the Shaman King does not have this great divine ability. Furthermore, this old man is not looking down on the cultivators of your Dao sect. Even if they have reached the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage, it is impossible for them to have this level of magical power. Therefore, this old man did not explain it earlier. After all, this is the only possibility." Xiaohua was even more delighted and hurriedly asked, "Is it possible that there is such a magical item? It can pull that person's soul out of the netherworld?" "Hee, little friend Xiao. How can a magical item be formed? Furthermore, how can such a divine ability be formed by the body?" The divine ability that this old man is talking about naturally requires the help of other objects to be formed. As for the treasures of my Meng Mountain's Netherism, or your Dao sect's capital spiritual treasure, I'm afraid they can't do it, right? Elder Wu said with a smile. Capital spiritual treasure can't do it? Xiaohua was stunned. Little friend Xiao, what do you think? That is the power of the netherworld, the netherworld that transcends all worldly powers. If a simple capital spiritual treasure and a Mahayana stage cultivator can challenge the power of the netherworld, then wouldn't the 6 paths of reincarnation have long been in chaos? Elder Wu sneered. But at this point, Elder Wu's finger moved slightly and he said, "Of course, if this person has the power to resist the power of the netherworld and a special capital spiritual treasure, perhaps he can achieve it without any cultivation base?" What is the power to resist the power of the netherworld? What is a special capital spiritual treasure? Xiaohua began to get to the bottom of this. The power of the netherworld is naturally the power of death. If he has the power of life, he can naturally resist the power of the netherworld. Elder Wu said with a smile, "However, I don't know what a special capital spiritual treasure is. But I have a special soul treasure in my shaman stockade that can have this effect." Soul falling lamp. Xiaohua immediately understood. Yes, didn't Ziming always think about how to revive Ziyi? Yes, Elder Wu looked at Ziming affectionately and said, "Legend has it that the soul falling lamp can fall a soul and can also bring it back. But no one knows how to use it." Ziming's face turned pale, and he lowered his head slightly. The power of life, the third gold tribulation, the power of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua was enlightened. After beating around the bush for so long, Xiaohua finally understood that this willow branch was probably an extremely powerful soul treasure, and he could attract thunder, That's not right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was puzzled again. When I was in the Kai family, I hadn't joined the Imperial Thunder sect, so I didn't know how to control thunder. Sigh, I still don't understand. It seems like the truth won't come to light. Xiaohua understood that he couldn't ask anymore. If he said too much, even if he didn't say anything about the willow branch, Elder Wu would be able to guess it. Maybe there was a powerful person related to the Kai family in Luoyang that day, who pulled Wuxia's soul out from the netherworld? Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, then at Fairy Hong Xia, and said softly, "But our cultivation is shallow, so we can't see it." Unfortunately, Elder Wu immediately dispelled their thoughts. Such a powerful person has long surpassed your Dao sect's so-called Mahayana realm. How could they appear in the country of Shi? Moreover, if such a powerful person took action, would you still be able to find my Ho-Tu stockade? Sigh, yes, if there was such a powerful person who surpassed the Mahayana realm, how could Kai Wuxia be buried? Everything now is just a guess. You should go back and take a look. Elder Wu suggested, even if the soul is left behind and the body is gone, it's still Guili. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua bowed. We thank Elder Wu for your guidance. It's nothing. Elder Wu raised his hand. You don't practice soul arts, so you don't know the mystery of the soul, and don't know the 9 heavens of spirit origin. This old man immersed himself in it, so I have some understanding. At this point, a smile appeared on Elder Wu's face, and he asked, I know I shouldn't ask, but from what G-Man said, that day when you resisted the soul lock, there was a green seal script in your soul. Little friend Xiao, what level of heaven has your soul cultivation reached? Oh, Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Junior obtained the cloud and rain technique from the Misty Cloud sect, and blindly fumbled about. Now I have cultivated to the clear spirit heaven, I've made a fool of myself. Not bad. Elder Wu laughed. To be able to cultivate to the clear spirit heaven is already rare and commendable. Many cultivators who changed their cultivation to Spirit Warrior, even if they spend many years, they are still lingering in the ring of spirit heaven. Very few people enter the bright sky and clear sky. Little friend Xiao seems to have a chance to break through. Chapter 29-23. Fooling around, fooling around. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled. It's because I have the cloud and rain summoning talisman that I used to practice. Practice? Li Zongbao's mind was in a mess. He smiled bitterly. Previously he used a spiritual treasure like the Kill Immortal whip to practice, and now he's using a soul cultivator's secret art to practice. This Xiaohua, yes. Xiaohua's face was getting more and more ferocious. He was no longer the first-level qi refining cultivator that Li Zongbao met in the past. That. Elder Wu slightly hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Ziming. Ziming naturally understood Elder Wu's thoughts. Without waiting for Elder Wu to speak, he immediately said to Xiaohua, Young Master Xiao, my Huda stronghold wants to make a deal with Young Master. I wonder if Young Master is interested? Xiaohua's eyes lit up, he smiled and said, When I have nothing to do, I like to go shopping, I can always pick up some good deals. I've said too much, I wonder what kind of deal Huda Stronghold wants to make with me? Is there even a need to say? Ziming smiled and said, Young Master has already said, don't you have the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Misty Cloud sect? My Meng Mountain is currently in a drought, isn't this technique suitable for my Meng Mountain? I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but his eyes rolled and he asked again, I wonder what good things Huda's stronghold can use to exchange. It's good that you can exchange. Ziming smiled and said, I wonder what Young Master Xiao wants. What do I want? Xiaohua scratched his head. Little friend Xiao, if my Huda stronghold doesn't have it, I can find the Shaman King. The cloud and rain summoning talisman is important to my Meng Mountain. Elder Wu smiled and said, Then what about Millet Seed? Xiaohua smiled and said, Seeing Xiaohua finally point out the most important thing today, Elder Wu was not surprised. He said seriously, Millet Seed is more important than the cloud and rain summoning talisman, I must get it no matter what. Therefore, I'll talk to little friend Xiao first. Good. Seeing Elder Wu speak so straightforwardly, Xiao Hua also clapped and said to Ji-Man, I don't want anything else, I just want the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Confucian inheritance. Confucian inheritance? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Elder Wu and Ji-Man had thought about it for a long time and thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would want the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator. That's impossible. Ji-Man replied almost without thinking. Likewise, old Wu had a wry smile on his face as he helplessly replied, Little friend Xiao, my Huda stronghold is a soul cultivator of the Meng Mountains. You can choose whatever you want from our soul arts. Aren't you making things difficult for me by looking for the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator? Besides, the inheritance of Confucianism is Ji-Man's own destiny. It has nothing to do with our Hutu stronghold. Even Ziming couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. Xiao Hua also felt very embarrassed. He thought to himself, nonsense, this is the Hutu stronghold. You let this young master choose. I've chosen the legacy of Confucianism because it has nothing to do with your Magus village, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. So this young master's thoughtfulness is making things difficult for you? Xiao Hua touched his nose habitually and said with a smile, This matter is making things difficult for old Wu. Then just pretend that this junior didn't say anything. Since old Wu has given the conditions, you obviously have a plan. Then there's no need to play riddles with this junior. Just tell this junior directly. Old Wu shook his head helplessly. He was indeed prepared, and also wanted to have a good talk with Xiao Hua. However, he really didn't expect Xiao Hua's thoughts to be so unimaginable. He was indeed forced to the end. After thinking for a moment, old Wu waved his hand and said, Since little friend Xiao is so straightforward, then this old man won't hide it. For little friend Zhao's art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man also took out a talisman from my Magus village in exchange for little friend Xiao. Xiao Hua was delighted and said with a smile, What talisman is that? What effect does it have? This. Old Wu's face once again revealed an extremely rare expression of embarrassment. He said in a low voice, This old man is also not very clear about the effect of this talisman. Ah? Xiao Hua was stunned. If even old Wu doesn't know, then how would this junior know? It's like this. Old Wu said with a smile, We don't have a rejuvenation pill, but little friend Xiao does. With a pill that can replenish life essence, little friend Xiao will try his best to test the effect of this talisman. Old Wu, do you think that the rejuvenation pill is so easy to concoct? If that's the case, how could Ziming not show filial piety to Ji-Man? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Now this junior doesn't have any rejuvenation pills. The corner of Ji-Man's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. Old Wu said with a smile, If even Daoist Xiao doesn't have a way, then we don't have a way either. Sigh, old Wu, this junior doesn't understand. Xiao Hua seemed to be beating around the bush. This talisman belongs to your Meng Mountain. Even my Daoist sect's spirit-severing masters don't understand it. Why is this talisman declining so much? Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Hua only mentioned the millet seed and was now asking questions, he thought that Xiao Hua was increasing the stakes. However, he could not answer, so he could only say, From what Ziming said, little friend Xiao has already met Kachin. Presumably, you also know that he needs to rely on talismans to repair the fallen soul lamp. You also know that using talismans consumes life essence. But how much life essence can a person have in this world? How can these life essences withstand the repeated use of talismans? But the question is, why does Meng Mountain have talismans? Are they all used by those spirit warriors who don't care about their lives? Xiao Hua asked without giving up. Sigh, speaking of this old man has to tell you some of my Meng Mountain secrets. Old Wu looked at Ji-Man and said helplessly, Little friend Xiao, do you know the bloodline of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods? I know a little. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Actually, in the end, These talismans are the words of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods. Old Wu said respectfully, the words of the 12 great gods came true. It really affected the changes of the heavenly Tao. And as the 12 great gods transformed into heaven and earth, these words were controlled by the descendants of the 12 great gods' bloodline. Thus, they became talismans. The words of the 12 great gods are naturally exclusive to the great gods. In fact, how can we, mere mortals, control them? Only the legendary demigod body of my Meng Mountain can control these talismans. Demigod body? Xiaohua looked to the side again, feeling a little dizzy. He only wanted to bargain, who knew that it would lead to the demigod body. The demigod body, as the name implies, has the body of a great god. Old Wu said calmly, aside from the great god's divinity, the demigod body can't have the body of a great god. Everything else is no different from a great god. Old Wu, what is this demigod body? This divinity, what is it? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that the inheritance of millions of Meng Mountain was really ancient. Every word of Old Wu was enough for him to think about for several years. Old Wu thought for a moment and asked, "Little friend Xiao, do you know about the power of faith?" The power of faith? Xiao Huan naturally had some impression of it, but he didn't dare to admit it. He directly denied it. How could this junior know about your millions of Meng Mountain? Actually, these words were not said by the sole cultivators of Meng Mountain. Old Wu explained again, "Sai, let's put it simply. The power of faith is the confidence, worship, and prayers of others in you." So what? Xiao Huan naturally asked in confusion. When the power of faith is concentrated to the extreme, it can condense into an object. This object is the divinity. Old Wu said mysteriously, the divinity is born from faith, and the great gods live by faith. It's really like that? I don't understand. Xiaohua was even more straightforward. Old Wu ignored him and continued, the demigod body is those who have the same body as the 12 great gods, but don't have the divinity and don't have the power of faith. What about the divinity? Then the talisman won't consume life essence? Xiaohua asked curiously. It doesn't need to be upgraded to the level of divinity. Old Wu smiled. As long as you have the demigod body, the talisman won't consume life essence. This junior seems to understand a little. This seems to be related to the bloodline. Xiaohua seemed to understand a little, and then he asked in an extremely natural manner, then, how do you cultivate this demigod body? Cultivate? Old Wu's lips curled up slightly, seemingly disdainful, and said indifferently, the cultivators of the Dao sect have always stolen the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. They have always been opportunistic, thinking that they can reach the heavens with their own strength. But how can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by humans? How can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by cultivation alone? If everything can be cultivated, wouldn't my Meng Mountain have tens of thousands of demigod bodies? Seeing how Old Wu was so disdainful of the Dao sect's cultivation method, which was similar to what Ziming said earlier, Xiaohua also felt helpless. Xiaohua felt helpless. His cultivation base couldn't be compared to Old Wu, so he naturally couldn't refute. This was the so-called, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior has told this junior so much, this junior can't refute. After all, this junior's cultivation base is still shallow. But since my Dao sect's Dao is so prosperous, it naturally has been passed down from ancient times. It might not be any weaker than the sole cultivators of Meng Mountain. As the saying goes, all things return to the same origin. Perhaps the 3,000 great Daoists of my Dao sect have some similarities with the great Daoists of soul cultivators. Hee, this old man is indeed a little too hasty. Old Wu laughed. What cultivation base do you have? How would you know if I told you this? But I'm afraid you now understand the importance of the power of bloodline. The ancestors of my Meng Mountain relied on this demigod body to pass down the words of the 12 great gods. But now, the bloodline of the 12 great gods is getting thinner and thinner. The demigod body has become a legend, and the talisman has become even more of a legend. Since the demigod body can't be cultivated, then old Wu is using the talisman to exchange for the talisman. Does that mean you want me to? Xiaohua looked at old Wu with a smile. Chapter 29-24. Elder Wu was unlucky to meet such a greedy Xiaohua. He smiled and said, "This old man doesn't have any other thoughts. Firstly, this old man knows that you have the rejuvenation pill that can replenish life essence. Secondly, G-Man and Ziming have seen your green seal script. That's why I want to exchange talismans for talismans. If little friend Xiao doesn't think it's suitable, we can continue the discussion." Can this junior see the talismans now? Xiaohua was tempted. Of course you can. Old Wu stretched out his hand, and a thumb-sized bone suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, the bone flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua caught it with his hand and used his soul sense to look at it. Only then did he realize that this was how the green seal script was recorded. He had been bargaining with Venerable Wu all this while, but he never thought that he didn't even know how to record the green seal text. What could he use to exchange with Venerable Wu? Only by looking at this bone would he be able to give the green seal text of the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain to Elder Wu. What do you think? Elder Wu was obviously looking forward to this art of clouds and rain, and he didn't hide his impatience. On the contrary, his attitude made Xiaohua, who had always been petty and calculative, somewhat embarrassed to say anything more. All right. Xiaohua kept the bone and nodded. Since Elder Wu is so sincere, how can this junior not agree? This is beneficial to the millions of people of Meng Mountain. This junior should agree. Good. Seeing Xiaohua keep the bone, Elder Wu's heart was finally at ease. He clapped his hands and smiled. This old man knows that little friend Xiao will agree. But until now, this old man still can't be at ease. This is human nature. Xiaohua smiled. This junior will now record the green seal script of the art of clouds and rain. Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "There's no record of this bone?" Xiaohua shrugged. Furthermore, the green seal script of Misty Cloud's sect has disappeared. This junior. This is the only shop in the entire world. Elder Wu smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Xiaohua was also very generous. He was merely a soul cultivator, and his cultivation was very shallow. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at and immediately sat down. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Ziming asked curiously. "This Xiao is going to record the passing clouds and summoning rain technique right now?" Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Young Master, do you know how to record green seal text soul techniques?" Ziming probed. This Xiao really doesn't know how to. However, looking at Elder Wu's green seal scripture bone, I would like to try. Xiaohua didn't hide it. After all, Elder Wu values this matter very much. This Xiao also wants to give this green seal text to Huda village. Ziming was speechless. He looked at Grandmaster Wu, and when he saw no reaction from Grandmaster Wu, he reached out his hand and took out a bone from his soul nest. Then he threw it over to Xiaohua and said, "Young Master Xiao, do you think the soul technique of Meng Mountains is an ordinary Dao art? Take a good look at it. Is this green seal text easy to record?" Xiaohua's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ziming to have the method to create a bone. However, when he took the bone and scanned it with his soul sense, although his expression didn't change, he suddenly understood. Not only did this bone contain the method to record green seal text, there were also many other soul techniques. Ziming had said earlier that soul techniques were the secret of Huta village. She couldn't give it to Xiaohua casually. Perhaps taking this opportunity to give it to Xiaohua in front of Grandmaster Wu, she wouldn't be going against the teachings of her ancestors. Sure enough, Grandmaster Wu glanced at Ziming and said, "Young Master Xiao, what Ziming said is true. My Meng Mountain's green seal text isn't the same as your Dao Sect's technique. It can't be recorded by ordinary words. The method recorded in this bone is also a trick. It's not the real green seal text." I think Young Master Xiao has already seen the real green seal text. It can only be recorded by an almighty person who can truly control the green seal text. Yes, this junior knows. Xiao Hua stood up from the ground and said, "The method recorded in this bone is obviously different from what Junior has seen before. That's why Junior thought I could record it immediately. I've made a fool of myself in front of Grandmaster Wu. It's fine. When you leave Huda Village, just give this bone to this old man." Grandmaster Wu nodded his head slightly. "Of course, if you need any other soul techniques, you can ask Zi Ming for them as long as you don't go against the teachings of our ancestors." "Thank you, Grandmaster Wu." Xiao Hua understood that Zi Ming's little trick couldn't be hidden from Grandmaster Wu. "Alright." Grandmaster Wu sighed. "Compared to the life and death of my Meng Mountain's trillions of people, soul cultivation's secret techniques and soul treasures are nothing. As for the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man has some selfish motives. When I was seeking benefits for my Meng Mountain's people, I also left behind a soul technique for the people of Hutu Village. As for the seed of millet, this old man really doesn't know how to deal with young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, you can tell me your thoughts. As long as my Huda village can do it, this old man will agree. If my Huda village can't satisfy young Master Xiao, this old man will report to the Shaman King. With the power of the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains, with the power of the 12 main villages of Meng Mountains, I believe there's nothing in this world that can't be done. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was overjoyed. Wasn't this a good thing that was delivered to him? Previously, he wanted to give this seed of millet to Xiao Mao as the capital to return to Shibai village. He had just mentioned this to Grandmaster Wu, but Grandmaster Wu only said that it was the internal affairs of Shibai village, and he couldn't directly interfere. But now, Grandmaster Wu had directly brought out the Shaman King, so he only needed to say a few words, right? However, just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly startled. That's not right. If Xiao Mao's matter could be solved so easily, why didn't Grandmaster Wu mention it just now? Instead, he mentioned anything now? He even mentioned the power of the 12 main villages. Damn it, I understand now. Grandmaster Wu mentioned Xiao Mao's matter early on, so I don't have to use this matter as the price. He also said clearly just now that Ho-Tu village can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. If I keep mentioning Xiao Mao's matter, then wouldn't I be making things difficult for Grandmaster Wu? Even if I reported it to the Shaman King, the Shaman King can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. At this moment, Xiao Mao's voice came into Xiao Hua's ears. "Big brother, don't mention my matter anymore. You've done enough for me. Everything from now on will depend on me. You need to make some plans for yourself. The power of Meng Mountains far surpasses the power of the 3 kingdoms. Although I don't know why Big Brother has been concealing your cultivation base, I'm sure you have some difficulties that you can't talk about. Now is a good opportunity. With the support of Meng Mountain's Shaman Kings, who are you afraid of?" Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was stunned. Like a clay statue, he didn't say anything for a long time. Then, a wild joy flashed across his face. That's right, Xiao Hua had always been scheming for others, whether it was Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao. But he had never thought of using the seed of millet and the power of millions of Meng Mountains to scheme for himself. Besides, he always felt that he had gained a lot from Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's matter, he would rather give the seed of millet to the natives of Meng Mountains. Just like what he had done in the 3 kingdoms and Sword Domain. However, before his eyes, not to mention the problem of memory loss, even the seal of his Mud Pill Palace and Middle Dantian was like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart. He couldn't relax and he couldn't slack off. Xiao Mao was right. With the power of Meng Mountains, why would he be afraid of these things? Even if there were divinity severing or void refinement cultivators who came to make things difficult for him, how could they compare to the 12 shamans of Meng Mountains? Seeing the wild joy on Xiao Hua's face, Grandmaster Wu laughed in his heart. The reason why he was so humble, bargaining with a Dao sect cultivator who was much weaker than him, was partly because of himself, and partly because of the Shaman King's Shaman King order. He knew very well that the Shaman King wouldn't invite Xiao Hua to the Shaman King's stronghold for no reason. The Shaman King's divine spell was a famous soul spell in Meng Mountains, and it was the Shaman King's divine ability. Grandmaster Wu believed that this Xiao Hua wasn't as simple as he seemed. On the other hand, Grandmaster Wu knew the significance of Daoist Xiao to the natives of Meng Mountains, and he also knew the significance of Daoist Xiao in the Three Kingdoms. Although he wasn't proficient in the power of faith, he was still the Grandmaster of Shaman Stronghold. How could he not know the impact of killing Daoist Xiao? In fact, most importantly, Grandmaster Wu knew that Xiao Hua, who could easily give the seed of millet to the natives of the Three Kingdoms, wouldn't make things difficult for him. Sure enough, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Grandmaster Wu, in fact, this junior obtained these seeds by accident. To tell you the truth, the number of seeds of millet and rice is huge, and it can definitely save the natives of Meng Mountains from danger in a few years or even a dozen years. You can say that these seeds of millet were sent to the natives of Meng Mountains by this junior's hand. This junior should just give them to Grandmaster Wu for free. But, since the 12 great gods want to send them to me, then it must be related to this junior. Now, this junior has two big problems that I need Grandmaster Wu's help with. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Of course, even if Grandmaster Wu can't do these two things, I will still send the seeds of millet to you. After saying that, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He reached out his hand, took out a dozen storage bags from his chest and waist, and handed them over to Grandmaster Wu, saying, "These are the storage bags for the seeds of millet." This junior didn't dare to take them out before, but looking at the number now, there are 12 or 13 of them. I'm afraid the 12 great gods have already calculated this beforehand. Please accept them, Grandmaster Wu. Great. Even though Grandmaster Wu was mentally prepared, when he saw Xiao Hua being so generous, he couldn't help but be impressed. He almost stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Daoist Zhao's kindness, we, the people of Meng Mountains, will never forget it." Ziming also had a smile on her face. She stepped forward and received the storage bags. When she casually glanced at them, her face was once again filled with shock, and she said in surprise, "Young Master Xiao, why are there so many? This is really beyond my imagination." Chapter 29-25. That's right. The storage pouch was filled with millet seeds. The amount was shocking. It's all because of the 12 great deities. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua was used to talking about the 12 great deities, so he said it casually. Ziming gave up on G-Man and walked to Grandmaster Wu with a smile. He took one and gave it to Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu looked at it with a smile and said, "I didn't expect there would be so many millet seeds. If that's the case, why would my Meng Mountains need more than 10 years? I'm afraid it will be over in less than 5 years. If that's the case, why does Grandmaster Wu still need to fight?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Grandmaster Wu laughed and ordered G-Man, "Pass down my order. All the people of Hutu village who killed their way into Sword Domain are to retreat to Meng Mountains." "Yes, I will pass down the order now." G-Man nodded and was about to leave. Grandmaster Wu pointed his finger and said, "These millet seeds are extremely precious. They will be the lifeblood of Meng Mountains in the future. Keep them well." But G-Man hesitated. "Keep them, or do you want me to do it myself?" Grandmaster Wu said indifferently, "Yes, I will do it now." G-Man nodded, but when she saw Ziming's vigilance, she said, "How about this? There are a lot of millet seeds. Ziming and I will take half each." "All right." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand indifferently, and Ziming unwillingly took out 6 storage pouches and threw them to G-Man, looking at G-Man's back as she took the storage pouches and walked out of the hall. Grandmaster Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Then he said to Xiao Hua, "Little friend Xiao, now you can tell me what your 2 important matters are." Xiao Hua's mood was a little agitated. He had been looking forward to his birth for a long time, and for so many years, he had been constantly running around to find his birth. Facing this master of soul cultivation, Xiao Hua knew that he could definitely find the reason for his memory loss, and could definitely give him a satisfactory answer. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua lowered his voice and suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "The first matter I want to ask Senior is about my birth." "Your birth?" Grandmaster Wu was stunned. Xiaohua's words always gave him surprises. He couldn't think of how he knew Xiaohua's birth. "It's like this. Ever since I woke up, I have lost all my previous memories." Xiaohua explained concisely, "That's why I didn't know about my past at all. Now, I beg Senior to help this junior recover his previous memories." "Oh, I see." Venerable Wu raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "Although I'm Venerable Wu of Hutsu's Decade, I've also practiced many soul secret techniques. But these memories are extremely secretive things. You want this old man to help you recover your memories and find the reason why you lost your memories. That's the same as exposing everything to this old man. Are you sure you want this old man to use a soul technique?" "This." Xiaohua hesitated. He looked at Fairy Red Dawn, and then glanced over at Ziming. Hong Xia Fairy and Ziming's faces were slightly flushed. They naturally understood what Old Wu meant. If Old Wu wanted to help Xiaohua, then everything about Xiaohua would be exposed to Old Wu. Everything about Xiaohua and the two of them would also be revealed to Old Wu. However, thinking about Xiaohua's pain in finding out about his past, Hong Xia Fairy gritted her teeth and nodded at Xiaohua. At the same time, Ziming winked at Xiaohua with his right eye. Sigh. If Fairy Hong Xia and Ziming both hesitated, Xiaohua's heart would feel better. However, both of them agreed at the same time, causing Xiaohua to feel very sad. This was the most secretive matter between the two of them. Of course, other than these secrets, Xiaohua still had other concerns. His dimension. That was a huge secret that could not be revealed in the slightest. Even if he was facing this generous elder. A person's heart was hard to predict. There was also a limit to the temptation that a person could withstand. Elder Wu did not seem to care about anything now. That was because Elder Wu controlled the entire Hutsu's Decade. The temptation of the millet seed and the rain summoning technique was not enough to move him. However, who knew if the temptation of the dimension was beyond what Elder Wu could withstand? Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Elder Wu smiled. "This matter is too important. Little friend Xiao, please consider it again. Tell me about the second matter." Xiaohua nodded solemnly, as if he was relieved. He said, "Junior's middle dantian was sealed by someone. Senior, can you help me remove it?" "Ah? Middle dantian?" Elder Wu was stunned again. He almost lost his voice. That middle dantian belongs to a Confucian cultivator. Oh. At this point, Elder Wu came to a realization. He finally understood why Xiaohua wanted to find Ji-Man to inherit the mantle of a Confucian cultivator. Elder Wu was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Hong Xia Fairy knew that her husband was very mysterious and had many secrets that no one knew. However, she did not expect that her husband had so many secrets. It was so unbelievable. That's right. Ordinary cultivators would not care about the middle dantian. Even if it was completely destroyed, it might not affect their cultivation at all. However, Xiaohua's middle dantian was sealed by someone else. What was the seal? It was not an ordinary sealing technique. It was a great ability that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Poor Xiao, Hong Xia Fairy's heart ached. She wanted to hug Xiaohua, who had lost his memories and had his middle dantian sealed, in her arms. "Little friend Xiao, if you don't mind, can you let this old man take a look at the seal?" Elder Wu naturally did not dare to be careless. He asked for Xiaohua's opinion in a low voice. "Of course. What does Junior need to do?" Xiaohua asked impatiently. "No need. You just need to stand there," Elder Wu said with a smile. Then his star-like eyes flashed with a jade green light. The light was like a burning flame, getting brighter and brighter. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Moreover, an indescribable feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if this jade fire could pierce through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, and see through everything in this world. Strange. However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Elder Wu actually let out a cry of shock, and the jade fire in his eyes slowly extinguished. What's wrong? Xiaohua could not help but tremble. He asked carefully. It's a little strange. Elder Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light again. He said curiously, this old man, forget it. Little friend Xiao, this old man is going to take a closer look. Don't resist. Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. He withdrew the golden light protecting his body and withdrew all of his true essence into his gold core. Elder Wu walked to Xiaohua's front with light steps and extended his finger. Just like that day when he checked the memories of the devil cultivator in the soul pearl, a sparkling and translucent jade-green crystal thread emerged from his index finger and slowly probed into Xiaohua's middle dantian. After the time it took to eat a meal, Elder Wu's expression was first astonished. Then it became serious. Finally, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After Elder Wu withdrew the soul thread and returned to his position, Xiaohua released the golden light protecting his body again. He asked carefully, Senior, sighed little friend Xiao. Elder Wu wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes flashed with undisguised greed. He extended his two hands and looked at his smooth skin. Then he looked at Xiaohua's face. He seemed to be thinking of something, but after he opened his mouth, it was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Zi Ming, bring them down first. This old man has something to talk to Xiaohua alone. Zi Ming was also surprised. He stood up and left with Fairy Xianxia and the rest. Senior? Xiaohua knew that this matter was serious. Even Fairy Xianxia couldn't listen to it. Xiaohua, you must remember what this old man said. The questions you asked me today, in the future, you must not ask anyone else. And from today onwards, no matter who it is, you must not let them get close to you. You must not let them use their secret techniques to check your body. Elder Wu said in an extremely serious tone. Xiaohua was stunned. You should know that your physical body is a test for this old man. If this old man didn't obtain your rejuvenation pill, my body's life essence would have been replenished. Moreover, under my Meng Mountain secret technique, this old man's requirements for my body are extremely low. But even so, this old man still couldn't help but feel greedy just now. Elder Wu sighed. Moreover, this old man doesn't need to look at your memories anymore. Needless to say, your soul must have been searched by someone. All of your previous memories were destroyed, so that they could successfully take over your body. They? Take over this junior's body? Xiaohua was stunned. Elder Wu's words were truly out of his expectations. He originally thought that the enemy who sealed his middle dantian had a grudge against him, but who would have thought that they actually wanted to take over his body? But if they wanted to take over his body, why didn't they take over his body before? Why did they seal his middle dantian? Just now, this old man didn't know why I told you about the demigod body. But now, this old man understands that this was all driven by Hutu Great God. Sending you to this old man was also Hutu Great God's intention. Elder Wu sighed. Although your body can't be said to be a demigod body, your body is very strange. It can block this old man's soul vision. Moreover, this old man roughly probed it just now. Your body contains the aura of a great god. It is the most special body this old man has ever seen. Not to mention, if this old man takes over your body, I can use green seal text at will without worrying about wasting my life essence. Even if a Dao sect cultivator takes over your body, he can also improve his cultivation at an extremely fast pace. Elder Wu, what is the aura of a great god? Xiaohua was confused. How should I put it? Elder Wu pondered for a moment and said, a great god doesn't always exist. It also comes from nothing. The place where a great god is born will have the aura of a great god. Only with the aura of a great god can a great god be born. Sigh, if not for the fact that you don't have the bloodline of the 12 great gods, this old man would have taken over your body. If not for this old man having taken the rejuvenation pill. Elder Wu sighed again. Chapter 29-26. Xiaohua was really scared and shrunk his neck. He didn't expect his body to be so precious. Maybe it's because of your great god's aura that the 12 great gods sent you to Meng Mountains. Old Wu laughed. You're the messenger of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains. I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. However, at this point, Elder Wu continued sternly, of course, even if I don't dare to do it, it doesn't mean that others don't dare to. Xiaohua, you must remember what I said just now. I asked Ziming and the others to leave for the same reason. This is your biggest secret. You must not underestimate it. Yes, this junior understands. Thank you, Old Wu. Xiaohua bowed. Also, about the seal on your middle dantian, I've looked at it carefully just now. It's an extremely rare seal in your Dao sect. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by 2 or 3 people at the same time. These 3 people's cultivation bases are either spirit severing or void refinement, and to break this seal, even if it's the so-called combination, it won't be easy. Old Wu said again. But Xiaohua's face changed. This seal isn't a simple seal, but the people who cast the seal used a special method to cast different seals. These different seals complement each other, just like your Dao sect's yin and yang mutual restraint technique. If the people who cast the seal didn't know the order of these seals and unseal it according to the special method, then this seal would immediately explode from the inside out. According to what I know, this explosion should be equivalent to the joint attack of these people. Old Wu had already understood, and his face regained its calmness as he slowly explained to Xiaohua. Hearing this, Xiaohua's face changed greatly. He instantly understood the shock of the 10,000 demon realm goddess when she saw the seal that day. This seal was really too insidious. If the people who cast the seal didn't unseal it personally, not only would Xiaohua be unable to protect himself, even the cultivators who saved Xiaohua would be seriously injured. In particular, this was a life and death struggle. If they couldn't get Xiaohua's body and couldn't seize it, then others couldn't get it either. Not to mention Xiaohua removing the seal by himself, even if he found someone else. If he wasn't careful, the first one to fall would definitely be Xiaohua. No matter what, the middle dantian. Yes, and the Naiwen Palace, it was impossible for it to disappear from Xiaohua's body. As long as there was a problem with the seal, Xiaohua would be the first to suffer. In fact, Xiaohua already had a feeling that the seal on his middle dantian and the seal on his Naiwen Palace were definitely not isolated. The 2 seals should have a definite connection. Furthermore, these 2 seals might have to be unsealed at the same time. In the end, Old Wu still let it slip. If there was any mistake in the 2 seals, Xiaohua's dantian and his Naiwen Palace would be in danger. This was simply imprisoning Xiaohua under the seal. Senior, do you have any ideas? Xiaohua clearly knew how powerful the seal was, but he still felt lucky in his heart. He asked probingly, wanting to find a life-saving straw. Sigh. Venerable Wu sighed, shook his head and said, I'm a shaman of Meng Mountains, not a cultivator of your Dao sect. How could I possibly have studied this strange seal? Besides, even if I knew how to break this seal, I would need at least 3 shamans with the same cultivation base as me to break this seal. Moreover, the 3 of us would need to have excellent teamwork. As long as there was a slight mistake in breaking the seal, you would immediately be turned into ashes, and we would also be affected. Do you think you can let us do it without worry? Sigh, yes, different professions are like different mountains. Xiaohua also sighed, his heart was like dead ashes. He understood how difficult this matter was for Old Wu. Moreover, he understood even more clearly how difficult it was to break this seal. Unless his cultivation base was profound, and he had a few close friends with a cultivation base around the Unity stage, or a master of the Thunder controlling sect, he could ask them to help him when he found a way to break the seal. However, if that was the case, another problem would appear. When Xiaohua was cultivating the Buddha Saraira, he wrapped his Naiwen Palace in the Buddha Saraira, and the seal of his Naiwen Palace was naturally also stored in the Buddha Saraira. If Xiaohua asked someone to break the seal, wouldn't Xiaohua's Buddhist cultivation base be exposed in front of others? Besides, The one who sealed him was a split divinity or unity stage cultivator. How could they let him cultivate to the split divinity stage? Xiaohua heard from old Wu that it was a joint seal by several cultivators. If he was not mistaken, then it must be because he only had one physical body. Those cultivators were unable to come to an agreement, so they sealed him. They were looking for a way to coordinate, and when these people found a solution, they would immediately come to find him. Moreover, even if they didn't have a solution, they wouldn't let him cultivate to the split divinity stage. Sigh, fate really makes fools of people. Xiaohua sighed. He understood that this matter was already extremely difficult and had become a dead end. Whether it was relying on his own strength or relying on the strength of others, it was unlikely that he could break this seal. Seeing Xiaohua's pale face, old Wu was no longer as shocked as before, and even a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Sigh, if that's the case, Junior has no more requests. Xiaohua sighed again, bowed to old Wu and said, "These millet seeds will be given to the millions of people of Meng Mountain." "You really don't want anything?" Old Wu raised his eyebrows and asked. "Really?" Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart was moved again. He thought for a while and said, "If old Wu has the heart, give Junior some of the strange flowers and plants around Huta village, or some strange things. Junior might be able to find some ancient divine ability from them." "Ha! How could there be so many ancient divine abilities?" Old Wu laughed. "If there were, this old man would have already taken them." Looking at old Wu laughing, Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He was already so miserable, how could he still laugh? But then, old Wu reached out his hand and took out a soul nest from his chest and handed it to Xiaohua. "Little friend Xiao, this is a gift from the Shaman King. It is also a part of the gift to thank you for saving the people of Meng Mountain." Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't understand why old Wu didn't give it to him when he took out the Shaman King's token. Old Wu wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's stunned expression at all, and said with a smile, "This is the Shaman King's divine ability." He clearly said that if little friend asks for some strange flowers and plants, this old man can only give this soul nest to little friend. Otherwise, of course there is no need. Earlier, little friend only asked this old man to help you with 2 difficult problems. This old man thought that the Shaman King's divine ability was wrong. Xiaohua was speechless. Whether it was the Shaman King's divine ability or Jiuxia's divination, they all seemed to have a miraculous effect, and even had the same effect. Especially, the Shaman King's divine ability could actually calculate what kind of flowers and plants he wanted. It was really amazing. Sigh, then thank you, Shaman King. Xiaohua's face didn't have any joy. He took the soul nest and put it into his chest without even looking at it. "Little friend Xiao, you don't seem to understand it." Seeing Xiaohua's powerless appearance, old Wu's face had some exaggerated astonishment as he asked curiously, "Junior is already like this, what else do I not understand?" Xiaohua indeed replied angrily, "Even if the Shaman King will." Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face, even his body was slightly trembling as he asked with an incredulous tone, "Old Wu, could it be that the Shaman King already knows, whether the Shaman King knows about the seal on little friend's body through the divine ability? This old man doesn't dare to guarantee." He didn't say anything. Old Wu smiled, "But little friend, don't forget that the Shaman King asked this old man to give the Shaman King's token to little friend first. He even asked little friend to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold. Now that I think about it, doesn't that mean that he has a way to remove the seal? It's just that this matter is too important and he didn't want me to know, so he directly asked you to go to the Shaman King's stronghold, right?" That's right. Xiaohua was wild with joy. What old Wu said was exactly in line with Xiaohua's thoughts. If the Shaman King didn't have a way to remove the seal, why would he ask Xiaohua to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold? Even if the Shaman King had something to thank Xiaohua for, he could have directly asked old Wu to bring it over. Moreover, didn't the Shaman King ask old Wu to give this soul nest to Xiaohua to tell Xiaohua about this matter? Immediately, Xiaohua, who previously felt that his future was gloomy, brightened up again. Truly, the world was vast and there were no more bumps in the road. After Xiao Hua's eyebrows were raised in joy, he pondered slightly and asked in a low voice, "When is a suitable time for me to go to Wu Meng?" Old Wu shook his head slightly. "The Shaman King didn't tell this old man, so of course I don't know." "Then, can I go now?" Xiao Hua took the opportunity to ask again, his heart thumping wildly. "Of course you can," Old Wu said with a smile. "The Shaman King's token is in Little Friend's hand. Little Friend can go there at any time." After getting the affirmative answer from Old Wu, Xiao Hua hesitated instead. He thought for a while and said, "To remove my seal, it will definitely take the Shaman King's great divine ability. Currently, the hardship of millions of people in Meng Mountains is not over yet. If I go there now, it will be somewhat threatening. In my opinion, why don't I wait for a few years? When the disaster of millions of people in Meng Mountains is over, then I'll pay a visit to the Shaman King." "Up to you." Old Wu shrugged his shoulders, which was rare for him. "As long as you feel that the seal won't affect you too much these few years, you can go there at any time. And this seal should be fine." Xiao Hua nodded. "Even if I have stepped into the nascent soul realm now, those people might not put me in their eyes. Besides, they haven't made any moves for so many years, so I think this negotiation won't be completed in 10 years. I can also take this time to improve my cultivation." Chapter 29-27. As long as you think it's okay. Elder Wu nodded. Then he looked at the door of the hall and said, "Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction is not doing well in his cultivation. When you go back, ask him to cultivate more. It's better for him to ask for help from his own faction." "Yes, I know. It's all my fault." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. This was the second soul cultivator besides Master Qin Qin who had mentioned this to him. Of course, Elder Wu wouldn't help Li Zongbao for no reason, although he could ask Elder Wu for help. However, Elder Wu had made it clear that Li Zongbao could ask for help from the Utopia faction. Elder Wu wasn't proficient in Daoist magic, so he might not be able to do the best job. Then Xiao Hua told Elder Wu about Li Zongbao's situation. However, Elder Wu didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing that, he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Zi Ming and the others to come in. Fairy Xia's face was filled with worry as she followed closely behind Zi Ming into the palace. However, when she saw the smile on Xiao Hua's face instead of the worry she had expected, her heart immediately settled down and she couldn't help but smile. Of course, Zi Ming, who was leading the way, was also worried. His reaction was similar to Fairy Xia's. However, when Zi Ming smiled, he glanced at Fairy Xia secretly. "Zi Ming." Elder Wu's expression became calm again. "Now that everything in the Huda village is settled, I should worry about you. You can take a bath and meditate. I'll ask G-Man to issue a wizard order to summon all wizard elders of the Hutu village. In addition, I'll invite the wizard elders of the 11 main villages, including the Shibai village, to come and observe the ceremony after 81 days. To celebrate your burning lamp ceremony." Zi Ming's eyebrows were filled with joy. He bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Elder Wu. Bless you. You've been so thoughtful since you were young. You've worked so hard for this. I also hope you can understand the magic of the soul-falling lamp and restore the prosperity of the descendants of the Huda god in the Huda village." "Yes, the boy will definitely rack his brains," Zi Ming replied while lying on the ground. "Go, bring little friend Xiao and the others down. The burning lamp ceremony is not only a celebration of Hutu stronghold, but also a rare grand event in Meng Mountains. Besides, this grand event will definitely be recorded in the Magus Codex. It is the beginning of a new era for Meng Mountains." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and said, "Yes, the boy knows." Although Zi Ming already knew that this would happen, he still couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard it from Elder Wu. After all, Meng Mountains was in a critical moment of life and death. With Xiao Hua's seed, Meng Mountains could finally return from death to life. This milestone must be recorded in the Magus Codex and be worshipped by the trillions of people in Meng Mountains, and be revered by future generations. And this milestone was his own burning lamp ceremony. This was definitely a supreme honor, an opportunity that could only be found by chance. Ziming stood up and left with Xiaohua and the others. When there was no one else in the hall, Grandmaster Wu sighed. This sigh carried a sense of helplessness, but at the same time, it also carried a sense of joy after a disaster. Then, Grandmaster Wu muttered to himself doubtfully, "This Xiaohua is a Confucian cultivator?" Nowadays, Confucian cultivators have long been extinct in Xiaoyu continent. Only a few of them are left in Meng Mountains. Where did he come from? If he is a Confucian cultivator, then how did he cultivate his demigod body? I've never heard of a Confucian cultivator having the body of a sage. While thinking, Grandmaster Wu raised his head and looked at the door of the hall. G-Man slowly walked in. When she got closer, she bowed and said, "Grandmaster Wu, I've ordered all soul warriors to withdraw from Sword Domain. I've also reported this to Grandmaster Wu of Shebi Village. Yes, we've been attacking Sword Domain for so many years. Although we've occupied a lot of territory, it's of no use to solve the crisis of Meng Mountains. We've lost a lot of our people. It's really not worth it." Grandmaster Wu nodded and said, "We have no other choice." G-Man also sighed, "We can't just do nothing, right? Although attacking Sword Domain is of no use, our people have seen our efforts. There won't be any chaos." When we attacked Sword Domain, the swordsmen of Sword Domain were forced to attack the 3 cultivation kingdoms. Grandmaster Wu said again, "The Great War of Dao and Sword has been going on for so many years. Presumably, when the Daoist cultivators weren't on guard, the swordsmen also occupied a lot of territory, right?" "That should be the case." G-Man nodded, "But what exactly does it have to do with us? Since we've withdrawn from Sword Domain, the Great War of Dao and Sword should be over by now." Grandmaster Wu's starry eyes flashed with a strange light. "However, the territory occupied by the swordsmen, I'm afraid they won't just give it to cultivators." "That's for sure," G-Man said with a smile. "Humans are insatiable. They want more after getting it. Although Meng Mountains is no longer a threat to them and they won't lose Sword Domain, do you think the swordsmen will give up what they got? I don't think it's possible. There's no need to talk about the matters of outsiders." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and asked again, "This time, our Huda stockade was in danger. I didn't expect the demon dwellers to spend so much effort. Not only were the descendants of the main stockade possessed, even the descendants of the upper stockade like Jing Apple stockade were possessed. If Ziming didn't find out, I'm afraid that even if we got the seed, it would be a gift to the demon dwellers. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility." G-Man bit her lips and didn't refute. "There's no need to talk about taking responsibility now." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand. "Meng Mountain's disaster hasn't been completely overcome yet, not to mention that the upper stockade's 99 shaman stockades and the lower stockade's 360 shaman stockades haven't started yet. Why are you bringing this up? However, you and Ziming still have to. It's all my fault." G-Man lowered her head and admitted, "When I heard that Xian was killed by Ziming, I was immediately enraged. Not only did I capture Ziming, young Master Xiao, and the others, I also wanted to kill them. Especially, Sai. I've insulted the previous G-Man with my words. I'm afraid Ziming can't forgive me for this." Grandmaster Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was the stockade master, he could only scratch his head when it came to the family matters of the stockade. "Look for an opportunity, take it slow." Grandmaster Wu said again, "Ziming isn't an unreasonable person. Although she's greedy for power and wants to break free from your control, she's not disloyal to the Hutsu stockade." G-Man's face was also filled with helplessness. "Yes, she still has a rejuvenation pill? Hee hee." Before G-Man could finish speaking, Elder Wu interrupted her. "Let's not talk about her. Even I have my own thoughts about this. Actually, if it were you, would you give this rejuvenation pill to her?" G-Man didn't say anything and only shook her head slightly. "All right, the selfish desires of humans aren't scary. Without selfish desires, one would be a great deity. We don't have to worry about our own selfish desires, and we don't have to worry about the selfish desires of others. Under the protection of the great deity, all selfish desires will be used by the great deity and become the driving force for the growth of Meng Mountains. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand. If it weren't for Ziming's selfish desires, how could Ziming know Xiaohua? Without Xiaohua, how could Meng Mountains get out of this predicament? Yes, you're right, Grandmaster Wu. Ji-Man nodded respectfully. Go and make the arrangements. In 81 days, the burning lamp ceremony will be held in the Huda Hall. My Hudastikit, you, me, and Ziming will all be recorded in the Magus Codex, and become the most important stroke in the Magus Codex, to be worshipped by the future generations. Yes, I understand. Ji-Man bowed respectfully, then slowly left the hall. While Grandmaster Wu of the Hudastikate and Ji-Man were discussing how to record their names in the Magus Codex for the future generations to worship, far away, between the icebergs that bordered the Huan country and the Shi country, on top of the Green Lake, there were also a few sword cultivators discussing how to record their names in the history. Lake Chui was still Lake Chui, and the tranquil lake water was still as calm as ever, as if it was a huge piece of jade. However, at this moment, standing on top of Lake Chui was no longer LV Ruochang and the other sword cultivators, nor were they those weapon cultivators or beast cultivators. Instead, it was a dozen old men dressed in sword armor. These old men just stood quietly in midair, and each of them had a faint sword glow flashing around their bodies. These sword glows were of different colors, and they came from the top of the old men's heads. Some of them flowed down like ripples, spreading to the bottom of their feet in an instant, then turning around and rushing up to the top of their heads again. Some of them were thin serpents that came from the top of their heads, spiraling down around the old men's bodies. When they reached the bottom of their feet, they turned around in a strange manner, not stopping at all as they rushed up to the top of their heads again. Some of them gushed out like fountains, like waterfalls falling down on their bodies. When their bodies were full, these waterfalls gushed out from the bottom of their feet and rushed up to the top of their heads again. However, no matter what color these sword glows came from, after rushing up to the top of their heads, they all disappeared into the top of the old men's heads. As the sword glows disappeared, the old men's bodies trembled slightly, and a faintly discernible huge sword flashed out from their bodies. Rays of sword energy that seemed to be able to split open the blue sky rushed out, and then strangely disappeared in midair. Wang, suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry came from outside of Lake Chui. Immediately, all of the sword lights above Lake Chui brightened. However, these sword lights disappeared in a flash. Even though the calm Lake Chui had tens of thousands of deep water marks, the entire Lake Chui was in a state of chaos. However, the sword lights around the 10 old men had disappeared. They were no different from the old men of the secular world. When the old men looked at the only opening in Lake Chui, they saw a rainbow of sword glows piercing through the hurricane and into the sky above Lake Chui. When the sword glows slowly disappeared, a slender, huge sword was revealed. Before anyone could take a closer look, the huge sword trembled rapidly, and a tall and thin old man appeared from the huge sword. Chapter 29-28. The old man's face was long and narrow, and his arched eyebrows were stuck to the corners of his eyes. He looked like he was in dire straits, but at this moment, there was a trace of a smile on the old man's face, and his arched eyebrows were slightly trembling. The old man appeared to the left of a red-faced old man. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was the third-grade swordsman he met after saving Xiao Mao from the Two Springs Mountain. Moreover, it was this person who issued the Sword Master command at the Sword Tomb and ordered the swordsmen of the Huan country to stop Xiaohua's group. He was the Sword Master of the Void Heaven Sword School, Chong Taishu. Chong Taishu saw the old man's happy expression and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "Sword Master Ruo, is the Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword a success?" This so-called Sword Master Ruo was the Sword Master of the Skyscraping Sword School, Ruo Tian. When Ruo Tian heard Chong Taishu's words, he swept his gaze across the crowd and met the gazes directed at him. He extended his hand, and a thread of fire suddenly appeared in his empty hand. This thread of fire flickered rapidly in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a slender longsword with endless fire runes on it appeared in Ruo Tian's hand. Following the appearance of this sword, an indescribable heat covered the sky above Lake Chui and enveloped all the old men. "Haha, take a look at my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword." Chong Taishu laughed heartily and raised his hand as well. A wisp of watery light appeared in his empty hand. Then, boundless blue waves rippled out from the watery light. Like a whirlwind, they rushed towards the incoming heat. At the same time, a blue flying sword appeared in his hand. This flying sword was the one Xiao Hua saw in the Yinyang Spring Mountain. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll let all the sword masters see my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword. Cheng Minghua from the Clear Sword sect laughed when he saw this. He waved his hand and something that looked like a withered branch flew out from his hand. Then, a cyan sword light surged out from the branch. The withered branch glowed with a green light and sprouts grew out from it. When the sprouts were as long as a thumb, all the sprouts and withered branches exploded. A cyan sword appeared in Cheng Minghua's hand. Of course, a dense sword chi surged out from his body and rushed into the air. Hum 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 hum. Immediately after, two intense sword cries resounded. A stone pillar-like flying sword appeared in the hands of the sword master of the Black Phoenix Sword sect, Qilian Dai. The thick stone pillar in the hands of the old woman was particularly dazzling. Moreover, the stone pillar-like flying sword was overflowing with a kind of green light. This sword was the profound cyan light sword. The last sword hum naturally came from the Tai Azure Light Sword. This was the flying sword that Xiao Hua first saw in the Chicken Crow Mountain. Now, it was in the hands of the scarlet-faced sword master of the High Wind Sword sect, Swimming's hand. Hum hum. 5 cyan light swords appeared. 5 different types of sword chi floated in the air above Lake Chui, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to change. Even the sword intent hidden in the bodies of the 10 third-grade sword transformation elders was activated. Sword cries came out from the bodies of these elders. One after another, the cries didn't stop. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the 5 types of sword chi finally converged into the 5 cyan light swords. The wind and clouds in the sky also gradually dissipated. The sword cries above Lake Chui also slowly subsided. Cheng Minghua withdrew his hand and the Tai Azure Light Sword entered his arm. Looking at the Tai Azure Light Sword in Ruo Tian's hand, he couldn't help but sigh. These 5 cyan light swords cost the cultivators of my sword domain a lot of effort, not to mention the time it took. Even if I had the confidence to forge these 5 cyan light swords, from the initial Tai Azure Light Sword to the final Tai Azure Light Sword, it took more than 10 years of effort. There were many dangers in the process. Several cyan light swords encountered obstacles. If it wasn't for the protection of my sword domain ancestors, these cyan light swords would have failed on the verge of success. Aye, that's right. Ruo Tian, who was the last to arrive, waved his hand. The fiery flying sword emitted a fiery cyan light. Ruo Tian looked at the glaring cyan light and sighed. Innate metal chi and other items can be considered easy. But this innate true fire is extremely rare in my cold sword domain. If someone didn't know, even if you beat this old man to death, this old man wouldn't believe that this innate item was in the extreme north of my sword domain. The sword domain is bitterly cold. This cold chi must have forced the true fire to gather somewhere. Moreover, this true fire is definitely stronger than the true fire of the 3 kingdoms. But the sword domain is so vast, who knows where this true fire is gathered? Chong Taishu nodded. Miss Jiuxia's ability is definitely not something we can compare to. Not only that. Rutian nodded. This Ruo prostrates himself in admiration of Miss Jiuxia. That day, when this Ruo began to forge the Tai Azure Light Sword, she already said that although this Tai Azure Light Sword was the easiest to forge, she didn't even need to go there to know that the innate true fire of my sword domain has a cold nature. It's not suitable for the refinement of the Tai Azure Light Sword. I'm afraid that the refinement will succeed in the end. And as this Ruo Tian thought, what's so special about these innate items? but who would have thought that her guess was right? Although this Ruo Tian suffered the most during the refinement, this Ruo Tian can pat his chest and say that this Ruo Tian also obtained the most benefits. Hearing this, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of soaring windsword sex Zhuoming, and he said self-deprecatingly, "That's right, this Ruo Tian wanted to refine the Tai Azure Light Sword at all times. Unfortunately, the innate Golden Mother is at Chicken Crow Mountain, which is the territory of the Seven Skills sect. In order to not attract the attention of the Dao sect's cultivators, this Ruo Tian could only do it secretly. Although the battle at Chicken Crow Mountain caused a huge commotion and the Dao sect's phoenix child rose out of nowhere, fortunately, this item was successfully refined at the beginning of the battle. This Ruo Tian can be considered to have accomplished his mission." Black Phoenix Sword Sect's beautiful butterfly also sighed. "That's right. Who asked the Dao sect's territory to be so vast? The innate true earth is also near Clear Cave." What scared this old woman the most was that the Zhao family of Clear Cave actually discovered the secret of the Tai Azure Light Sword. In order to minimize the impact, this old woman had no choice but to completely exterminate the Zhao family. Fortunately, those golden core children in the discussion hall who were like pigs and beasts didn't notice too much. Moreover, Ruo Chang's subsequent concealment eliminated their suspicions. If they were to discover that we were laying down the Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation, I'm afraid this sword formation would be unable to be completed. Hearing this, Void Heaven Sword Sect's Chong Taishu also nodded. "Sword Master Beautiful Butterfly is right. Our sword domain's Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation hasn't been completed for who knows how many years. The Tai Azure Light, 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 and Tai Azure Light are extremely rare. Even with the power of our sword domain, it is difficult to find all of them. This time, in the Dao Sword War, it was all thanks to Lady Jiuxia's strength that we were able to find traces of the 5 Azure Lights and began to refine the Azure Light Sword." "That's not all," Beautiful Butterfly continued. "Don't be fooled by Ruo Chang's calm command. In the first stage, she exterminated almost all of the Golden Core cultivators. However, this was all part of Lady Jiuxia's plan. Ruo Chang only took advantage of her familiarity with Lady Jiuxia, which was why she was able to make such outstanding contributions in the Dao Sword War. Fortunately, Lady Jiuxia ended up in our sword domain. If she had appeared in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, I wouldn't dare to imagine the predicament our sword domain would be in and the outcome of this Dao Sword War." Chong Taishu said with great joy. "Sword Master Chong." The others didn't speak and only listened to the 5 sword masters in charge of the Azure Light Sword. At this time, Sword Master Ouyang Mingxiu of the Xian Sword Sect said, "Lady Jiuxia promised our sword domain 2 important things. One was to repel the soul cultivators who invaded our sword domain, and the other was to help our sword domain obtain victory in the Dao Sword War. Now, it seems that the second task is more than half complete. Our Sword Dao Sword War is already in our grasp. But what about the first task? There seems to be no sign of it." Sword Master Ouyang, Chong Taishu said with a smile, "Actually, these 2 tasks are one." This Chong clearly remembers that when we went to Miss Jiuxia's place that day, she agreed to help us resolve the crisis of soul cultivators in our sword domain even though she herself didn't know how to do it. Was this the Dao Sword War? It didn't erupt that day, but we felt that it would erupt sooner or later, so we used these 2 tasks as bargaining chips to negotiate with Lady Jiuxia. Lady Jiuxia agreed to these 2 tasks, but later on, I thought about it carefully. We wanted to take advantage of Lady Jiuxia, but in the end, we still fell into her trap. Hearing this, not only Ouyang Mingxiu, but the other nearly 10 third-grade swordmasters also showed a look of realization. Yes, although Chong Taishu didn't say much, the fact was already in front of everyone. Now that Tian had returned with the refined Supreme Harmony Cyan Light Sword, the sword cultivators only needed to set up the Tianyi Cyan Light Sword formation according to Jiuxia's previous plan, and the Dao Sword War would end. But the swordsmen had invaded a lot of territory in the country of Shi and the country of Lian, so naturally, they couldn't return it to the Taoism sect. If the swordsman of the sword domain moved to the country of Shi and then to the country of Lien, then the battle between the swordsman and the soul cultivators would end, right? Even if the sword domain gave up to the soul cultivators, the swordsman would be safe. What Lady Xianxia promised was also done. Alas, we are too weak to scheme against Lady Xianxia. Cheng Minghua sighed again and said, instead of thinking about this, it's better to think about how to set up the Tianyi Cyan Lightsword formation outside the Sky Patrol City and take it down. It's not difficult to set up a sword formation outside the Sky Patrol City. Chong Taishu said with a smile. At the beginning of the war, we deliberately diverted our attention from the Sky Patrol City to prevent the Taoism sect cultivators from noticing the Sky Patrol City. To tell you the truth, Lady Xianxia told me to quietly set up a formation within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City. Oh, I remember that before Qin Jian of the Void Heavensword School fell, I transformed into a human form and passed by the Sky Patrol City. I also specifically warned them not to appear near the Sky Patrol City, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators. I didn't want them to find traces of my formation. Chapter 29-29. Speaking of transformation, Chong Taishu frowned slightly. However, he continued, not only that, after the Taoist Sword War entered the second stage, we followed Miss Xianxia's arrangement and repeatedly revealed the flaws of creating a diversion. This made the Taoist sect cultivators think that our target was the Sky Patrolling City, but our real target was not the Sky Patrolling City. This gave them a confusing illusion that they could not make a judgment. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get close to the Sky Patrol City and set up the Tianyi Azure Light Sword formation on top of the sword formation I had set up earlier, right? Sias, the safest place is also the most dangerous place. It's not just Miss Xianxia's arrangement for Sword Master Chong. Blue Butterfly sighed at the mention of Xianxia. It's this series of inexplicable arrangements. Even I don't know what her purpose is. If Sword Master Chong didn't mention it today, I would still be thinking about how to set up the sword formation under the nose of the Shui region Taoist master. You, on the other hand, started more than 10 years ago. You've kept us in the dark for so long. Zhua Ming of the Lingfeng Sword sect laughed and said, it doesn't matter if we faint, as long as Miss Xianxia doesn't faint. We just need to follow the arrangement and set up the sword formation in the Sky Patrol City. Okay. The 5 of us will set up the formation. Ruo Tian nodded. The other sword masters will withdraw their forces and march toward the Sky Patrol City. I'd like to see if the Taoist sect cultivators are as Miss Xianxia predicted. They'll definitely think that our siege on the Sky Patrol City is just a diversion. I'll definitely believe it. Cheng Minghua smiled and said, shall I bet with Sword Master Ruo? I'll bet that the cultivators will be careless and not take the sword formation seriously. Ru Tian raised his slanted eyebrows and said disdainfully. All right, the other sword masters agreed to the arrangement. However, before they could leave, Chong Taishu, who was frowning earlier, raised his voice and said, fellow sword masters, I still have something to say. Sword Master Chong, what's the important thing? Cheng Minghua was puzzled. Well, it's important. Chong Taishu nodded. I received a message from Shui Mingcha, a disciple of my Void Heavensword School. That terrifying phoenix Xiao Hua, who went to the sword domain to train, is just as Qi Peng said. Not only is she that nameless nascent soul cultivator, but she also has the sword origin of my sword domain. Moreover, the cultivation of that sword origin is quite high. It's almost on the verge of transforming into a sword. What? Is this true? Cheng Minghua couldn't believe it. Who is this person? He had the Phoenix Dharma body, the identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, and the identity of a nameless nascent soul cultivator. And now, a swordsman who has surpassed the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm has appeared. These 3 may be Daoists? Because he has the transfiguration technique, his 2 appearances might be fake. Chong Taishu nodded. Actually, what we should be asking is, what is this person trying to do? Furthermore, The strangest thing was that the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains had sent word that this person had actually entered Meng Mountains. What is he going to do there? Sword masters, think about it. Is there anyone in your sword's gate that has surpassed the 3rd grade of the illusory sword? Hearing Chong Taishu's words, Blue Butterfly asked loudly. This. All the sword masters frowned and thought for a moment, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alas, it's as I thought. Chong Taishu sighed and said, this Wu Ming must be hiding in a small sword sect, not in our big sword sect. He must have some plans. He must have some plans in hiding in our sword realm. In that case, what are his plans for having 2 identities in the Imperial Lightning sect? Ruotian asked curiously. He revealed 2 identities as disciples of the Imperial Thunder School with different cultivations, but does he only have 2 identities? In my opinion, he must have other identities. He also covets the Dao sect. Zhuaming said. In that case, we must keep this a secret. Chong Taishu sneered. We just have to be vigilant and see what that bastard wants to do in our sword realm. As for what he wants to do in the 3 kingdoms, what does it have to do with us? We must not let the Dao sect know about this secret. But I heard that the horrifying phoenix has killed many illusory swordsmen in our sword realm. Although we don't know what his intentions are, he is so arrogant in the name of the horrifying phoenix. Isn't that destroying the prestige of the sword realm and the arrogance of the Dao sect cultivators? If our sword realm doesn't give him a head-on blow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our sword realm? Yes, I have the same idea. Chong Taishu smiled. After discussing with you, I will send out the Sword Master's command again, ordering the 2nd grade sword transformation disciples to head to Drifting Cloud Lake. No matter what his intentions are in Meng Mountains, we must block the horrifying phoenix's path back to the kingdom of Shi. On one hand, we must see if we can kill this bastard. On the other hand, even if we can't kill him, we must find out his true identity and purpose. Good, Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Qi Liandia clapped her hands and said, I will also send out the Sword Master's command, ordering the 2nd grade sword transformation disciples of Black Phoenix Sword Sect to head there. My Soaring Wind Sword Sect also has a great enmity with the horrifying phoenix. Zhuaming smiled. Moreover, my Soaring Wind Sword Sect is closer to Drifting Cloud Lake. I will also send out a 2nd grade illusory sword disciple. Good, 3 2nd grade sword transformation swordsmen. There's no reason why they can't capture a nascent soul cultivator, right? Chong Taishu clapped his hands and smiled. Then, the 3 of them sent out the Sword Master's command. However, just as their Sword Master's command disappeared, a sword beam rushed in through the gap. A tall female swordsman stepped on the sword beam and landed in front of Qi Liandia of Black Phoenix Sword Sect. When the sword aura around the female swordsman dissipated, LV Ruochang's figure was revealed. Junior LV Ruochang greets Sword Master Qi and the other sword masters. LV Ruochang stopped and did not dare to be negligent. He bowed to the dozens of people around him. Get up, you are the hero of the great battle of Dao and Sword. You should be recuperating in the Sword Tomb. Why are you here today? Qi Liandia looked at her proud disciple and asked with a smile. Sword Master Qi. LV Ruochang clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He respectfully handed it over and said, Junior received news from my Void Heaven Sword Sect's disciples near the Sword Edge Mountain. This news is really incredible. Junior did not dare to neglect and personally delivered it. Incredible news? Qi Liandia was also puzzled. She took the sword slip and scanned it with her divine sense. But after a moment, she involuntarily exclaimed, How is this possible? Millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain actually took the initiative to evacuate. Not a single one is left. What? Hearing Qi Liandia's words, let alone Chong Taishu, all the other sword masters were stunned. They had racked their brains to start the great battle of Dao in advance. They had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally won the battle. They were about to escape the pursuit of the soul cultivators. But in the end, the soul cultivators were not playing anymore. It seemed that the tens of years of fighting and the hundreds of thousands of fallen swordsmen had turned into an illusion. Everyone's heart was empty. They even had an impulse to roar in their hearts, "Damn it, if we knew this would happen, why would we fight so hard?" Is this news true? Chong Taishu sighed and looked at LV Ruochang. Reporting to Sword Master Chong, LV Ruochang respectfully replied, "Junior received a message from Sword Master Xiao Jianpain of the Mountain Patrol Sword Sect. He is presiding over the battle with the Soul Cultivators. There should be no mistake." Chong Taishu nodded slightly. The Mountain Patrol Sword Sect was not a first-class sword sect in Sword Realm. Xiao Jianpain was only a second-grade swordsman. However, Soul Cultivators were not as strong as cultivators in attacking Sword Realm. Soul Cultivators planned to advance step by step. Moreover, the Soul Cultivators sent their Soul Cultivators into the battle were generally not of high cultivation. They relied on the number of Soul Cultivators and the mystery of soul skills to suppress the swordsmen. Therefore, under Jiuxia's suggestion, Sword Realm put more power into the Great Battle of Dao in Sword Realm. For the Great Battle of Soul Swords that started the Great Battle of Dao in Sword Realm, second-grade or even third-grade sword sects were sent into the battle. This was because the sword cultivators knew that the power of millions of Meng Mountain was enormous. In the face of such a huge beast, sword cultivators were not very confident of winning. The best thing they could do was to take over Sky Patrol City and expand the territory of Sword Realm. Miss Jiuxia is really a god. Chong Taishu looked at the sword slip handed to him by Qi Liandia and waved his hands slightly, gesturing for others to check it. He looked up in the direction of Sword Realm and sighed. She did not lie to us. Just now, we were talking about how the two things she promised us were completed. Now, the first thing has been completed perfectly. Yes, Senior Jiuxia is really amazing. Lu Ruchang's eyes flashed with a strange light. I feel that nothing in this world is a secret to her. She can almost predict the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Does the retreat of the Soul Cultivators have anything to do with Miss Jiuxia? Cheng Minghua looked at the sword slip and asked hesitantly. Of course. Lu Ruochang nodded. Sword Master Cheng, according to Sword Master Zhao's message, Senior Jiuxia left for Meng Mountain. Some sword cultivators have also seen Senior Jiuxia occasionally. In particular, Senior Jiuxia returned from Meng Mountain last year and came to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb. When I saw her, she said that the soul cultivators would withdraw in less than 2 years. Then, she went back to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, Senior Jiuxia just casually mentioned this to me and did not ask me to inform the sword masters. I dared not report it rashly for fear that I would mislead the war. Miss Jiuxia came to the Sword Catacomb? What was she doing here? Qi Liandia did not have any scruples in front of her disciple and asked directly. Chapter 2930. Lu Ruochang was also at a loss. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. Senior Jiuxia did not go into detail. She only stayed for half a day. She only asked about the situation of the Dao-seeking sword battle. At this time, all the sword masters had finished reading the sword slip. The sword slip finally fell into Chong Taishu's hands. Chong Taishu looked at the inch-long sword slip in his hand and smiled bitterly. He shook his head slightly and said, How good would it be if this thing came 10 years ago? Now that the warriors of the sword domain have killed their way to the Sky Patrol City, they can take it down at any time. Yet this thing came at such a time. How can we? At this point, Chong Taishu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He raised his head and said, Sword Masters, what do you think is the right thing to do now? Should we quit while we're ahead and return to the sword domain with the spoils of the Dao-seeking sword battle? Or should we take down the Sky Patrol City in one go? Hee. Not only Cheng Minghua, who was beside Chong Taishu, but even the sword masters in the distance showed disdain on their faces and snorted coldly. However, no one spoke. They just waited quietly. Ruochang, what do you think? Qi Liandia smiled slightly. She glanced at Lu Ruochang and asked with a smile, "After all, you've experienced the first stage of the Dao-seeking sword battle. You have a deep understanding of the path sex cultivators and have your own confidence in this battle." Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Sword Master, in my opinion, this matter is decided by the sword domain. It has nothing to do with Senior Jiuxia. When she came to the sword domain last time, although she already knew that the soul sword battle was about to end, she did not let me inform the masters. This has already shown her attitude." Qi Liandia nodded slightly and glanced at Chong Taishu. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. Lu Ruchang said again, "The path sex cultivators are the most cunning. Although there were not many talents comparable to Tu Hong in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, during the Sword Tomb battle, I still fell into their trap and almost failed to live up to the master's expectations. Therefore, I feel that even though the sword domain has repeatedly used the Sky Patrol City as a diversion, the Dao sex cultivators, such as Pan Dongmin from the Lan Li sect and Zhu Qinghe from the Su Yan sect, might have seen through the plan. Maybe they have already set a trap in the Sky Patrol City and are waiting for us to fall into it. In the worst-case scenario, they will even divert some of their attention to the Sky Sentry City to prevent us from launching a surprise attack on the Sky Sentry City." "Ruochang, you mean we should stop while we're ahead?" Chong Taishu asked with a smile. "Yes, that's what I think." Lu Ruochang said respectfully, "Since the Sword Master asked me to say it, I'll tell you what I think. After all, the Sky Patrol City has been managed by the Shui Yu spiritual master and the other castellans for tens of thousands of years. It's not easy to take down the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, if the path sex cultivators surround us from the outside, it'll be even more troublesome." "You're right." Chong Taishu nodded. "After the first stage of the battle, you've improved a lot. You know when to advance and retreat. You're not as reckless as you were at the beginning. I'm afraid you'll be the leader in the next sword battle." "I wouldn't dare." Lu Ruchang hurriedly bowed and then changed the topic. "All plans are based on knowing one's enemy. I only watched the battle from the Sword Tomb battle, so I can't fully grasp the subtleties of the battle. In fact, in my heart I still think." "Oh? What do you think?" Cheng Minghua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Do you have other ideas?" "Sword Master Cheng." Lu Ruchang nodded and said, "Logically speaking, I think we should withdraw. But in my heart, I'm a little unwilling. After all, we've already killed our way into the country of Shi and the country of Huan. In the first stage, we've gained the upper hand. In the second stage, under the leadership of our masters, we're not at a disadvantage even when facing so many nascent soul stage practitioners. Now that we've reached the final blow, wouldn't it be too regretful if we give up? The Sword Tomb battle is no longer a natural barrier, and the Sky Patrol City has replaced it as the key to defeating the enemy. If our sword realm takes down the Sky Patrol City, it's tantamount to having one foot in the country of Shi and a short sword firmly inserted in the territory of the 3 cultivation countries. This place is too important for the future development of our sword realm. If the sword masters have the means to kill it in one blow." Speaking of this, Lu Ruochang gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I still think we should take down the Sky Patrol City. But, if we take down the Sky Patrol City, dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners from the 3 cultivation countries will gather in the Sky Patrol City. Our sword realm only has a dozen sword masters here, and with the Sky Patrol City as a burden, I'm afraid it's not easy to resist these menacing nascent soul stage practitioners." Chong Taishu still had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Ruchang, "Sayas, that's why I'm hesitating." Lu Ruochang did not hide the contradiction in his heart. The warriors of our sword realm have always been good at offense and not defense. If we take down the Sky Patrol City, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of the Dao Sword War in the future, and even the usual attacks will not be reduced. This is different from the previous war. Facing dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners, even those who did not participate in the war will come out to participate in the war when they see that things have developed beyond their expectations. This has a far-reaching impact. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. That's true. Chong Taishu praised. Ruochang's analysis of the war situation is very good. His estimation of the strength and reaction of the 3 cultivation countries is also very accurate. It's just that he underestimated the power of our sword realm. Isn't this Miss Jiu Xia's idea? Qi Liandia smiled. In order to keep it a secret, only the 5 of us know about the sky blue light sword formation. The sword masters only knew about it a year ago. It would be strange if Ruochang knew about it. Sky blue light sword formation? Lu Ruochang's face showed ecstasy. Swordmaster, are you talking about the sky blue light sword, Tai Ching green light sword, Tai Wei green light sword, Tai Shen green light sword, Tai Yi green light sword, and Tai He green light sword that are part of the innate 5 elements? Hee, you silly child, if it's not this sword formation, what sword formation is there? Qi Liandia rebuked, but her face was full of pride. Great. Since there's such a big killing formation, why are you still hesitating? Let's take down the Sky Patrol City. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and shouted. But after saying that, Lu Ruochang panicked again and hurriedly smiled. I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me. Ha, it's okay. Chong Taishu waved his hand and laughed. You've said exactly what we're thinking. The Sky Patrol City is now a piece of fat meat, and it's already at the mouth of our sword realm. How can we give it up? Not to mention the dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators who are participating in the battle. Even if there are dozens more, they'll all fall into the Sky Azure Light Sword formation and die. That's right. Qi Liandia also smiled. The Daoist sect cultivators have backup, but so does our sword realm. When Sword Master Xiao returns from the Battle of Soul Swords with the Sword Realm warriors, we'll surround the Daoist sect cultivators. We'll show them the power of the Iron Blood Swordsman. Hearing Chong Taishu and Qi Liandia's words, all the sword masters smiled. They knew that even if they wanted to withdraw from the battle at this point, the participating swordsmen would not agree. This was a rare opportunity for the sword realm. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would withdraw from the Battle of Soul Swords, and they would be a powerful backup. They would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then I'll return to the sword tomb and prepare to welcome Sword Master Xiao back. Lu Ruochang bowed and said, I wish you all success and take down the Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop. Wait. Seeing that Lu Ruochang was about to leave, Chong Taishu stopped him. Sword Master Chong, do you have any other orders? Lu Ruochang was curious. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Ruochang, do you still remember Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect? At the mention of Wu Ming, Lu Ruochang's face flushed with shame and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, Of course I remember, and it's unforgettable. If there's a chance to kill him with your sword, are you willing to go? Chong Taishu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ruochang's ruthlessness. Of course, Lu Ruochang replied without hesitation. I'll do whatever Sword Master Chong says. Before you came, I've already issued a Sword Master's order to the disciples guarding outside the valley. Your martial aunt Feng Suewu is going to the Drifting Cloud Lake to stop Wu Ming. If you want to go, you can go with your martial aunt Feng. Qi Liandia looked at Lu Ruochang with satisfaction. Drifting Cloud Lake? Lu Ruochang was stunned. Isn't that the Meng Mountains? Wu Ming, why is he in Meng Mountains? Who sent this news? Of course someone sent it. And you know this person. Chong Taishu said with a smile, but he did not say the person's name directly. Lu Ruochang frowned, and there was a hint of realization in her eyes. As for why Wu Ming went to Meng Mountains, that person doesn't know, and neither do we. Chong Taishu said again, but who is Wu Ming? I'm afraid it's beyond your expectations. Who is Wu Ming? Lu Ruochang was stunned again. She really did not know what Chong Taishu meant. But when Chong Taishu told Lu Ruochang that Wu Ming might be the terrifying phoenix Xiaohua, Lu Ruochang's face showed great astonishment. But after the astonishment, Lu Ruochang's brows gradually relaxed. Yes, There was nothing in this world that could be hidden from others. Everything could not stand up to scrutiny. The strength difference between Xiaohua and Wu Ming was too big, so no one could connect them. However, when someone really connected the two people with different identities, then countless clues would surface. People were good at catching wind and making groundless accusations. They could even make up groundless rumors, let alone this real thing. Chapter 2931. That bastard. LV Ruchang gritted her teeth in hatred. After a long while, she finally spat out those two words. All right, you can go now. Qi Liandia waved her hand and said, it'll be best if you can uncover John Doe's secret. Otherwise, bring his head back to the sword domain. Yes, I understand. I'll look for Martial Ant Feng Suewu now. LV Ruochang did not delay. She bowed and was about to leave on her flying sword when she suddenly stopped and asked softly, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Just say it. Chong Taishu smiled. I think that Xiaohua and the others are the heroes of the Dao sect in this great war of Dao sword. Whether they have their own secrets or are arranged by the Dao sect cultivators, their lives are very important to the Dao sect cultivators. Previously, we were focused on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Great War of Soul Swords, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Now that everything has been settled, why don't we leak the news of us killing Xiaohua and the others to the Dao sect cultivators? For the sake of the Dao sect's reputation, the cultivators will definitely send late-stage gold core or even early-stage nascent soul disciples to Meng Mountains. We can set up an ambush and take the opportunity to kill the Dao sect cultivators. LV Ruchang told them her plan in one breath and looked at Chong Taishu quietly. She felt that the sword masters would definitely agree to her plan of killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Chong Taishu shook his head with a smile and denied LV Ruochang's plan without discussing it with Qi Liandia and the others. Martial niece LV, although your plan is excellent, the Dao sect cultivators might be able to see through it. Drifting Cloud Lake is deep in the sword domain. Will the Dao sect cultivators go there? Right now, the focus is not on Xiaohua and the others, but on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Sky Patrol City. As long as we don't take down the Sky Patrol City and drive the Dao sect cultivators away, the Great War of Dao Sword will not end. This is also the reason why I didn't kill Xiaohua and the others when they rushed into my sword domain to train. Most importantly, that Xiaohua might not be Xiaohua. Wu Ming is Wu Ming. Who knows what this mysterious person covets for my sword domain and the three kingdoms of cultivation? Even if we can't kill Xiaohua and the others this time, we definitely can't let the Dao sect's cultivators notice Xiaohua. This old man has a feeling that he might be related to something? Something? Not to mention Lu Ruochang, even Ruo Tian and the others were puzzled. Don't forget the death of Sky Patrol City's Tu Hong. Chong Taishu pointed his finger and said, this Tu Hong is a rarely seen commander among the Dao sect cultivators. He is definitely comparable to Martial Nephew Lu. But who was the one who killed him? Qin Jian had personally admitted that he didn't know. When Tu Hong was killed, I was near Sky Sentry City and saw Tu Hong with my own eyes. He did not recognize my sword Qi, but I recognized him. He definitely did not kill Tu Hong. Moreover, as far as this old man knows, the person who killed Tu Hong knows the Devil Sect's concealment technique. Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this point, Chong Taishu stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile. This junior understands. Lu Ruochang's face revealed a look of realization again. He nodded and said, this person might be Wu Ming. Only Wu Ming's cultivation could kill Tu Hong. This Wu Ming is not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, what is his purpose in sneaking into the Imperial Thunder sect? This is a very interesting scene. Chong Taishu said with a smile. Blue Butterfly also came to a realization. If Wu Ming is killed by Tu Hong, the Dao sect cultivators will be at a disadvantage in the Taoist sword war. The war will be chaotic, and the Dao sect cultivators will be able to focus on the war. Only then can the heavenly demon sect be established. Sigh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Our sword domain and the Dao sect are fighting fiercely, but the heavenly demon sect is the one who benefits in the end. Therefore, even if we can't find Wu Ming, capture him, or kill him, we must hide this matter from the Dao sect. Chong Taishu said, let the heavenly demon sect cause trouble behind the Dao sect cultivators. In the end, won't the ones who benefit be us swordsmen? Yes, this junior understands. Lu Ruochang bowed and did not dare to say anything else. He turned around and flew away. Chong Taishu and the others naturally discussed a little and then left Lake Chui. In the quiet afternoon, the water of Lake Chui reflected the luster of the sun in the sky. The luster on the windless lake was so pale that it was even more bleak than the blood that flowed during the Taoist sword war. It was as if the clear emerald color of Lake Chui could not withstand the boundless waves of blood that were stirred up by a few words from a dozen transformed swords. Xiao Huan naturally did not know that he had been completely seen through by the transformed swords of the sword domain. Currently, he was in a quiet room, looking at the sleepy little black and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since that day in the ancestral hall of the Huda stronghold, Xiao Hua had placed little black into his spirit storage pouch. Because he had discovered the secret of the green seal text, he had been comprehending the green seal text and had placed little black to the side. Today, after returning from Old Wu's place, he knew that he had 80 days of free time to cultivate. Thus, he took out little black and prepared to ask about it. But who would have thought that little black would become like this? Xiao Hua was very familiar with little black's appearance. It was exactly the same as little yellow's appearance after swallowing its soul. Thinking of little yellow, Xiao Hua's mouth twitched and he pulled little yellow out of the space. Sure enough, little yellow's eyes were also blurry and sleepy. It barely opened its eyes a little and then closed them again, as if there was 1,000 gene weight hanging on its eyelids. Xiao Hua did not send little yellow into the space. Instead, he anxiously said in his heart, "Little black? This is little yellow, do you know him?" Little black also opened its eyes a little and looked around blankly. It only glanced at little yellow and said in a somewhat shaky voice, "Yes, father. This is little yellow." So he was with father. "Oh, you really are little black." Xiao Hua was finally able to confirm this and sent little yellow into the space. But where did little yellow go? Little black looked all around. "In a moment, father will send you to find him." Xiao Hua smiled and asked, "How do you know father is called Zhang Xiaohua? Why did you have the Huda stronghold's spirit warriors look for father in Huan country? Also, do you know where father came from? Does father have a home? Is there anyone else in the family? Has anyone ever called father Zhang Xiaohua that?" Father agreed. "Also, didn't father have something in his hand? That little girl said it was a flying sword." Little black's eyes were still closed and he answered intermittently, "What's Tom? What do you mean there's someone else in the family?" Fine, Xiao Hua understood. This little black and little yellow were the same. They didn't know anything and he couldn't ask them anything at all. However, little black seemed to be a little more sensible than little yellow. At least he knew that he was called Zhang Xiaohua and that he used to have a sword embryo in his hand. "Forget it, let's talk about it after I raise the two of you." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and sent little black into the space. Little black was extremely astonished. He forced himself to open his eyes and look around at the unfamiliar place. However, when he saw little black, he felt at ease and obediently lay down next to little yellow to sleep. Little silver, who had been swinging between the spirit grasses, was so scared that he jumped down from the spirit grasses when he saw little black suddenly appear. He burrowed into the roots of the spirit grasses and stayed there for a long time before his sharp nose and furtive rat eyes popped out and stared at little black. He didn't know what kind of divine being had suddenly appeared. After sending little black into the space, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out the soul nest that the Shaman King had given him and the bone that Hudastacade's elder Wu had given him. Xiao Hua first opened the soul nest and scanned it with his soul consciousness. Xiao Hua was immediately stunned. This soul nest didn't look big, but the space inside was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. Inside the soul nest, there were countless strange plants piled up. Some of these plants looked like spirit grasses, some looked like withered branches and withered leaves, and there were also many that were simply seeds. He couldn't tell what they were at all. Apart from these plants, there were some strange things. Some looked like materials for refining tools, some looked like broken pill furnaces. In short, Xiaohua couldn't tell the origin of any of them. Damn it, what's the meaning of this shaman king? Do you really think this young master is a garbage collector? After Xiaohua's astonishment, he pulled a long face. These aren't the strange things you're looking for. What kind of bones did you get? Can't you give me the bone? I haven't collected all the bones in this young master's space yet. However, it was very obvious that Xiaohua was delusional to think that he could find these bones in the millions of Meng mountains. There were some green seal scripts in these bones. Of course, they were things that soul cultivators could discover. The Shaman King also understood that how could he give these things to Xiaohua? Forget it, forget it. This was the second time Xiaohua had to accept this kind of extreme helplessness. He sent the soul nest into the space. At this moment, those puppets had stopped. They were no longer planting and harvesting millet seeds day and night. Xiaohua sent these puppets and the soul nest to another remote edge of the space. He let the puppets plant the strange plants in the soul nest one by one on the ground. Xiaohua's space was already more than 1,000 miles wide. Although it was far from the millions of Meng mountains, it was more than enough to plant these things. Of course, it wasn't that Xiaohua didn't think that the Shaman King, who possessed divine arts, would be able to divine his biggest secret. However, he still felt that even someone as powerful as Jiuxia would only be able to find some clues. It was impossible for him to know that this space didn't belong to Xiaoyu continent. If the Shaman King knew about this, would he still need to worry about the change of the weather in the millions of Meng mountains? After arranging everything, Xiaohua sent his soul sense into the bone and carefully read through the contents of this green seal script. He already had an idea of how to practice this green seal script. Although this green seal script was not the same as the green seal script, Rain, of Misty Cloud sect, and even the nature of the record was very different, he had after all used this green seal script to refine his voodoo puppets. He had completely practiced the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this voodoo incantation whose effect he didn't know. All he needed to do was to follow this record and cast the green seal script that formed the spell. Chapter 2932. Currently, Xiaohua was still practicing the most basic 50 green seal scripts in the heaven of Ring of Breath, and was still trying to understand the realm of Daoist. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice this new talisman technique. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions given to him by Zi Ming, using the soul cultivator technique in the bone to record the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Initially, Xiaohua thought he had already mastered the green seal script, and he thought it would not be too difficult for him to record the technique using the divine will of Daoist sect. But when he began to record the technique according to the soul cultivator technique in the bone, he realized that the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script was completely different from the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip. The technique used to record the technique was completely a soul technique. If the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip was the writing method used by mortals, then there was no need to write anything, as all one needed to do was to copy the content stroke by stroke, and the quality of the handwriting did not matter. But the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script required one to understand the content of the text, and every stroke had to be exactly the same as the text. If there was even the slightest difference, the green seal script would not be able to be recorded. But in this case, recording the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain was like Xiaohua carefully comprehending the entire technique, and teaching it to others word by word. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in front of Grandmaster Wu that day in the palace, Xiaohua could not help but smile wryly. His arrogant behavior made his face burn. Xiaohua's body was flashing with a faint green light, countless soul threads were dancing in front of his eyes, and strange syllables were being played without any rhythm. The wind and clouds in the quiet room were flickering, and the capital star formation was changing from time to time, putting aside the fact that Xiaohua had recorded the lost art of traveling clouds and summoning rain for Mengshan in Hutus Decade. In the distant territory of Lian Kingdom, there was a huge mountain range that had a beautiful scenery. The bottom layer of the steep foothills was lush and green, and there were some tall and straight spirit trees growing around it. Although there were no spirit birds flying among these spirit trees, it still gave off the aura of an immortal realm. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, the emerald green gradually turned into a dry and yellow color. The spiritual trees and spiritual grasses at the bottom of the mountain had already disappeared, replaced by some thorny plants. These plants were thick and strong, and between their branches, there was an aura that seemed to want to fight against the heavens. However, these plants only occupied an area of less than 1,000 feet. Further up the mountain, solid soil and hard rocks gradually began to appear. Furthermore, there were some gray-green spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots were actually some thumb-sized moss gathered together. Even the thistles and thorns couldn't survive here. If one looked up, then there was a faint snowy shadow and thin ice that went straight to the peak of the mountain range. Everything had become a world of white snow and ice. A mountain range actually had so many different sceneries. Even in the Xiaoyu continent, it was rarely seen. However, if one looked at the foot of the mountain, then one should be able to understand the formation of this scenery. At the foot of the mountain, there was a misty place. Under the misty clouds, there was an incessant gurgling sound of water. When a cold wind blew, all the clouds were blown away, revealing 9 large hot springs scattered in the valley like stars in the sky. Boiling water was gushing out from the hot springs. The boiling water sprayed several feet high, and some sprayed several feet high. When the boiling water fell down, it flowed into the 9 pools of hot springs. The water in the pools rippled, and the warm water circled around the foot of the mountain a few times, flowing far away from the foot of the mountain. Ding ding dong! Suddenly, just as the hot spring was covered by the mist, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from one side of the mist. The zither sound came from a few small pavilions. These pavilions were hidden in the emerald green spirit wood, and a faint red tip of the pavilions peeked out from the spirit wood. A fist-sized bird was engraved at the top of the pavilions. If one didn't look at it carefully, one would really think that this bird was alive. Everyone would even think that this clear zither sound came from this bird. The zither sound was like a gurgling stream that surrounded the spirit wood and flowed into the hot springs. When it flowed away with the water, the sound gradually faded away. Before the zither sound faded away, clapping sounds came from another part of the spirit wood. A very bold and unrestrained voice shouted, "Fairy Fian's zither sound is indeed out of this world. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it for many years. Every time the zither sound comes, my heart will calm down, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind will be orderly like the flowing water. If possible, I really want to continue this sword battle forever." Haha, senior brother Gu Yun, in this way, you are happy, but what about the disciples of your Kunlun sect? I'm afraid that martial Uncle Xianjing will pull your ears and drag you back to Kunlun Mountain, right? Another rather bold voice came from another place. The place where the spirit wood was located was faintly a bamboo shed made of bamboo, and this voice was actually Zhu Qinghe of Su Yen sect. Thank you for your praise, senior brothers. At the sound of the zither, a clear and weak voice came out again. A petite female cultivator walked out of the pavilion and slowly walked to the edge of the hot springs. This female cultivator was in the early gold core stage. Her eyes were big, and her skin was white and clean. However, her face with big eyes was indeed mediocre. Even if she was wearing a Daoist robe, there were no curves on her body. She looked much stronger than ordinary village girls, but if this appearance was compared with the early gold core stage, it was extremely unworthy. However, this female cultivator's big eyes were so lively that even the clouds rising from the hot springs could not cover the divine light in her eyes. This female cultivator was the Jiangfian that Gu Yun of Kunlun sect spoke of. She was a disciple of Nanming sect and was extremely good at analyzing details. She was often a wise person who could see the intentions of ordinary sword cultivators from the details that others could not see. Jiangfian walked to the side of the hot springs. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, showing a trace of disgust. She raised her eyes to look at the other side of the spirit wood and said loudly, "Senior Brother Pan, don't calculate anymore. Come and rest for a moment. Although this 9-eye hot springs has some sulfur chi, there is also a lot of spiritual chi in it. Resting here is extremely beneficial for our cultivation." A blue figure flashed across the sky. Zhu Qinghe was still wearing his blue robe and landed beside Jiang Fian. He had a smile on his face and said, "Fairy Fian, I and the others seem to be nearby too, right? Why don't you know to call me? I'm afraid Brother Dong Min isn't the only one who has racked his brains for our Dao Sect's war, right?" Jiang Fian did not even raise her eyebrows. She looked at the dreamy clouds and said indifferently, "Senior Brother Zhu's wisdom is profound and far from what we can compare to. You only have to come up with one plan and it takes us half a day to think about it. Wasn't this 9-eye hot springs found by Senior Brother Zhu during his planning? I remember that at that time, I was still accompanying Taiqing sect's Daoist Yuqing in Jianshuan Valley to think about how to ambush the Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Senior Brother Pan also occasionally encountered the swordsmen at Peng River. If not for Daoist Qing Yan and Daoist Lao Yun of Mo Sang Mountain risking their lives to protect him, he might not even have seen this hot spring. Therefore, we can't compare to Senior Brother Zhu." "Fairy Fian, we shouldn't have brought this." Zhu Qinghe laughed. This Zhu only said one sentence, but Fairy actually refuted so much. "Are you praising me? Or are you insulting me?" "Of course I'm praising Junior Brother Zhu." A slightly arrogant voice sounded. Then, from the other side of the spiritual tree, a well-built mid-gold core cultivator slowly walked out. This cultivator's eyebrows were like laying silkworms and his nose was like hanging gallbladder. What was even more eye-catching was his 5 strands of long beard. Coupled with his fair skin, he looked exceptionally handsome. When Jiang Fian heard this, she quickly looked up. Her gaze landed on the cultivator's face, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, this smile was faint and quickly disappeared. Even her gaze, which had only met the cultivator's gaze for a brief moment, fell to the ground and once again looked into the clouds. "Io, Senior Brother Dong Min. I'm already not Fairy Fian's opponent. Now that you're here, we're a pair of good-looking man and talented woman. How can I be your opponent?" Zhu Qinghe slapped his forehead exaggeratedly and said in distress. "Senior Brother Zhu." A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Fian's face. She said coldly, "What do you mean by good-looking man and talented woman? This little sister wants Senior Brother to explain the origin of this." At this moment, a long whistle came from the other side of the 9-eyed hot spring. A series of strange crackling sounds came from the spiritual tree. Then, a well-built cultivator with bulging muscles and a few spiritual herbs on his body flew out from the spiritual tree. With a ping, he landed on the ground again and the entire ground shook. "Senior Brother Gu Yun, hurry up and come over." Zhu Qinghe was extremely happy when he saw the person. He pointed his hand and said, "Hurry up and be the judge. When did this little brother say that we're a good-looking man and talented woman? In this world, there's only a good-looking man and a talented woman, right? No matter how ignorant I am, I won't make a mistake about this." The well-built male cultivator was Kunlun sect's Gu Yun, who was in the later stage of the gold core realm. He naturally thought that Zhu Qinghe was fighting with Pan Dongmin of the Blue Li sect and Jiang Fian of the Nanming sect. Why would he get involved? He just chuckled and walked quickly to a hot spring. He sat down and took off his boots. His 2 black hairy feet dipped into the hot spring with a plop sound. Then he stretched his body and lay on the ground. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. That breath rushed into the clouds in the air. Moments later, an illusion like a flying crane appeared. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, blowing away the clouds. Then it disappeared. Chapter 29:33. Senior Brother. Jiang Fian was originally angry at Zhu Qinghe's words, but when she saw Solitary Cloud's actions, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said, "People say that burning the zither and cooking the crane and washing the feet in the clear spring are the most unpleasant things in the world. I didn't expect Senior Brother to have a method comparable to the ancients. Washing the feet in the hot spring should also be included in the classics, right?" Solitary Cloud took a deep breath and rubbed his feet against each other in the hot spring, as if he was extremely satisfied. He then said lazily, "Junior sister is still wrong. How can washing the feet in the hot spring be included in the classics? If it is to be included, I'm afraid it will be washing the feet in the hot spring." Ha! Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and laughed. "Senior Brother Solitary Cloud, you're right. I'll get a disciple who can remember this. This matter will definitely be spread throughout the cultivation world." "How dare you?" Solitary Cloud glanced at Zhu Qinghe. "Be careful that I don't smash your face." Hee. Zhu Qinghe laughed and glanced at Pan Dongmin, who walked to his side but did not approach Jiang Fian. He said, "Even if Senior Brother smashes my face into a rotten persimmon, I won't feel the pinch. I can't compare to Senior Brother Pan in this life." Pan Dongmin frowned and did not answer. He also did not look at Zhu Qinghe. His gaze followed the clouds and went up again, as if he was admiring the different beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain. Pan Dongmin did not react, but Jiang Fian's expression turned ugly. Zhu Qinghe looked at this strange situation and was overjoyed. He understood that although Jiang Fian was an early-stage golden core cultivator and did not look outstanding, she was very intelligent and far superior to most cultivators. The reason why she was called a fairy was also because of her intelligence, not her appearance. Jiang Fian was one of the 4 people in the Dao sect who came up with the plan in this Dao sword war, and she was also the only female cultivator. Therefore she thought highly of herself. Not to mention Zhu Qinghe and the others, she did not even care about ordinary nascent soul masters. However, Jiang Fian had tied a strand of love to Pan Dongmin at some point in time. However, perhaps Pan Dongmin did not notice it, or perhaps Pan Dongmin did not fancy Jiang Fian, but Pan Dongmin ignored Jiang Fian's gaze. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, Jiang Fian was an ordinary female cultivator. She would probably be more eager and take the initiative. This matter might not be completely hopeless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fian was not an ordinary female cultivator. She was a female talent who was full of vigor and vitality. How could she possibly lower herself to take the initiative? As a result, the two of them ended up in a lukewarm situation. Gu Yun and Zhu Qinghe were outsiders and could see everything clearly. Although Gu Yun saw it, he acted as if he did not see it. Zhu Qinghe, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. From time to time, he would make fun of the two of them. Or do you want to break them up? Zhu Qinghe originally thought that Pan Dongmin would use this as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, but who would have thought that Pan Dongmin would stare at it for a long time, and he was very engrossed in it, as if he had discovered something strange on the foothills. Zhu Qinghe could not help but follow Pan Dongmin's gaze as well. However, the scenery on the foothills was the same as what he had seen for the past dozens of days. There was nothing special about it. Zhu Qinghe was stunned and asked curiously, "Senior Brother Pan, what did you see? Why are you so engrossed?" "I saw the great battle of the Dao sword and even the ending," Pan Dongmin replied indifferently. Upon hearing that, Zhu Qinghe was not the only one who was shocked. Even Gu Yun and Jiang Fian, who pretended to ignore him, were shocked. All of them looked towards the foothills. However, Zhu Qinghe and Gu Yun did not gain anything after looking at it for a moment. Instead, Jiang Fian looked pensive and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. "Junior Brother Pan, spit out what you have to say. Don't be so mysterious." Gu Yun frowned and no longer looked at the foothills. Instead, he looked into the air and said coldly, The Great Battle of the Dao Sword has been going on for more than 10 years. The battle situation is just like the scene on the foothills. Pan Dongmin pointed with his finger and said, "At first, the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom were unstoppable under LV Ruochang's command. They forced our Dao sect cultivators to a dead end and were restrained in every way. The victory of the swordsmen was just like the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. It seemed to be unstoppable. However, at the end of the spiritual trees was the great battle of the sword tomb. The battle situation changed several times and was unpredictable. It was not clear whether it was warm or cold. Although the warmth still had the upper hand in the middle of the dried-up foothills, the higher it went, the colder it became. This also meant that our Dao sect battle became increasingly powerful and gradually gained the upper hand on the entire battlefield. Just like the ice on this mountain range, no matter which direction you go, you will only end up being covered by a layer of ice. However, no matter how many foothills were covered by a layer of ice, the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs below the foothills were ultimately unable to be destroyed by the ice. Jiang Fian's voice was somewhat weak as she said, "This is because the source of the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs' survival was ultimately unable to be reached by the ice." The Nine-Eye Hot Spring has always been hidden within the clouds. Although the cold wind would occasionally blow the clouds away and reveal the truth would immediately be covered by the clouds. All the chaotic scenes would then fill the air, causing us to be unable to find out where the truth lies. "Good," Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, "as expected of a talented man and a beautiful woman. I admire you." At this moment, Jiang Fian's face was slightly flushed. However, Pan Dongmin ignored her and continued to say, "Even if we saw through the clouds, we could only see one hot spring and two hot springs. It was impossible for us to know that there were actually 9 hot springs in this valley. Furthermore, there were so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs around the hot springs. How could there only be so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs?" Gu Yun sneered and said, "There are also 4 pavilions and straw huts, as well as people who burn musical instruments and cook cranes and wash the hot springs in their stinky feet." Hiss, hearing Gu Yun's words, Pan Dongmin, who originally thought that he had already thought deeply, gasped and said hurriedly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, could it be?" "Yes, junior brother Pan." Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that you feel that this great battle of Daoist sword is completely different from the previous one? Although we have already planned so much, we still feel that we are unable to do anything despite having the will to do so. The Huan country on the other side, the people who are competing with us, are far more powerful than what we expected. I really did not expect that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom would actually have such wisdom. Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the current situation of the battle, I feel that it is not so simple. Although we have already thought and done a lot of things, and have taken precautions in all aspects, I still feel that we have overlooked something. You even feel that after this great battle of Daoist sword, there must be a reason that we do not know, but I still feel that the reason that we want to know is far from the root of this battle. The hot springs are hidden under the clouds and mist, but, although the hot springs are the root of these spiritual trees, beside the hot springs are. Jiang Fian muttered to herself, almost losing her voice. Could it be that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom are not the only ones participating in the battle? They have the support of soul cultivators behind them? Moreover, perhaps, there are other cultivators that we do not know about guiding them from behind? The cultivators of the Dao sect. This is not something that we can point fingers at. But soul cultivators? Didn't the Battle of the Sword Catacomb reveal some clues? Pan Dongmin said faintly, "Isn't there a soul formation besides LV Ruochang's square sword formation? If it were not millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountain, would the swordsmen be able to set it up?" But later, there were no more soul cultivators. Jiang Fian bit her pale lips and retorted. Pan Dongmin did not argue with her and only sighed. Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult for the cultivators of the Dao sect to sneak into the ranks of sword cultivators, and the information we receive is also very little. It is even more impossible for us to know the situation over at Meng Mountain. Actually, early on in the battle, the nascent soul masters had already sent some disciples to the Huan kingdom. Zhu Qinghe said, but for some reason, although these disciples returned with news, none of them were about Meng Mountain. Meng Mountain is behind the Huan kingdom. How could the disciples of the Dao sect approach it so calmly? Jiang Fian said coldly, even if senior brother Zhu could enter the Huan kingdom, I'm afraid it would not be easy for you to receive news about Meng Mountain, right? Sigh indeed. Zhu Qinghe nodded. After the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Changbai sect also sent some disciples with sword energy to sneak into the Sword Catacomb. Unfortunately, most of them were seen through, and only a small number of them were able to send back some news. But these news were all from the Huan kingdom near the Shi kingdom and the Lian kingdom. Perhaps there is also a problem between the Su Huan kingdom and Meng Mountain? Pan Dongmin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he suddenly said, "It is not that I have not thought of this," Jiang Fian said with a bitter smile, "but the Huan kingdom has no reason to send troops from both sides. Moreover, it is very obvious that the forces of Meng Mountain are not much weaker than the three kingdoms of the Dao sect. If they are also at war with the Huan kingdom, how could the Huan kingdom send so many swords here? Sigh, if only some nascent soul master could make a trip to Meng Mountain." Gu Yun sighed, "Won't we know what the situation is when we see it?" Jiang Fian laughed. "Senior brother Gu Yun, if you want to go, no one will stop you. It is a great battle now. Just like those third-grade sword masters, although they are powerful and can fly very fast, would they dare to enter the territory of the three kingdoms alone? Would they be able to receive news from the Kueha Sea? If they dare to go to the Kueha Sea, they must be prepared to die in the Meng kingdom." Speaking of this, Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Yun asking, "By the way, senior brother Gu Yun, didn't Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction of the Lian kingdom bring a few disciples to the Huan kingdom? Is there any news?" "Oh, you mean Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua?" Gu Yun seemed to have realized something and said, "When I first came to Sentry City, I heard from the sect leader that the four of them had broken through the Sword Catacomb that day, but after that, there was no more news. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It has been so many years, I'm afraid they are doomed." Chapter 2934. I've heard about it too. Zhu Qinghe, who had been silent all this while, said, "Senior brother Gu Yun, I've always been puzzled. Why did these disciples break into the Sword Catacomb? Could it be the arrangement of Immortal He Ping from the Utopia faction?" Sect leader asked Immortal He Ping that year. Immortal He Ping just smiled and didn't answer. Gu Yun didn't know either. Besides, Li Zongbao's master, Heng Zhao, has returned to the Utopia faction. Even Kai Hongxia and the others' teachers have returned. No one knows what they're doing. It must be the arrangement of some nascent soul stage teacher. Jiang Fian said calmly, "Who's free to rush into the Huan kingdom after the war?" "I'm not sure." Gu Yun hesitated. "If Fairy Fian wants to know." "Oh?" Jiang Fian was stunned and said curiously, "I do want to know." "Then junior sister and junior brother Dong Min should think about it carefully. Maybe we can solve this fog-like mystery and find a pool to bathe in." Gu Yun said seriously. "Senior brother." Jiang Fian blushed. Just as she was about to scold him, a voice came from the mountain wall in the distance. "Teachers, a message jade slip has arrived." Zhu Qinghe laughed so hard that he bent over. However, he was not like Gu Yun and didn't dare to be loud. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. When he heard it, he rushed to the sky and laughed, "Ha, good, bring it to me." Immediately, a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment flew in from outside the stone wall and landed outside the straw hut behind Zhu Qinghe. Zhu Qinghe landed on the ground and didn't speak to the disciple. Instead, he laughed loudly. The disciple was confused, but he didn't dare to ask and stood aside respectfully. After Zhu Qinghe finished laughing, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." The disciple reached into his chest and took out a few jade slips and handed them to Zhu Qinghe. "Uncle, these are 9 jade slips from various places. There are 4 from the Shi Kingdom and 5 from the Lian Kingdom. Please take a look." "Good, you've worked hard." Zhu Qinghe took them and praised, "It's your credit that the message was sent in such a timely manner. After the war, I'll ask for a reward for you." "I don't dare." The disciple respectfully bowed. "We juniors are all boorish fellows. We relied on Uncle Master and the others to devise strategies for the war. Everyone will do their best." Zhu Qinghe smiled as he watched the disciple bid him farewell. With a shake of his body, he landed in the straw hut. The hut was not big, similar to an ordinary quiet room. However, every blade of grass that made up the hut was emerald green, like a piece of jade. Strands of invisible green silk strands connected the grass. If an ordinary cultivator saw this, he would be stunned, because the grass was blue sky grass, and the strands were dark green silk. Both of them had the effect of calming the mind, calming the heart, and expelling evil spirits. Ordinary cultivators would place some of them around their quiet rooms. Cultivating in such a quiet room, it was easy to calm the mind, and inner demons and other things would not come to disturb them. However, this straw hut was actually built with these 2 strange items. It was really rare. Zhu Qinghe entered the straw hut, walked to a jade table and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the 9 jade slips landed on the table. He casually picked one up and carefully read it with his divine sense. As he read, his eyebrows trembled slightly, as if he was thinking. After a moment, Zhu Qinghe finished reading. Then, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky grass with some confusion. He muttered in a low voice, "Strange. Didn't the Lian country's Polonia Peak just kill thousands of swordsmen a few days ago? Why did they rush there again? Polonia Peak. It doesn't seem to have any vital points." After muttering for a moment, Zhu Qinghe raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. The jade slip flew out with a whoosh. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that Zhu Qinghe often did this. "Fairy Fian, don't think about how to take a bath. Take a look at the battle report first." As Zhu Qinghe spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Then he picked up another jade slip and prepared to read it. However, just as his divine sense entered it, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the smile froze on his face. A strange and inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes. "How is this possible?" Zhu Qinghe muttered in a low voice that sounded almost like a moan. Then his eyes darted around and he glanced outside. His finger curled slightly, and the jade slip in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had never picked it up or even seen it. Of course, Zhu Qinghe's finger curled again, and another jade slip fell into his hand. However, this time, Zhu Qinghe was a little absent-minded. He seemed to have roughly looked at it, and without even thinking, he directly sent it out. Zhu Qinghe skimmed through the remaining 6 jade slips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He casually passed them to Jiang Fian. Then, as if he was thinking about something, he stood up and slowly paced around the straw hut. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally raised his head and looked outside. Some of the confusion on his face had disappeared. He knew that Jiang Fian, Gu Yun, and Pan Dongmin had finished reading the 8 jade slips. It should be time for the 4 of them to discuss. Zhu Qinghe took a slight breath and his expression returned to normal. He walked out of the green heavens grass and Janbi silk and walked towards Jiang Fian's pavilion. Jiang Fian's pavilion was also rare. It was built with many spirit-nourishing trees. When Zhu Qinghe walked to the front of the pavilion, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had already arrived. One of them was sitting on a wooden chair with a pink wine pot in front of him. A strong, flowery fragrance was emitted from the wine cup in front of the wine pot. The faint pink wine brew was as intoxicating as the red lips of a beautiful woman. The other one was standing with his hands behind his back and facing outside the pavilion. He seemed to be looking at the clouds and the foothills. Jiang Fian was sitting behind a jade table. There was a 6-string zither on the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian's hand was gently pressing on the zither strings. Her fingers were moving intermittently, but there was no sound. The 8 jade slips were scattered in front of the 6-string zither. Senior brother Gu Yun is in such a good mood. Zhu Qinghe glanced at Gu Yun, who was holding a wine cup, and said with a smile, "Your beautiful lips have flushed the Tiantai fragrance out of the 9 heavens in an instant." Gu Yun pursed his lips and looked at the small tea stove on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He looked at the small red charcoal fire under the tea stove and said in annoyance, "In this state, it should be green ant fresh wine and red clay stove to cook dog meat. How can the Tiantai fragrance that's so bland that birds come out of the mouth be completed?" Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, are you saying that I'm spoiling the fun? All right then, I'll return to the Nanming sect now. Senior brothers, you can enjoy yourselves again." Gu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you leave, won't others change your name to Jiang Hongyan in their hearts?" Zhu Qinghe naturally understood the message sent by Hongyan. He immediately understood that Gu Yun was alluding to Pan Dongmin again. "Senior brother," Jiang Fian was a little anxious and stood up. Ahem, Zhu Qinghe knew that it was time for him to speak up. He hurriedly coughed twice and sat on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He said, "Senior brother Gu Yun is an elegant person. We're just ordinary people. Let's enjoy the Tiantai fragrance. Fairy Fian, he's obviously envious of us. Why are you still arguing with him?" Jiang Fian was given a way out. She pouted and sat down. She still glanced at Pan Dongmin's back. When Zhu Qinghe picked up his teacup and took a sip, Pan Dongmin beside him said softly, "Junior brother Zhu, the messages that are coming in are getting more and more complicated. Have you noticed anything?" "Sigh, I just don't understand. That's why I'm here to listen to everyone's opinions." Zhu Qinghe said with a bitter smile, "The things in these jade slips are all over the place. I can't see anything special at all. They're all ordinary troop arrangements. There's even some extremely useless things. I'm having a headache just looking at them." "Is that so?" Pan Dongmin turned around and looked at Zhu Qinghe in confusion. "Is that so?" Zhu Qinghe felt a little guilty for no reason and asked in confusion, "What about senior brother Gu Yun?" Pan Dongmin shifted his gaze away from Zhu Qinghe and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun took another sip of wine and said calmly, "I feel that today's messages are very strange. They're all pointless troop deployments. But it's really so boring. They've already revealed the intentions of the sword cultivators." "That's right." Jiang Fian, who was beside him, also made up an excuse. "After reading it, I feel that the sword cultivators are about to bare their fangs. This." Zhu Qinghe's face was slightly red. He really didn't check it carefully and thought that it was the same as the previous messages. He didn't expect that the 3 of them had already reached a consensus. However, Pan Dongmin didn't ask much. He only said in a low voice, "I also feel that it's a little strange." The actions of the sword cultivators this time are really messy. It feels like they're trying to cover it up. It's different from all the previous arrangements of the sword cultivators. Yes, or rather, it's only this time that it gives I a familiar feeling. It's as if the previous movements weren't the arrangements of the sword cultivators. Only this time, it's the real movements of the sword cultivators. Sigh, it's a pity that I still can't see any specific movements from the messages in the jade slips. The goal of the sword cultivators. We still can't be sure. Even LV Ruocheng, who commanded the first stage of the war, actually left the sword tomb and returned to Huan Kingdom. In the previous few years, although LV Ruocheng didn't directly participate in the war, he's always been guarding the sword tomb. I have an extremely bad feeling. Jiang Fian said seriously, "The goal of the sword cultivators will definitely stun us. Maybe LV Ruocheng is preparing for this. I hope that our arrangements will be of some use. I also hope that we can find the 9-eyed hot spring behind the fog before the sword cultivators launch their final attack." Pan Dongmin turned again and looked at the dreamy fog in the distance. "Oh right, senior brother Zhu, where's the other jade slips?" Jiang Fian suddenly asked. Chapter 2935. Oh! Zhu Qinghe was shocked. His expression was a little unnatural. He rolled his eyes and asked curiously, "How did you know?" "Hee, don't joke with me." Jiang Fian pointed at the jade slip in front of her and said with a smile, "It's written clearly in this jade slip. This time, 9 jade slips were sent. Senior brother Zhu, did you not see them?" Hee, Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the jade slip. He handed it to Jiang Fian and said, "The information in this jade slip is a little strange, so I took it out alone to discuss with the 3 of you." Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "What's so special about the information in this jade slip?" "Take a look for yourself." Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, "Weren't you asking just now? Where did LV Ruochang go? There are some clues in this jade slip." Although Jiang Fian was a little surprised and did not understand Zhu Qinghe's actions today, she did not have any special suspicions. Moreover, when she immersed her divine thought in and saw it, she threw her doubts away. What? The Sword Master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect issued the Sword Master command? He went to Drifting Cloud Lake to kill the cultivator with the surname Xiao? Yes. Zhu Qinghe took advantage of the situation and said, "All the information in this jade slip is similar to the information in the other 8 jade slips. They are all deceiving themselves. However, this piece of information is mixed in, and it's so obvious. This Zhu suspects that this is a trap. That's why I took it out to discuss with you." The jade slip was passed between Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin. Both of them looked at it and then frowned slightly. They looked at each other and suddenly understood. "Junior brother Zhu, I think that this information should be true." Gu Yun said faintly, "This information was sent by our cultivator's secret pawn in the sword tomb. Moreover, the way he got the information was normal. What's more, when he got the information, it was when LV Ruochang left the sword tomb. These 2 pieces of information corroborated each other and should prove that both pieces of information are true. Hee, it's precisely because both of them are so coincidental that I just thought that the message was sent here. That's why I'm so suspicious and feel that there's something fishy going on." Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, "It must be a trap set up by the swordsmen here. They want to draw our attention away from their target." Speaking up to this point, Zhu Qinghe said confidently, "The fact that they are trying to cover up so much shows that our previous actions must have already found the sword cultivator's vital point, and they have no choice but to cover it up. But, the vital point that we found, where is it? No. This information is correct." Jiang Fian shook her head firmly. If they wanted to set up a trap, they would have set it up near the sword tomb. How could they set it up directly at the Flowing Cloud Lake? That Flowing Cloud Lake was far away in Huan country. How can cultivators like us go there? Oh! Zhu Qinghe frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "It may not be as simple as junior sister thinks. The cultivator surnamed Xiao must be Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua is with Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect." Jiang Fian did not wait for Zhu Qinghe to finish speaking. Her fingers flicked on the 6-string zither, and a sharp sound rang out. Li Zongbao and the others actually broke through the blockade of Huan country, and they even entered millions of Meng mountains. How did they do it? And that Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Sword Master actually issued the Sword Master command. It seems like they have already attracted the attention of the sword cultivators. This matter is definitely fishy? Fairy Fian, you mean? Gu Yun asked with a serious expression. However, Jiang Fian did not pay attention to Gu Yun. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes stared straight at the 6-string zither in front of her, and her brows were tightly knitted. "Go and save them," Pan Dongmin said straightforwardly. "What the sword cultivators want to do is what we want to stop. What's more, Li Zongbao and the others are the heroes of the great battle of Dao and Sword. If the other disciples know that we have received the news but do not go and save them, what will they think? Their hearts will definitely turn cold. I object to sending the participating disciples to save them. Zhu Qinghe frowned and said, even if this news is true, the participating nascent soul stage masters have the entire battle under control. If they leave, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, this news is more than a month ago. Even if Zhenren He-ping of the Utopia faction wants to save them, I'm afraid it will be too late. If we don't send the participating disciples, let the disciples of Shi country go. Pan Dongmin replied without hesitation. Gu Yun nodded. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the flag of the great battle. We must not let him fall. Since Huan country wants to send the non-participating swordsmen to kill them, then our Dao sect will also send non-participating cultivators to save them. Sky Patrol City. It's Sky Patrol City. Jiang Fian, who had been pondering, suddenly relaxed her brows. An indescribable glory radiated from her not-so-beautiful face. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of pride. Sky Patrol City? Gu Yun, Zhu Qinghe, and Pan Dongmin were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a trace of understanding on their faces. Yes, Sky Patrol City is a bright lamp in the dark night, illuminating the battle between Shi country and Huan country. Under the brilliance of this bright lamp, we are searching for the mystery of this battle. However, we have forgotten the source of this brilliance. As long as the sword cultivator of Huan country takes down Sky Patrol City, the entire battle will fall into darkness, and we will inevitably fall into a passive state. Jiang Fian explained with a smile of exultation. But Zhu Qinghe still disagreed. He shook his head and said, it's not that we haven't discussed the Sky Patrol City before, but we always rejected it. The Sky Patrol City has never lost in any of the previous wars. Not in the past doesn't mean it won't in the future. Jiang Fian's tone was a little high-pitched, and she seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Qinghe's distrust of her. Maybe the sword cultivator has never had the means to take down Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop, so he has been delaying the battle. Pan Dongmin heard Jiang Fian's high-pitched voice and frowned slightly. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still said, Junior Brother Zhu, I remember a long time ago when you were at Floating Duckweed Mountain with your sect leader Bai Kongzi and sect leader Sun Yunzi, the sect leader of Jinghua sect, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect received a message from our disciples, saying that the sword cultivator's ultimate goal is Sky Patrol City, right? Zhu Qinghe smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed. At this time, Quangtian Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Diheng have been brooding over it. I have also reported this matter to all of you, and everyone treated it as a joke that day. Well, now it seems that we were really wrong. The one who sent this message is probably Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment disciple who was with Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. All of this is true, but I don't know how they got this news. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Fian sighed. Why didn't I think of it that day? If I had set up a backup plan back then? Why not? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. We have already left disciples to guard Sky Patrol City, and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and Mo Sang Mountain are also in the city. Even the two nascent soul early-stage masters outside the city are keeping an eye on it. Moreover, the judgment at that time could only be regarded as unfounded and impossible. If this message was sent now, or a while ago, we would naturally understand. And we wouldn't have become a joke. What are you waiting for? Pan Dongmin had already turned around and ordered, since we feel confident, let's quickly inform the nascent soul stage masters and mobilize the troops. Yes, and Li Zongbao's matter. Gu Yun didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly got up. If Heping Zhenren knows that just as he said this, he heard the sound of wind above the foothills. A rainbow streaked across the distance and rushed to the sky above the nine-eyed hot spring in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It's the nascent soul stage masters. Gu Yun's cultivation was the highest. He had already sensed it and hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion. Sure enough, where the rainbow landed, a nascent soul middle stage cultivator appeared. It was Yun Mingzi from the Changbai sect. At this time, Yun Mingzi's face was extremely gloomy. The sword light around his body was produced from time to time, like a dragon swimming around the surface of his body. "Greetings, martial uncle Yun Mingzi." Gu Yun saw Yun Mingzi's expression and knew that something was wrong. He immediately asked while bowing, "Martial uncle, you came in a hurry. Could it be that Sky Patrol City has fallen into the enemy's hands? You already know the sword cultivator's intention?" Yun Mingzi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. That's right. Pan Dongmin, Zhu Qinghe, and Jiang Fian had already bowed to Yun Mingzi at this time and hurriedly said, "We have already noticed the abnormality from the recent news and were about to inform the disciples to send a message to the masters." Yun Mingzi looked at the four of them and then at the many Foundation establishment disciples flying in from outside the mountain. He smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, Sky Patrol City has not fallen into the hands of the sword cultivator." Phew, Zhu Qinghe and the other three heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a look of relief in their eyes. But Yun Mingzi changed the topic. "All the sword cultivator swordsmen have abandoned their targets and madly rushed to Sky Patrol City. There are so many swordsmen attacking Sky Patrol City so openly. We are afraid that Sky Patrol City will fall. It's good that Sky Patrol City has not fallen yet." Jiang Fian smiled and said, "We have already set up a trap near Sky Patrol City. It should be effective. At the very least, the four nascent Soul Realm seniors from the Celestial City, Senior Shuiyu, Imperial Thunder Sect, and Mo Sang Mountain will be able to resist for a while with the help of the Celestial City's formation. When the True Path Sect disciples arrive, we will defeat the Sword Cultivator with the help of the Celestial City's disciples." "Alright, since the martial nephews have already decided, let's hurry up and leave." Yun Mingzi sighed and said, "Looking at the madness of the Sword Cultivator, this battle is already the final blow. We cannot afford to be negligent." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.